everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Oshi no Ko, I am Kamiki Kaoru. Chapter 25 to 50, 25. Hello. Your names are 1. After the breathless first half of the year passed and summer vacation began, Kaoru arrived in Takachiho, Miyazaki Prefecture, carrying 2 large suitcases packed with his and AI's belongings, along with a big hiking bag slung over his back. Ichigo, who had also gotten out of the van dragging a suitcase full of AI and Kaoru's things, twisted his stiff back this way and that and groaned miserably. "Man, my back is going to break. Thank you for your hard work. If you know that, buy me a ton of booze later. I want to drink myself stupid and collapse. I'll keep you company until you're sick of it." At Kaoru's reply, which carried a sincerity that made Ichigo feel an odd chill, he was just about to hurriedly take back his words when AI, thrilled at seeing their new house, threw both arms up and shouted brightly, "AI and Kaoru's new house. Could you at least include my name out of politeness?" "Nope. Let's go inside." Unlike the two of them, exhausted from the long drive, AI was full of energy as she strode into the new house first, as if she really were a pregnant woman carrying twins. A house far more spacious and comfortable than their 2-room place in Tokyo. The rent was only 50% of what the Tokyo apartment cost, too. Ichigo had briefly wondered if, once he retired, he and Miyako might come here and enjoy a quiet country life together, just the two of them. Still, compared to Tokyo, it really was a backwater with nothing around. "Kaoru, lie down here too. Let's play together." "Sorry, I want to, but we still have to unpack and eat dinner, right?" We finally moved into a new house, though you can spend a little time with AI. AI, who hadn't been able to touch Kaoru properly during the 12-hour trip, started pouting. Kaoru glanced once toward Ichigo, who was sprawled on the sofa as if a short break would be fine, and decided that a little while wouldn't hurt. "I came to eat AI." "Kya. Go away. Wolf Oru. Pervert. Rotten. Ha 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 dash." He dove onto the bed, hugged AI, and showered her with kisses, sharing the sticky affection they hadn't been able to exchange for 12 hours. Under Kaoru's barrage of kisses and tickles, AI burst into giggles and her long purple hair flew around. At some point Ichigo had gotten up from the sofa and was watching the married couple's eye-burning display of affection with a somewhat lonely expression. He knocked on the open door and said, "Let's eat. I'm hungry." The next day, late afternoon. After resting, the 3 of them left the house and got back into the van, beginning their journey toward the hospital listed on the business card the veteran doctor had given them. It was only a 5-minute drive at most, but a faint tension hung inside the car. If there happened to be a staff member or patient at that hospital, a full 1,000 kilometers away from Tokyo, who recognized AI, that would be a huge problem. Fortunately, even though it was a small hospital, they had private rooms, so they could block outside contact as much as possible. Still, you never knew. About a month earlier, while planning AI's delivery, Ichigo had suggested borrowing a relative's name and using an alias, but that was immediately rejected because it would likely cause problems later with medical insurance, hospitalization procedures, and the birth registration. If a fan who knew Kamiki happened to be working at a rural general hospital in Miyazaki Prefecture, then that would simply be heaven's will, beyond anything a person could control. In the end, since AI's real name had never once been revealed to the outside world, they decided to make the appointment under her real name, AI Hoshino, for now. She had been examined at a hospital in Chiba Prefecture, but since there were no charts or records at all, this was effectively her first obstetrics visit. It was a truly dangerous gamble no matter how he looked at it, but now that it had come to this, it was out of his hands. Ichigo parked at the hospital while breaking out in a cold sweat. Kaoru had originally planned to wait in the car in case there were people who might recognize him too, but in the end, his worry got the better of him, and he decided to follow Ichigo and AI. When they checked in, a nurse who noticed that they had called ahead to make an appointment guided them toward the examination rooms. Fortunately, the staff at the desk and the nurses showed no sign of suspicion whatsoever, they were simply busy doing their own work. It was the only hospital in the area, but even taking into account that it was late afternoon on a weekday, the inside was fairly quiet compared to Tokyo. There were no young people around, and most of the patients were middle-aged or elderly. Even in a place like this, they still ran an obstetrics department, Kaoru thought as he habitually observed the hospital's layout and the people inside in detail. AI, wearing a hat and a mask, tightly held Kaoru's hand, while Kaoru, also wearing a hat, thick-rimmed glasses, and a mask, said in a trembling voice, "I'm so nervous my stomach hurts." "Huh. Are you in labor?" "And no. Something else." "Hee hee." Seeing AI laugh awkwardly, as if a little embarrassed, Kaoru almost had his heart stop and let out a hollow laugh. While waiting in front of the exam room, Kaoru stared at the doctor's name and photo posted on the door. Judging from the listed background, he was a talent who had graduated from Tokyo University Medical School. Amamiya Goro. A pretty young elite to be working as an obstetrician here. A young doctor in his early 30s from Tokyo University, working at a rural general hospital with a small population and a large elderly population. Kaoru carefully studied and memorized Amamiya Goro's face and profile. Then, after hearing the nurse say to come into the examination room, AI and Ichigo stood up from their chairs and went inside. Kaoru pulled his hat down low and followed behind Ichigo on purpose, standing behind him rather than beside AI so he would look like he was related to Ichigo. When they entered the room, a young doctor with glasses and an intelligent, slightly cool-looking pair of eyes greeted them. "Yes, hello. Ms. AI Hoshino. This is your first visit." Amamiya Goro spoke the sort of formulaic, canned line that was almost too textbook, then let out a low sigh and looked at the monitor, perhaps tired from long hours of examinations. Kaoru stood silently behind Ichigo and watched AI and Ichigo, who was sweating coldly. The doctor typed something on the keyboard for a moment, then looked toward Ichigo and asked casually, "Are you her parents?" "Ah, well, yes. On paper, I'm her father. I'm her actual guardian." "I see." After hearing Ichigo's answer and nodding, the doctor glanced at the unidentified man standing behind Ichigo and staring at him, Kaoru. Given that indifferent gaze and atmosphere, which made him seem like a complete third party to the expectant mother, Amamiya Goro decided there was no way he could be the baby's father. This is your first visit at our hospital, but did you move here from another area? Have you been treated at another obstetrics clinic before?" "Ah, yes. I have." The masked AI looked at Amamiya Goro as she spoke. Goro narrowed his eyes slightly and tilted his head a little, looking back at the masked AI. "Is that so?" At that moment, Kaoru caught the subtle flicker in Amamiya Goro's eyes. Like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, the instant Kaoru's sharp intuition began to tremble. "Yes. For now, you'll be moving to the exam room for an ultrasound, but could you please remove your mask and hat?" AI slowly took off her mask and hat. And then, seeing that, Amamiya Goro's eyes widened for a moment, and his gaze briefly fixed on AI before awkwardly looking elsewhere as he stood up from his chair and went into the examination room. After confirming that, Kaoru hurriedly grabbed Ichigo by the shoulder and said in a clear voice that only the three of them could hear, that doctor recognized AI. "What? Really?" Exclamation point. Hearing Kaoru's words, Ichigo felt as if the sky had collapsed on him, and his heart dropped with utter despair. It was, quite literally, a bolt from the blue. How had they come all this way, only for the doctor to recognize AI at the very end? Unlike Ichigo, who was panicking at the cruel twist of fate that threatened to make all their efforts go to waste, AI remained relatively calm, smiled faintly, and said in a confident voice, "It's okay." The doctor seemed like a pretty decent person. If he recognized AI, then I'm sure he'll understand. What dash? Just as Ichigo was about to ask her, in a near blood-spewing state, what on earth she was talking about, Kaoru looked toward the examination room and said, "If something feels off, either the president or I need to try to win him over directly. Let's get the exam done first, AI." "Okay." AI, her starry eyes sparkling, slowly moved toward the examination room. But contrary to Kaoru's claim that he had clearly recognized AI, the doctor, Amamiya Goro, conducted the examination with a face that looked no different from before, and until he finished the remaining blood tests and blood pressure check, he showed no sign of surprise or recognition. Kaoru, quietly folding his arms, watched Goro explain the test results to AI with a cold look. Why was that? If that man were to expose AI's pregnancy to the outside world, the situation would become extremely serious. He might demand a large sum of money before going to the press, or use it as leverage to blackmail them into asking for something else. But he didn't sense any strange signs that suggested he had other intentions. He never once seemed to be watching AI's reaction, or rolling his eyes around suspiciously. Amamiya Goro kept explaining AI's test results carefully, acting as if she were a complete stranger, and that only made it more puzzling. It's okay. The doctor seemed like a pretty decent person. If he recognized AI, then I'm sure he'll understand. The words AI had said earlier in such a confident voice kept echoing in his head. Living side by side with AI, Kaoru had occasionally seen her do things like precisely see through what he or someone else was thinking or make predictions about events or phenomena, with 100% certainty, to the point that even Kaoru would tilt his head in confusion, and then be exactly right. For Kaoru, who had seen that more than once, her words felt like a thorn stuck in his throat. Was it because he had personally experienced, while watching his wife, that the so-called female intuition really did exist? Kaoru couldn't shake off his complicated thoughts, and kept watching Amamiya Goro until the moment he left the exam room. No, he definitely recognized her, right? He didn't look like it at all. As soon as they came out of the exam room, Ichigo, wiping away cold sweat, grabbed Kaoru's hand and pressed him again. Kaoru nodded and whispered quietly, he definitely recognized AI. But only the first time. After that, even while looking at her, he acted like nothing was wrong. There must be a reason he was deliberately hiding it. Damn it. Don't tell me he's going to call the reporters and leak it. That's possible, but it's not certain yet. For now, I should try to approach him first. No. If you rush in first, what do you think will happen to you? Aw, damn it. How the hell did we get caught by that doctor? If we could just get past the final hurdle, it would all be over. What's happened has happened. We need to handle it as best we can. So how exactly are we supposed to handle it? While Ichigo and Kaoru were having a very serious argument on the way to the billing desk, AI, her starry eyes blinking, watched the doctor who had just examined her trudging down the stairs beside the hallway. She stood there for a moment, quietly watching him as if lost in thought. Kaoru, who had been talking with Ichigo, turned his head and said to AI, who had stopped instead of following behind them, AI. What's wrong? At Kaoru's question, AI met her husband's eyes for a moment. The feeling she was experiencing now, the sensation she had just felt, seemed like something she would need to show him with actions rather than words if she wanted to convince Kaoru. Just as her husband had said, even though he had recognized her, he had still pretended not to know her, kindly examined her, carefully checked her, and above all, she had felt Amamiya Goro's gaze, which was genuinely worried about her. Sincerity. AI recalled the deep sincerity hidden in the heart of a stranger she had met today, and the vague certainty she had only faintly felt finally began to take shape. It's clear. After a single nod, AI lifted her starry eyes and looked at her husband, saying, I'm going to go meet the doctor for a second. AI. How was she supposed to do that with such a heavy body? Kaoru grabbed AI's hand as she tried to stride off ahead with long, impatient steps and said, barely suppressing his shock, where did the doctor go? He went over there to the stairs. Are you coming too, Kaoru? Of course, Hugh. The moment Kaoru looked into AI's starry eyes, he let out a long, laughing sigh. No matter what he said to persuade her or hold her back, AI was showing a firm determination to go to that doctor. Since stopping the stubborn AI was practically impossible, her husband decided to trust his wife's intuition, took her hand tightly, and said with resolute force, "I'll go with you too." "Okay." AI nodded with a grin, as if she had known that would be his answer, and let Kaoru support her as she walked toward the stairs. Kaoru looked at Ichigo, nodded as if asking him to handle the payment in his place, and then moved away with AI. Ah! Ichigo, who had aged 10 years in the span of a few hours, let out a sigh without even trying to stop them. Amamiya Goro stared with dry eyes at the photo of a smiling child on his phone screen. For the first time in 4 years, he found himself missing the bright, cheerful girl who had introduced him to AI and turned him into a fan. His dry gaze had already turned melancholy, reflecting the dark, deep night sky with its brilliant stars. "Even if you had a man you liked, even if you had a baby, I'd still keep supporting you. But if you have the baby, I won't be able to see you soar even higher anymore." In January, when he heard the news that AI was suspending activities for health reasons, he had cried tears of blood and earnestly hoped they would meet again healthy and unharmed. When the dating rumor first broke at the end of last year, Goro had calmly watched the situation and sided with AI as much as possible. Just because she was friendly with the child actor Kamiki Kaoru didn't mean the relationship was confirmed yet. And even if the rumor turned out to be true, if AI was truly happy because of that relationship, then, even though it would make him bleed tears. As a fan, he thought it was only right to believe in that love and support her wholeheartedly until the end. Then, when it was finally revealed that the rumor was false, Kamiki Kaoru had apparently become so disgusted with the media's invasion of privacy that he quit acting altogether. When the magazine that had reported the dating rumor in December ran a correction saying it had been false, Goro had thankfully been able to breathe again. But for more than 6 months, his one joy in life had been revisiting the bright, lovable image of AI frozen in January, soothing his longing as a fan. He had simply been waiting for her safe return, and he never imagined that the pregnant woman he was examining would be that AI. Who was the father of the twins in her belly? Why wasn't the person who had gotten AI pregnant here with her? If she gave birth to the twins like this, then before long AI's idle life would be over forever. With a hollow laugh at fate's cruel joke, Amamiya Goro looked at the girl on his phone screen and murmured in a gentle voice, as if he were speaking face to face with her. "A fan's opinion is always selfish. Right, Serena-chan? Don't you think so too?" Bang! When the rooftop door opened, Goro turned around in surprise. AI, the heavily pregnant mother of twins, was slowly walking toward him, brushing back her long purple hair as the cool summer night breeze blew it around. Goro stared at her in shock for a moment, then turned off his phone screen and put it in his pocket. "It's not good to climb stairs too hard, Miss Hoshino. I had help coming up, so I'm fine." "Help? By whom?" At AI's words, Goro furrowed his brow slightly in confusion, then watched her innocent behavior as she took a deep breath and spread her arms wide beside him. "I came here because the doctor recommended this place, and it's really nice you can see the stars so well even at sunset. You can't see them this clearly in Tokyo." After hearing AI's words, Goro tucked away the question that had briefly risen in his mind and looked out at the dark, night-shrouded scenery. "You came all the way to this rural hospital because you were worried people in Tokyo would notice too easily, right? So that's why you came." He didn't bother using honorifics. Goro's heart wasn't calm enough to maintain the stiff, formal relationship of doctor and patient. Still, AI seemed not to care much and nodded lightly, saying, "Yeah. That's right. But how did you recognize me, doctor?" How had he recognized her? Goro thought of Serena and said, "I had a patient once, who was a fan of yours." I see. I thought I wouldn't be found out here since all the doctors are old men, but of course. You can't hide the aura of an idol that just naturally spills out. Goro, who was witnessing AI's starry-eyed self-praise right in front of him, had to clamp his mouth shut to keep his lips from twitching at the overwhelming cuteness and joy. "Are you going to quit being an idol?" "Huh? Why? I'm not going to quit. But dash. I never had a family. I've always longed for one. So once the twins in my belly are born, I'll build a family with the person I love and live happily. And I'm going to start being an idol again too. I don't want to give up on the dreams I want to achieve. That means. Yes. I'm not going to make it public right away. But someday when the children are grown and we are adults, I want to reveal it proudly. I want to live while openly showing people the happy everyday life we've built together. Hearing AI's words filled with dreams and hope, Goro, flustered, furrowed his brow and said loudly, "But if that happens, you'll never be able to set foot in the entertainment industry again. You're deceiving people with a lie, aren't you? How are you supposed to bear all that resentment and anger by yourself?" "I can bear it. The person I cherish will protect me." Exclamation point. At AI's confession, Goro froze and looked at her. Her brilliant starry eyes sparkled like the stars filling the night sky, and she smiled beautifully at him. "Meeting that person taught me what love is. Only after having the twins did I understand happiness. Until I reveal the truth. I'll be deceiving everyone with a lie again, but it's different from before. I'm not alone anymore. I'm not a loner anymore. I'll face it with the person I love, and I'll do it with all my heart. For happiness. For the babies in my... I can't give up either one. AI Hoshino is the greediest happy person in the world. The bold smile of a woman in love. The courage that only someone with something to protect can possess. AI was gazing at him with a face full of a smile as bright and beautiful as starlight, like someone who had truly understood what happiness was. Even with that selfish declaration that she would openly deceive the world and seize her own happiness. Ha! Ha ha! Goro's mind had gone completely white with confusion and shock, but even in this moment, he couldn't help it, he had ended up feeling sincerity from that bold little liar standing there under the starlight. But Goro still couldn't understand. Who on earth was the one who had made a 16-year-old girl, fully aware that she was putting herself in danger, so casually stake her life like this? The person she loved. The person she loved. AI's loved one. Did someone like that really exist in this world? I can't forgive them, no way. As a fan, he could sincerely wish for AI's happiness with all his heart, but as a fan, he also desperately wanted to see for himself who the world-class bastard was who had stolen AI's love. Just who the hell was that impossible son of a bitch? Ah. Kaoru. Then AI waved at someone. Kaoru dash. At the familiar yet unfamiliar name that reached him from AI, Goro was hit by a shock like someone had smashed him over the head with a hammer and quickly turned around. Exclamation point. In an instant, Goro's eyes widened as if they might split open. The eyes trembling violently behind his glasses made it obvious to anyone just how shocked he was right now. A boy who had casually removed his black hat and mask, with beautiful features and a handsome face sculpted as if he were an embodiment of the cold winter. Golden hair shining brilliantly like the morning star hanging in the sky. Cold blue eyes, blue as frost and sharp as ice, and within those eyes, a blazing red starlight. The very same person who had been infamous as the rumored lover of AI 7 months ago. The once-in-a-generation genius child actor who had coolly thrown away his successful acting career and left, insisting the dating rumor was absolutely false. The unidentified man who had stood behind AI in the exam room earlier, looking completely uninterested. Allow me to introduce myself again, Doctor. I am Kamiki Kaoru, MS. AI Hoshino's husband and the father of the twins. For a moment, Goro was so overwhelmed by the enormous shock that he even forgot how to speak, and could only stare blankly at Kaoru as he greeted him. A crack spread across the lenses of his glasses with a dry crack. Chapter 26. Hello. Your names are 2. 3,590 words. Kaoru. I thought you said you weren't coming out. Goro had no idea how to define the emotions that had just been hurled into total chaos by this situation. Should he laugh? Greet him with, "Hello, husband." Should he cry? Grab him by the collar and shout, "You bastard, you got AI." Should he be shocked? Damn it. You're AI's husband. You said it wasn't you directly, that you'd retired, and collapsed to the floor. Goro's mind had gone completely blank. He stood there dumbly, staring at AI, who had already trotted over to Kaoru, and looped her arm through his with a blissful smile. And Oppo's, wait. Among AI's fans, am I the first one to know this? Oh. Ha, and Oppo's. Even in this absurd panic, Goro shook his head hard to fling away the ridiculous pride of a fan who had gotten a scoop on his favorite idol, then jabbed a finger at Kaoru and shouted, "WW, what the hell are you, anyway? You said you retired. You said it wasn't true. You said all those rumors about you dating AI were just you meeting her as a friend, and that you were wronged, and then you retired." At Goro's furious pointing, Kaoru calmly shook his head and said, "That was a lie." What? So shameless that his face had to be thicker than concrete. What kind of filthy scumbag was this, the bastard who stole AI's heart and even got her pregnant? Goro's trembling fingers drooped uselessly toward the floor. He was about to charge at Kaoru, yelling that this was ridiculous, but Kaoru's next words were faster. "I did it to protect AI." The boy Kaoru firmly took AI's hand, which was looped through his arm, and lifted his brilliantly shining blue eyes to meet Goro's. Again. That look. A gaze filled with the courage to throw away everything he had into a furnace because there was someone he needed to protect. For a split second, Goro felt a strange sensation, as if his mind were being sucked into those blue eyes. "I was most worried that people would drag AI through the mud and make a scandal out of me. AI is an idol, after all. I could never stand by and watch that dating rumor follow her around like a stain and torment her. So I forced my retirement." Ha. Forced. All of that retirement was forced. He gave up everything on purpose, sacrificing his entire career and life as an actor, all to protect AI. Unable to close his mouth at this shocking revelation, Goro let out a breathy laugh of disbelief. What? Was he insane? After the dating rumor with AI, Goro had done his own investigation into Kaoru, and concluded that he was simply a genius child actor who had grown disgusted with the entertainment industry after his privacy was violated and left. He had dismissed him as some guy with a huge ego, thinking, well, then, don't block AI's path again. But now that he knew all of it had been Kaoru's sacrifice, for AI's sake, Goro had no choice but to seriously wonder if the philosopher Nietzsche's of Superman was actually this boy, Kaoru, standing right in front of him. Why? Why would you go that far? You were famous, weren't you? Your dramas were doing great, interviews, everything, I looked into it, and you should have had a bright future. Because I love AI. Heart suit. Ha! Kaoru held AI's hand and pulled her into his arms as he spoke. Goro looked at the girl, her face flushed red as if she had finally realized happiness in the boy's embrace, then turned his gaze back to Kaoru and met his eyes. He had not forgotten his resolve as a fan, that for AI's happiness, he would support her in anything. He was just too shocked for his brain to function properly. That girl had finally met the person she loved and decided to move forward toward true happiness. Even if that future was a thorny road, she would not walk it alone. Together, the two of them would endure the pain and fear and move toward the future. The girl. That girl. In the arms of the person she loved. And Oppo's, Serena-chan. Are you seeing this, and Oppo's? For a moment, Goro thought of Serena, and could only let out a dry laugh at the strange feeling he had never experienced before. So that was why he had been so confident. Setting aside his fan feelings, Goro suddenly felt jealous of AI. A lover who would willingly sacrifice every result she had achieved for his sake. What kind of life would it be to live with someone like that? As a doctor in his early 30s, he had never understood that feeling even once in his life, and he had never even met someone like that, so he was completely lost. And without realizing it, Goro had reached the point where he was dying to know exactly what kind of person that thief of the century, and damn bastard, who had gotten AI pregnant actually was. Fine. I'll help. Really? As AI's starry eyes lit up and her face brightened, Goro smiled and nodded. Whatever the case, he was a fan prepared to give any help he could in order to protect his Oshi's happiness. Putting aside his questions and curiosity about Kaoru, Goro decided he would protect the smile and happiness of the little girl who was trying to find and guard her own happiness at her husband's side. I'll do everything I can to make sure you can give birth to the twins safely and in good health. And I'll support you. For the happy future you're dreaming of, I'll truly support you from your side. Wah, thank you so much, Doctor. And Kaoru-kun. Yes. At Goro's call, Kaoru's unwavering blue eyes flashed with a different light. Goro, startled by the cold, piercing gaze so unlike AI's, quickly steadied himself and said to the boy, as a fan, I'm asking you. Maybe this is a warning, yes. Never make AI cry. It was a painfully cheesy line that made his skin crawl, but Goro wanted to say these words no matter what, no matter how embarrassing it was. That was the best and only thing he could do for AI. Because this was the conclusion he had reached after agonizing over what was truly best for her in the short time he had. Feeling that sincerity, Kaoru smiled faintly and said, I'll remember that. July passed quickly. On July 27th, Kaoru's birthday, Ichigo bought a cake, and they held a small birthday party with sekihan, the traditional birthday food AI had made herself. Even though she was the ultimate idol, her cooking skills seemed to be ultimately lacking, and the red bean rice had turned into 5-layer rice instead of 3, leaving AI flustered beyond belief, but Kaoru ate every last bite of the sekihan she had made with her heavy body for his sake. He even finished the rest of Ichigo's sekihan after Ichigo had only taken a few bites. Kaoru hugged the teary-eyed AI tightly and thanked her sincerely. Of course, Ichigo, who had bought the cake, was reduced to a forgotten extra, and shed tears as he longed for Miyako back in Tokyo. August. Since that day at the clinic, Goro's attitude toward AI and Kaoru had visibly softened. He exchanged contact information with Kaoru, asked about AI's condition every day, and did everything he could to offer medical advice. Using his authority as a doctor, he even actively helped arrange for AI to be admitted secretly under an alias in a private room. He also shared AI's chart with another obstetrician, so there would be a backup doctor ready to respond to any sudden emergency while he was off duty, doing his best to look after AI as a doctor. Hey, doctor. Goro, checking AI's condition as she lay in bed, looked over at the girl who had called him. AI blinked her starry eyes, thought for a moment, and then spoke in a small voice. What happened to that patient? The one who said he got you into being a fan. Did he get better and go home safely? At AI's question, Goro froze for a moment, then gave a bitter smile and turned away, pulling the chart from the bed and writing something down with his pen. Yeah, he got better. He was discharged about 4 years ago, and seems to be doing well. Really? Ha! That's a relief. That kid was a real die-hard fan of yours. Look at this. This is the keychain he gave me. Wha? That merch. It was a limited edition keychain that came as an album bonus 4 years ago. It must have been really hard to get. Oh, you even know that kind of detail. Surprised, Goro asked, and AI struck a pair of V signs like the idol she was, gave a starry wink and smile, and shouted proudly, of course, AI is the ultimate idol. If you want to truly remember the love of your fans, this much is nothing. As expected. To think he would get to see AI's signature pose right in front of him. Thrilled beyond words, Goro puffed out his chest like a true fan, and clenched both fists. AI, watching him, let her starry eyes sparkle and, excited by the fans' cheers, said, Doctor. Could you tell me that patient's name? If he ever comes back, I want to give him proper fan service and thank him. Goro flinched at AI's question. He wanted to brush it off with a lie, if possible. But AI, with her kind heart and her deep appreciation for fans' love, was not someone who would let even a small story like that pass carelessly. Goro tucked away his pen, slid the chart back into the bed holder, and gave an awkward smile as he shook his head. I can't just tell you a patient's private information. I'm a doctor, so I can't help it. Sorry. Alright. Now that I think about it, yeah? It's okay. If he's AI's fan, he's definitely thinking of the doctor. Heh. Yeah. I'm sure he is. Goro managed a smile and encouraged AI. Then he turned for the next round of rounds, and after glancing at Kaoru, who had been standing quietly behind him, he gave a slight nod and passed by his side. Kaoru watched Goro leave the room, then walked over to AI, who was clutching her maternity notebook and thinking deeply about something, and said, Do you want to know that patient's name? And no. Not at all. So honest. Kaoru couldn't hold back a chuckle at the sight of AI flustered and babbling as if her thoughts had been seen through, hurriedly opening her maternity notebook and grabbing a pen. AI's face reddened slightly, embarrassed by Kaoru's laugh. She closed the notebook again and glared at her husband. Dr. Goro said so. You absolutely can't tell anyone a patient's private information. Kaoru promised to, okay. Right. I know. I promise. Defeated by AI's warning, Kaoru let out a quiet breath and took her hand tightly. Warm, soft skin. A hand that was lovable and impossible not to want more of whenever he touched it. When you give birth safely and come back, make sure you thank him. Ask if he's healthy and doing well. Ask if he's still active as AI's fan. Tell him you were able to come back safely thanks to meeting such a good doctor. As Kaoru gently brushed his wife's forehead back with his hand and said that, AI pressed her lips together and nodded with firm resolve, determined to do exactly that. I will. Definitely. Time passed quickly again, and it was late August. With school about to start, Kaoru had no choice but to return to Tokyo. After hearing Goro's diagnosis that the birth was close, Kaoru couldn't help feeling conflicted, and worried about leaving her side at the most important time. AI felt the same way. Even as she smiled as if nothing was wrong while helping Kaoru pack for his departure, every so often she couldn't hide her sadness, and the corners of her mouth drooped. Ichigo, who had come down to hand things over to Miyako, pointed at the nauseatingly sweet scene between the two of them that he had seen far too many times, and said to Miyako, You have no idea how long I've been left alone while those two acted like lovebirds. Sniff, this is so sad. Miyako. To think she would see such ideal marital affection from a drama or movie in real life. Miyako wiped away her tears with a handkerchief and felt heartache over the couple's painful parting. Ichigo, who had instantly become the most cold-hearted, emotionally starved bad uncle in the house, tore at his hair and suffered over the sad reality that his side had never existed from the beginning. Kaoru. Here. The rabbit AI made herself. Kaoru took the mysterious creature AI had identified as a rabbit and quietly stroked it. Wanting to knit mittens for the babies before they were born, AI had studied knitting books and YouTube videos and practiced with all her heart. True to the name of the ultimate idol, AI's craftsmanship was also ultimate, and along with mittens so huge they looked like they would still fit the babies even when they were adults, she had created a mysterious creature that was supposed to be a rabbit for Kaoru. AI, who wasn't at all embarrassed by her ultimate handiwork and instead proudly boasted that it was well made, pointed at the rabbit doll she had carefully decorated for her husband's long journey and said, It's a lucky rabbit filled with AI's love and affection, so you have to stay strong and do well in Tokyo, okay? AI. Moved by his wife's smile, Kaoru suddenly felt emotion swell in his chest and carefully pulled AI into an embrace. AI, feeling Kaoru's heart, held back her tears and patted his back. It was so sad and lonely that he wouldn't be by her side when she missed him most, but Kaoru would definitely come back, so AI was confident she could endure it. I'll come back down again, so until then, make sure you stay healthy. I'm really sorry I can't be with you. AI. I love you. I love you too. Kaoru. In the late afternoon, Kaoru left the house and went to see Goro one last time. Because when he was gone, Goro was the only person who could protect AI. By then, the sun was beginning to set. The two men who met on the hospital rooftop looked at the sunset for a while without saying anything. To be honest, Goro still found Kaoru a little awkward. It wasn't simply because he was the culprit who had gotten AI pregnant, or the thief who had stolen her heart. Of course, that feeling was there too, to some extent. But the biggest reason Goro felt awkward around Kaoru was his boyish lack of boyishness, his adult composure and mature personality. His seriousness and behavior were more mature than Goro, who was in his early 30s. On some unconscious level, he was uncomfortable around this boy who had achieved a level of mental growth at such a young age that Goro himself had never managed. So with Kaoru, Goro still couldn't help acting a little stiff and awkward. Damn it. You're an adult, Goro. Say something. He wet his dry lips with his tongue and agonized over what to say, when Kaoru, still looking at the sunset, spoke quietly. Please take good care of AI, doctor. At Kaoru's words, Goro turned and looked at the boy. The boy was holding the sunset in his blue eyes, his gaze filled with regret and worry. The boy, Kaoru, looked at the always beautiful sunset and let out a quiet breath. In his memories from his past life, the sunset had been beautiful in Vienna, in Zurich, in India, everywhere. But this was the first sunset he wanted to remember for a long time. Feeling the ache of this moment, with her not beside him now, Kaoru spoke in a clear voice, as if making a vow. I will never lose someone precious again. Goro's eyes widened. Kaoru turned away from the sunset and looked at Goro, smiling as he said, she is the person I love most in this world. Please take good care of her, doctor. Goro could only stare blankly at that smile. The person he loved. The boy asking him to look after the person he loved. As both a doctor and AI's fan, Goro could only swallow hard at the unfamiliar feeling boiling up in his chest. For Goro, who had lived with a wound since birth, the boy's request became the spark that awakened the truth he had buried deep inside his heart. As a doctor, as AI's fan. To the boy leaving his precious person in his care, Goro nodded firmly with steely eyes and shouted at the boy far younger than himself, I'll definitely protect AI. I'll take responsibility for her. Don't worry, Kaoru-kun. At Goro's firm answer, Kaoru finally smiled in relief and nodded. Then he turned his gaze back to the fading sunset. Goro, too, felt his heart pounding and steadied his resolve as he looked at the sunset. The two men kept their eyes on the view until the last of the dusk faded away. Ding-dong. It was almost closing time at the bank. New bank clerk Kahaku let out a tired sigh and pressed the queue bell. The reality that she had to take her last customer and then keep working on closing tasks until nightfall was miserable, but what could she do? A handsome boy wearing a hat had placed his queue ticket into a small box. At the appearance of a beautiful youth so handsome he could have passed for a model, Kahaku's fatigue vanished in an instant, and she put on a genuine smile instead of a customer service one. Hello. How may I help you today? The boy smiled faintly and said in a quiet voice, I'd like a printout of my bank deposit transaction history. For the past year. Deposit transaction history. From a boy. Tilting her head in confusion, Kahaku tapped at the keyboard and said, Are you a minor? And what's your name? It's and Oppo's, Kamiki Kaoru and Oppo's, Yes. Kamiki, wait. Kamiki Kaoru dash. Startled by the familiar name, Kahaku stared at the boy with wide rabbit eyes. Shoo. It's a secret for now. The boy winked with one eye and pressed a finger to his lips, and Kahaku barely managed to calm her pounding heart before nodding. He had become her favorite character in that drama. She had been so sad when he retired without warning because she wanted to see him so badly, and now he was standing right in front of her. As a fan, Kahaku's heart thudded wildly, and she forced herself to steady her trembling voice as she said, "See, could I see your ID?" "Yes." "Will my health insurance card work?" "Yes." "Yes." Of course. Kahaku verified his identity using the health insurance card the boy handed over. She compared the account information in the bank system with the personal details on Kamiki Kaoru's record and the information on the health insurance card. After handing back the card with shaking hands, she told him to wait a moment. How long had it been? Kahaku returned carrying a document envelope stuffed with dozens of A4 sheets, and handed it to the boy, saying, "Here is your deposit transaction history. It also includes all the debit card withdrawal records and ATM withdrawal records you requested, so there's quite a lot of it." "Thank you." Kahaku-san. Kya. Thank you. I'm a fan. Yes. Take care. Watching the boy leave with a small smile, Kahaku was overwhelmed by the thrilling satisfaction of living the fan life she had always dreamed of. She collapsed into her chair and muttered that she had no regrets even if she died right there. Ha. Ha. But Kaoru-chan seems a little smaller than I remembered. Did he just look bigger on TV? Kahaku tilted her head at the sudden thought, but it didn't matter. Just seeing a former child actor who was that handsome was already an unforgettable memory. The boy who left the bank looked up at the fading sunset for a moment. Then he took out the health insurance card from his pocket, unfolded it, and rubbed the section with the personal information using his thumb. Kamiki Kaoru. As the letters gradually wore away, the original writing slowly emerged. Kamiki Hikaru. The boy Hikaru felt a thrilling rush at having obtained his brother's precious information so easily. He smiled quietly, savoring the feeling that everything was dancing in the palm of his hand. It was a completely different smile from the one he had shown the bank clerk just moments ago. "Shall we go? It's about time." Seeing the chilling smile reflected in the window, one with a faint, eerie killing intent, Hikaru erased it in an instant, readjusted his hat, and started walking. It looked like a sudden downpour was about to break. Black clouds were already rolling in from far away like an approaching storm. Chapter 27. Hello. Your names are 4,129 words. You're the doctor in charge of AI Hoshino. Who are you? Goro hurried after the mysterious man who had turned and run the moment he saw him. He chased him deep into the woods, but before long, he lost sight of where he had gone. It was so dark he could barely see, and just as he was about to keep going by the light of his phone, Goro's vision went black the instant the mysterious man lunged at him. Only the ringing of his pager, growing farther and farther away, seemed to escort his consciousness out of his body. It was a Wednesday night in mid-September. Kaoru had just finished a call with AI and was about to go to sleep when his phone rang, and the hair on his body stood on end. It's labor. Kaoru. Ichigo's urgent call. Less than an hour and a half after hanging up with AI, Kaoru received the frantic news and immediately got into the car Miyako had rushed over to pick him up in. Time was running out, so Miyako and Kaoru decided to head to the airport. The fastest flight from Tokyo Haneda Airport to Miyazaki Airport wouldn't leave for another hour. It was far too late to leave the airport and rent a car, so Miyako decided to first find a late-night taxi near Miyazaki Airport and figure out transportation from there. By some miracle, they managed to get one of the last remaining tickets and finished the passport procedures, then entered that agonizing wait for the plane. Kaoru, unlike usual, couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth with a deeply anxious, restless look on his face. Seeing Kaoru sweating coldly, Miyako told him that if her husband couldn't calm down here, AI would only get more anxious, and urged him to sit down. But the moment he sat, he was back on his feet again, letting out one long sigh after another. Watching him, Miyako finally burst out laughing with an expression that said she couldn't help it. An hour later, Kaoru's phone rang again while he was moving to board the plane. It was Ichigo. The doctor in charge of AI is gone. Where the hell did that bastard go? What? What do you mean, gone? Kaoru's mind went blank at the absurd, out-of-nowhere report. He brushed back his bangs and asked again, and Ichigo, already furious, shouted back. I'm saying that Dr. Goro or whatever his name is missing. He won't answer his phone. The nurses say they don't know where he went, and he won't respond to the pager either. Damn it. The backup doctor assigned for emergencies is off duty today, so it'll take forever for him to get here. A chilling grinding sound came from deep in Kaoru's mouth. There was even a trace of something eerie in those blue eyes, where crimson starlight burned like a supernova. For a moment, Kaoru was so shocked it felt like he'd been struck on the back of the head. If there was no doctor, then the only medical staff he could rely on was the midwife. Could a midwife really handle medication or emergency treatment with the same skill as a doctor if something happened? With superhuman restraint, Kaoru forced himself to calm down and told Ichigo to call the midwife, keep watch over the situation, and that he was about to board the plane, so he would have to turn his phone off. And then, please tell AI I love her. Tell her I'm coming soon. I'll be at Miyazaki Airport in an hour and 40 minutes. Tell her to hang in there because I'm coming right away. Got it. After passing along the message for AI, Kaoru shut off his phone and boarded the plane, silently screaming inside. And Oppos, damn it, and Oppos. He had to turn his phone off now that he was on the plane, but he couldn't stop worrying about AI having to hold on without a doctor until then. And Oppos, what on earth happened to Goro and Oppos? Goro had clearly answered his request with firm determination when Kaoru had asked him to take good care of AI. Kaoru had trusted the young doctor's devotion and sincerity, and because of that, he'd been able to live in Tokyo with at least a little less worry. So why wasn't Goro there today, the very day labor had started? Kaoru. Drink some water. Thank you. Kaoru took the water Miyako offered him with trembling hands and gulped it down. The more he thought about the incomprehensible situation, the more unbearable his questions and anger became. Had something happened? Had he been in an accident? This wasn't the time to tip off the press, and it wasn't even something he wanted to do, so why? Praying desperately that AI would be safe, Kaoru forced his shaking breath under control and boarded the plane. And after that precious stretch of time, Kaoru and Miyako arrived at the hospital in less than 3 hours after departing Tokyo. It was the middle of the night, so there were almost northwest cars on the road, and they had paid the taxi driver 5 times the fare to get there as fast as possible. At Miyako's urging to go on ahead, Kaoru got out of the taxi and ran toward the hospital with all his strength. He found Ichigo pacing in front of the delivery room and shouted while gasping for breath. Ichigo. Kaoru. Where's Miyako? I came up first to settle the taxi fare. Did she just go in? She went in 30 minutes ago. The cervix had opened up. Luckily, the doctor who was off duty got here and went straight into the delivery room. Ha. 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 Hoo-ha. Only after hearing Ichigo's words did Kaoru finally let out a breath of relief, and his legs gave out beneath him as he slumped to the floor. The 3 hours of maddening fear and anxiety felt like a dream. Kaoru couldn't even properly remember how he'd made it here in the first place. Sweat dripped down his deathly pale face and fell to the floor. Kaoru covered his face with both hands, and struggling to settle the emotional aftershock, prayed that AI would make it through the delivery safely. How is AI? Miyako, who had come up behind them, was startled to see Kaoru sitting on the floor and asked in alarm. Ichigo gestured for her to calm down and said in a steady voice, "She's in." The cervix opened. Labor usually takes 10 or more hours, but AI's moving really fast. As long as the babies come out safely, that's what matters now. Ha! Thank you. Thank you. Miyako clasped her hands together and prayed through tears, instinctively calling on God. Kaoru drew a shaky breath and got to his feet. His legs were trembling from tension and worry, but unlike before, he had finally managed to collect himself. Goro still hasn't arrived, right? Yeah. Even the doctor was shocked and kept asking the nurses why the pager wasn't being answered, whether something had happened and so on. We're the ones whose blood is being drained here, so why are they the ones getting surprised? Watching Ichigo still fuming, Kaoru bit down hard on his lip. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. From Ichigo's account, Goro's sudden disappearance was clearly an unforeseen incident that even his fellow staff members hadn't been able to predict. What could possibly happen in a place like this countryside hospital that would make Goro stop answering his phone? There had been no sign of a traffic accident on the way over in the taxi. The police weren't anywhere to be seen. Kaoru took out his phone and called Goro's number, but the phone is turned off. Goro still wasn't answering. Kaoru put his phone away. For now, the most urgent thing was AI's delivery. Kaoru decided to think about it later if the birth ended safely without incident, and stood with Ichigo in front of the delivery room, waiting for news of AI. How long had they waited? The delivery room door finally opened, and a middle-aged nurse in sterile surgical scrubs said urgently, "Is there a guardian for Ms. Morikawa Nana here?" Exclamation point. The moment Kaoru heard the alias Goro had used when handling AI's admission, he forgot even to answer and rushed over with his hand raised. The nurse quickly motioned for Kaoru to come into the delivery room, and handed him a disposable surgical cap, gloves, apron, mask, and shoe covers as she said, "You've just had a healthy baby boy." In twin births, it's extremely rare for both babies to come out one after the other like this. Even though this is the mother's first birth, she delivered naturally without issue. Is she in danger? No. You don't need to worry. The mother cried a lot and kept asking for her husband. She said to make sure we told him as soon as he arrived. Hearing that, Kaoru quickly put on everything, even the mask, and entered the delivery room. The moment he stepped inside, the metallic smell of blood seeped through the mask and reached his nose. Uff. Nghhh. The first thing Kaoru saw in the delivery room was AI's face twisted in pain, tears streaming down it. AI's pained groans reached Kaoru's ears. Wah. Wah. On the other side of the room, the baby, their son, was crying out in a loud voice that filled the entire delivery room. Kaoru moved toward AI as if possessed, grabbed her hand tightly, and whispered softly, "AI. HHH, NGH, NGH. Ha ha ha, why you're here. Kaoru. AI. I'm sorry. I'm so late. I'm sorry." Even in pain, she gave him a faint smile of relief the instant she saw him. Kaoru answered that smile with one of his own, and the moment he took her sweat-soaked hand, tears burst from him, and he clenched his teeth. With tears in her eyes, AI looked at Kaoru through the literal tearing pain, and forced out her voice with all the strength she had left. "It's a B-boy. The first one's a boy. Yeah, I heard. He's healthy. You did great, AI. Just a little more. Okay. Just a little more. NGHHH. Uff. Was it because Kaoru was beside her? She gathered the last of her strength again and strained, her face turning bright red. Tears flooded down her cheeks from the pain. Kaoru could do nothing but grip her hand tightly. Just a little more. Just a little more. I can see the head. Uff. Kaoru could feel the force in AI's hand as she crushed his own. A mother's desperate strength to bring life into the world. At that moment, if he could have shared even a little of AI's pain, just a little, he would have wanted for nothing else. It was heartbreaking and agonizing that she had to bear all of this pain alone, but Kaoru silently held her hand, helped regulate her breathing, and kept telling her to hang in there, doing everything he could to help his wife. Because her husband was there. Because Kaoru, the one she loved, was there. AI felt the stubborn courage to endure that terrifying, painful moment. With her last bit of strength, she clutched her husband's hand and pushed. It felt as if a giant egg had slipped out from outside her body. Wah! It's a healthy baby girl. Congratulations! The loud cry came again. AI, who had poured out all her strength, heard the cries the moment she was utterly exhausted and then. Ah! She let out a small gasp as an indescribable miracle washed over her like a wave, ecstatic joy, overwhelming emotion, and maternal love all mixed together. At last. She had become a mother. Feeling Kaoru's hand gently stroke her face, and tell her she had worked hard, AI gathered her exhausted mind, and looked at the twins being placed in her arms. She lifted her trembling arms and held the wrinkled twins close to her chest, then, through tears, greeted the most precious, lovable babies in the world. Ha ha hello. Wah. Wah. He. Wrinkled. Red. So tiny. But so beautiful. So precious it didn't hurt to look at them. Their faces were still hard to make out, but there was already a glimmer of golden hair and features that seemed to be a 50-50 mix of AI and Kaoru. AI's tear-bright starry eyes looked down at the twins wriggling weakly in her arms. Little by little, bright happiness settled into those eyes, and she whispered in a quiet voice to Kaoru, who stood beside her, crying as he looked at the twins. I've decided on their names. Their names. Ah, right. We had decided on names for the babies. If it was a boy. No. I want to give them names that suit the babies perfectly. Even after becoming the mother of 2 children, her habit of doing whatever she pleased hadn't gone anywhere. AI smiled brightly and looked back at the babies. Hello. Your names are, the boy is Aquamarine, and the girl is Ruby. Pretty, right? I just thought of them, but these are your names. Thank you for coming to me. Aqua, Ruby. Kaoru's tears vanished at the absurd naming sense, and in the end, he couldn't say a word when he saw AI smiling softly at him. Just the fact that she had safely and healthily given birth to the 2 children was enough to make Kaoru grateful to AI for the rest of his life. The baby names he had painstakingly narrowed down over many sleepless nights were rejected before they could even be spoken aloud. Ha, so cute. Ah, this feels weird. AI was breastfeeding behind the curtain of the hospital bed, with Miyako watching from beside her. Looking at the wriggling babies with their flushed little faces, the words "so cute" came out naturally. How could such tiny babies come out of a belly? Miyako had never given birth herself, but she thought AI, who had delivered twins naturally, was truly amazing. Is it that good? AI smiled contentedly as she awkwardly adjusted her posture, and held Ruby while watching her nurse eagerly. Aqua had already eaten his fill, and was sleeping soundly on the sheet. Like a boy, he'd eaten more than Ruby, and let out a satisfyingly loud burp. When AI saw him burp cutely in Miyako's arms, she couldn't hold back her cuteness any longer and even burst out laughing. Ichigo, who had glanced at the sleeping Aqua, let out a quiet sigh and turned his gaze to the view outside the window. Where did Kaoru go? Computer security office. In the quiet hallway, Kaoru, wearing a cap, entered the computer security office. As he had observed over the past few days, he was taking advantage of the staff members' lunch break to track down Goro's whereabouts. Security at this rural general hospital was so lax it might as well have been traded for candy, and Kaoru skillfully operated the computer, which wasn't even password protected. With the staff member due back soon, time was tight. His first priority was to figure out Goro's movements on that day. Using the mouse and keyboard, he rewound and checked the CCTV footage installed inside and outside the hospital. Ha! Because the computer was so old, even rewinding it a little caused it to lag, so he spent more time waiting than actually checking the footage. Kaoru kept checking his wristwatch, counting the seconds, and finally managed to reach the time period of the night AI gave birth, when Goro was presumed to have disappeared. The outdoor CCTV was such an old model that at night the image was blurry and dark, making it hard to see anything clearly. Still, based on Goro's movements captured on the hospital's internal CCTV, Kaoru adjusted the time on the outside footage to match. What is that? A man in a white coat, presumably Goro, stopped as if he had seen something behind the building. Then he suddenly ran urgently toward the back of the building. Kaoru used the keyboard to enlarge the image as much as possible, but the quality was too poor to make out details. What on earth had he seen that made him run like that? This was the last image of Goro. Even now, Goro had not returned to the hospital, nor had he answered his phone. He had vanished so completely that no one could tell whether he had sunk into the ground or shot up into the sky. According to the nurses, they had filed a missing person report with the police, and the investigation had only just begun. Kaoru had reviewed the CCTV several times and questioned the hospital staff from that time, but there were no witnesses, and no particular signs of anything suspicious. Kaoru narrowed his eyes sharply, and at the sound of footsteps in the hallway, he immediately shut off the screen, and quietly opened the door to look outside. Exclamation point. Staff members returning from lunch were beginning to fill the hallway with noise. Having gained nothing, Kaoru quickly slipped out into the corridor and headed outside the hospital. There were cameras installed, but the image quality was poor and maintenance had clearly been neglected. The CCTV behind the hospital didn't even have power at the moment. So there was no way to identify who Goro had seen. Behind the hospital was the forest. If Goro had run into the woods while chasing someone and met with misfortune, then finding him would be nearly impossible unless they searched every mountain in the area. If a body started decomposing in the middle of a hot summer, and wild animals tore it apart. Stepping into the woods, Kaoru carefully scanned the dirt path for traces that might remain. It hadn't rained for days, so footprints shouldn't have been erased. But finding Goro's trail in this vast forest was extremely difficult. Kaoru let out a sigh, put a hand on his hip, and looked around. About 15 meters ahead, he spotted a small broken branch at about waist height, and hurried over. He immediately turned his phone light up as bright as possible to inspect the dirt, and found footprints that matched the size of the shoes he had noted while observing Goro's build earlier. Silently cheering to himself, Kaoru wiped away the sweat running down his face, and followed the tracks until a cliff. Kaoru stopped at the edge of the cliff and looked around. It looked to be about 6 to 8 meters high. It was hard to see because of the thick grass and trees, but if this was the place. Exclamation point. Talk, talk. Along with the noisy cicadas, raindrops began to fall. Of all times, now. Frowning, Kaoru memorized the terrain and landmarks around him, fixing the location in his mind. The traces would all disappear, but if he remembered the location, there was still a chance. Once AI finished her postpartum checkup and was discharged in a few days, there would be no reason to come here anymore. With a heavy sigh, Kaoru couldn't help thinking of Goro again. The face of the young doctor who had devoted himself wholeheartedly to AI kept surfacing in his mind. It was all but certain that he had been caught up in some kind of accident, but from the perspective of the rural police in charge of this area, Kaoru had no confidence they would continue investigating a disappearance with no witnesses and no obvious signs of foul play. For now he decided that later, if he could make the time, he would at least confirm whether Goro was alive. Kaoru returned to the hospital, avoiding the strengthening rain. After a long and arduous journey, AI and Kaoru finally returned to Tokyo. More than 2 months had passed, and they were back in their Tokyo home. Once inside, AI raised both arms and cheered, feeling much lighter after giving birth to the twins. Since Kaoru had even missed school classes to go down there, he diligently attended school, and caught up on what he had missed. AI spent her days at home caring for the twin siblings, so her days were packed from morning to night. But fortunately, or maybe surprisingly, these young twins hardly cried at all. They only cried enough for AI to notice when they needed a diaper change, and they almost never woke up crying at night. They showed some rather unusual behavior. And above all, despite being newborns, whenever they heard their mother's voice, they screamed and simply would not calm down. Kaya. B. Do you like Mama that much? P. Kaoru couldn't help being flustered by the twins' bizarre attachment to their mother. First, if their father, Kaoru, held Ruby. Wah. Oh, okay. Let's go to Mom. Let's go to Mom. She would cry so loudly it felt like the house was coming down. She wouldn't even take the bottle Kaoru offered her. And if she saw AI and Kaoru together, she would burst into tears or refuse to leave AI's arms at all. As for Aqua, something about him, somewhere, felt awkward. Even when given a bottle, he would politely turn his head away and not drink. And if Kaoru tried to change his diaper, he would give him a half-lidded look as if something about it displeased him. He showed behavior that was hard to imagine from a newborn. And Kaoru, do babies normally hate their father? Was very hurt. This was the moment he had waited and hoped for across both his past life and this one. And yet, now that he had finally become a father, the twins didn't seem to like him much. AI walked over to the sulking Kaoru and comforted him with a kiss on the cheek. No way, it's just that they spend more time with me while you're at school. Of course they'd like me, their mom, more. I guess so. Yep. So don't be too heartbroken, Kaoru. Held in Kaoru's arms, she rubbed her face against him as much as she pleased. Once September passed and October arrived, Kaoru's height had already shot past 170 centimeters and reached 174 centimeters. His build grew more and more solid, enough that AI, at 151 centimeters, could fit neatly in his arms. AI was very pleased with her husband's sturdier frame, burying her face in his firm upper body and inhaling his scent deep into her lungs. So warm. Hey, Kaoru. Thank you. For everything. For always protecting our family. If you're thankful. Kaoru pulled AI close and, so she wouldn't be hurt, carefully sat her straight down on his lap. Because AI was smaller than Kaoru, sitting on his lap made her fit perfectly inside his arms. AI's expression turned sly at her husband's handsome face, and the low, wolf-like voice that contrasted with it, and she listened closely to what he said next. If I'm thankful. You know what I want. Kaoru. Are the babies asleep? Yeah. I fed them and put them down earlier. Kaoru and AI whispered into each other's ears so as not to wake the twins. As their voices settled against each other's ears, a ticklish, electric sensation rushed through them and made their hearts pound. As the atmosphere grew increasingly suggestive, Kaoru kissed AI's lips and then pulled away to tease her. AI, refusing to lose, stuck out her tongue playfully and licked his lips before laughing. You're teasing me like that. You started it first, Kaoru. No, I didn't. Chirp. For a little while, Kaoru and AI shared the affection they hadn't been able to give each other in so long, in a peaceful moment all their own. The kiss that began with tender pecks gradually deepened and roughened as time passed, and just as the two of them, carried away by the mood, began reaching for each other's skin. Bzzz. The phone in Kaoru's pocket vibrated. Of all times, right when things were about to get good. Kaoru frowned, then whispered to AI, who was also slightly frowning. Sorry. AI puffed out her cheeks like a hamster, clearly displeased, and glared at Kaoru. Kaoru hugged her to soothe her, and looked at the phone number on the screen. Hikaru's number. Maybe because it was his twin brother calling at this hour, Kaoru sensed something was wrong. Kaoru's gaze turned cold in an instant. Chapter 28. Hikaru Kamiki, 1. 2,436 words. Do you remember, brother? Father's villa in Kamiki. Yeah. We used to run around there all the time. There was an old tree behind the mountain, and we'd ride the swing hanging from it. Right. You were pushing me, and I fell and scraped my elbow. Back then, you said you wanted to try holding the rope with just one hand. I was young. It looked cool at the time. Yeah. I still think about that place sometimes. I heard father sold off the entire villa lot. I see. The luxury sedan driven by the twins' father's personal chauffeur was so quiet it felt almost soundless. The chauffeur glanced at the twin brothers in the back seat through the rearview mirror as they chatted at either end of the seat. The way they spoke was clearly different in tone and pronunciation, but their voices themselves were identical, giving the strange impression that one person was doing two roles at once if you only listened from the front. Kaoru, the older brother, had the sturdier build and was a little bigger, but Hikaru had also grown quite a bit taller over the past year. Even so, their faces were as perfectly alike as ever, so much so that there was no exaggeration in calling them mirror images of each other. Unless you knew them well enough to notice tiny differences in their eyes or the expressions they made when they smiled, the two brothers were practically identical, like each other's living doubles. Blood-related twin brothers. The only two people in the world born from the same soul, and the only such existence. Because the chauffeur had watched them grow up, he smiled warmly and said, "It must be nice, getting to go out together as brothers after so long." Oh, come to think of it, Hikaru-kun went out with the chairman once too, didn't he? Yes. It was only a brief stop, but it wasn't bad. Hikaru smiled affably, while Kaoru, whose introverted nature seemed unchanged from before, simply gave a silent nod instead of answering. The chauffeur looked at them in the mirror with a satisfied smile, then thought of their father, who had originally been supposed to ride with them, and said, "The chairman talked a lot about the two of you when he bought the villa on Mt. Tanzawa this time." He did. This time even Hikaru's response was poor enough that he let out a cold snort of laughter. Kaoru didn't seem to hear any of it at all, keeping his gaze fixed out the window as if he were lost in thought. The chauffeur, who had watched the twins since they were children, and had children of his own, clicked his tongue bitterly. The official reason their father wasn't riding with them today was business, but the unofficial reason was just an excuse that he couldn't postpone a golf appointment with the latest woman he'd replaced his previous one with. The chauffeur knew it, and so did the twins. Whenever the twins' father made a show of regret, mentioning the twins was nothing more than a selfish attempt to ease his guilt and still appear in public as a kind man who loved his children at least. It wasn't spoken out of true love from a father for his children. They had known that from the very beginning. Still, Hikaru shrugged and, without losing his smile, murmured, "But this time, I think it's a good opportunity for me." "I'm sure brother feels the same way." At Hikaru's words, the chauffeur nodded. He took it to mean that they were going to forget about their father and just have fun. With a quiet laugh, he said, "I'll pretend I didn't see it if you have one beer, just one can." The villa their father had bought on Mt. Tanzawa sat halfway up a mountain, boasting a beautiful view. Rivers flowing down from upstream gathered into a larger river, and beyond that lay a large lake blocked by a dam in the distance. The tranquil scenery and preserved natural beauty were breathtaking. Hikaru got out of the car, took his bag, and went into the villa first. Kaoru also got out, looked around, and took in the scenery. To put it kindly, the villa's location guaranteed perfect privacy that no one could casually intrude on. To put it bluntly, it was the kind of place where, if there weren't a villa here, no one would ever think of coming to live. Kaoru had noticed on the way up that there was a sheer cliff at the end of the road leading behind the villa, so he quietly took the luggage from the trunk and walked inside. When Hikaru spotted Kaoru approaching, he reached out and said, "Give it here, brother." "Thanks." Hikaru took his brother's bag and carried it into the house, and Kaoru followed after him. The inside of the villa was spacious and comfortable. The antique decor was accompanied by the distinctive scent of a wooden house, drifting faintly at the tip of the nose. Hikaru set Kaoru's bag on the sofa, and headed to the kitchen with the chauffeur. After opening his bag to check his belongings, Kaoru quietly went upstairs, perhaps to look around the villa, while Hikaru and the chauffeur inspected the kitchen together and talked. Where do we get the wood? I'll take care of the fireplace. Hikaru-kun, could you check whether the water's running? And the electricity too. Hikaru turned on the faucet to check the water. It came out fine. He also switched on the kitchen light to check the electricity. Nothing was wrong. The power's on. Good. The chauffeur filled the refrigerator with the ingredients he'd brought, then said to Hikaru, there's a terrace right next to the kitchen, so you can have the grill there. I'll head back down and come get you around noon tomorrow. You're leaving already. It's going to be dark soon anyway, so why don't you stay and have some barbecue with us? Should I? Ha ha ha. Unlike the introverted, quiet Kaoru and their father, who enjoyed showing off, Hikaru had been a kind and considerate boy since he was young. At Hikaru's suggestion, the chauffeur readily nodded. He went straight to the storage room, brought out the stacked firewood and barbecue grill, and set them up on the terrace before lighting the fire. Kaoru came down from the second floor and entered the kitchen. He quietly watched the two of them preparing to eat meat and light the fire on the terrace, then soon joined in helping with the barbecue. With 3 men pitching in, the preparation was finished in the blink of an eye. Since they were in the mountains, the sky had already begun to darken little by little. It's getting chilly. As Hikaru said this while putting on a coat, the chauffeur, who was grilling the meat, laughed and said, it gets cold fast in the mountains. There's a river nearby too, so the fog gets incredibly thick. Driver. I'll take over the grilling now, so please sit down and rest. It's fine, Kaoru-kun. This is the sort of thing adults are supposed to handle. You're still growing, so don't worry and eat plenty. Since none of them had been drinking, and all 3 were the type to stay quiet during meals, the barbecue party continued in a calm atmosphere as the mountain night deepened. Eventually. Phew. I'm stuffed. Ha ha ha. Should I keep grilling? No, I'm fine. Me too. Then I'll put out the fire first. Could you two clear the table for me? At the chauffeur's words, Kaoru and Hikaru cleared the table. The plates were moved to the kitchen counter, and Kaoru naturally walked over to the sink and washed them. Hikaru also helped clear the dishes and wiped the table. Once the cleanup was mostly done, Kaoru sat in a chair outside the terrace and quietly rested, warming himself by the small fire in the brazier. Then, Hikaru approached carrying a tray with 3 cups of warm milk tea. Not seeing the chauffeur anywhere, Hikaru handed 1 cup to Kaoru and asked, where's the driver? Kaoru stared at the glass he'd been handed for a moment, then took it, set it on the table, and said with a quiet smile, he went to the bathroom. Oh, really? He probably had the milk tea ready and was about to leave. You drink it, then, brother. Thanks. Hikaru set the cup on the chauffeur's seat, returned the tray to the kitchen counter, and sat down to sip barley tea. Kaoru let out a languid sigh and lifted his cup to sip the milk tea as well. Watching him quietly, Hikaru smiled faintly and spoke. How's school life these days, brother? Not bad. Really? That's a relief. The kids at Kaisei High School must have been shocked when you transferred in, but you adapted well. They're nice. Everyone is, actually. They don't have any prejudice toward me like other people do, and they just look at me as I am. That's made me feel a lot more at ease. If it weren't for that dating rumor, you wouldn't have had to go this far, brother. What a shame. At Hikaru's words, Kaoru let out a small laugh. That's already in the past. The future is what matters. So you think so too, brother? I think so too. The future is more important. His fresh smile, lit by the campfire, created a strangely eerie atmosphere. Kaoru stared at his brother's smile for a moment, then set down the milk tea he'd been sipping and said, Hikaru. Do you know what's more important than the future? What? Present day. Ah. Wow. That's such a brother-like saying. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Kaoru, brother. Hikaru suppressed a laugh and set down his milk tea cup. At that moment, the chauffeur returned from the bathroom and said, I'll be heading back down now. I'll come pick the two of you up again around noon tomorrow. You're leaving already? Please have some milk tea before you go. At Hikaru's words, the chauffeur waved his hands and smiled. I just came back from the bathroom. If I drink again, I'll have to go right back. Sorry, but I'll just take the thought. Ha ha ha. All right. Then take care on your way. Hikaru nodded and turned his gaze to the chauffeur. Kaoru, by contrast, stood up and extended his hand for a handshake. Thank you for your hard work today, driver. Of course. Kaoru-kun, I hope you and Hikaru-kun have a good time. Smiling as they exchanged farewells, the two let go of each other's hands. The chauffeur walked around the terrace and soon drove down the slope. Once he confirmed the car had left, Hikaru stretched and said, You're tired, aren't you, brother? At Hikaru's question, Kaoru nodded, his blue eyes heavy with sleep, and said, Yeah. Ah. I'm a little tired. Go to bed early. I'll finish up here. Really? Yeah. Sleepy. Aren't you sleepy? I am. Leave it to me, and go inside and sleep first, brother. Kaoru gave a faint smile and stood up, one hand in his pocket. After taking his hand out of his pocket, Kaoru pressed and gently rubbed Hikaru's shoulder and the back of his neck as he said, I'm counting on you, Hikaru. Leave it to me. Smiling, Hikaru turned his head and watched his brother go back inside the villa. Black starlight flickered in his blue eyes as he murmured softly, Of course. It's only natural to remember my brother's brilliant final moments. At dawn, Hikaru sat quietly in a chair and looked at his brother, who was bound to a rope. Black starlight flickered within his cold, emotionless blue eyes. Kaoru finally woke up and jolted, trying to move his body, but it was useless. Hikaru smiled gently and approached him. Were you surprised, brother? Seeing Kaoru glare at him without saying a word, Hikaru kneaded his brother's shoulder and said, You must have a lot of questions, but yes. I'll tell you while we walk. Hikaru helped Kaoru to his feet and started walking, checking the dawn sky as it slowly began to brighten. The cold morning air and thick fog greeted the two brothers. As he walked slowly, Hikaru was consumed by a thrilling rush of ecstasy and excitement. Ah, at last. At last. Finally. This moment had finally come. After waiting for so long, the beautiful sculpture he had patiently carved away at was finally left with only one last hammer blow. Holding Kaoru from behind, Hikaru spoke in a calm voice, as if confessing the thoughts he had pressed deep into his heart all this time. The stories he had kept hidden for the brother he loved with all his heart, and never once stopped adoring. As if showing off. As if performing. As if he himself had become the sole protagonist on the great stage of this world. At times exhilarated, at times trembling with anxious excitement. He spoke to his brother, who must have been seething with betrayal, as though he were an actor performing a one-man play. About everything that had happened until now, and everything Kaoru wanted to know. And you'd already figured it out, hadn't you, Kaoru, brother? Go on. Tell me what breadcrumb trail led you all the way here. Did you kill AI's doctor too? Kek. At Kaoru's question, Hikaru could only clutch his stomach and laugh in snorting bursts, waving the weapon in his hand as he nodded. So he had figured that out too. Yes. Because my brother and I are twins. Blood-related, soul-shared. The one and only existence in this world. Reading each other's minds like that wasn't a big deal at all. With a blissful smile spread across his face, Hikaru sensed that the final act of the play had finally been reached. He led Kaoru to the edge of the cliff and cut the rope binding his hands with a knife, then met his brother's blue eyes head-on. With black starlight glittering in his own blue eyes, Hikaru gave his brother a warm smile. After their tender exchange as brothers, Hikaru offered Kaoru his final farewell, and severed the rope, only to notice a smile suddenly flicker at the corner of his brother's mouth. And then, in an instant, he could only feel deep confusion at finding his own face pressed into the cold, damp earth. Chapter 29. Kamiki Hikaru, 2. 4,639 words. I heard the cleaning ladies who were working in the main building that night saw a young man outside, and a boy who looked about middle school age wearing a cap. Anyway, they said they saw people like that loitering around. It was dark, so they couldn't see very well, but they said he didn't seem like a patient or anything. But I guess the police never looked into it separately. It just got mentioned in passing. The day before AI was discharged, Kaoru happened to run into the midwife who had handled AI's delivery and, while talking about Goro, managed to get a pretty useful lead. A young man and a middle schooler. An oddly specific combination. A young man and a middle schooler loitering outside at night. As Kaoru walked through the main building lobby, he slowly moved from place to place to reconstruct the scene the cleaners must have seen that day. Beside the pillar. Beside the desk. Beside the chairs. In the middle of the hallway. He stood in countless spots, looking outside and trying to piece the moment back together. And from every angle. And #39, you can see the path leading to the back of the hospital, and #39. Kaoru's blue eyes sharpened at the unexpected realization. Standing there motionless, he thought of the clue that might pierce through the identity of those shrouded figures. Once he finished thinking, Kaoru immediately ran to the computer security room, but under repair! Kaoru had no choice but to bite his lip and let out a frustrated sigh. The computer security room was already locked tight, the handle secured as well. It seemed they were probably in the middle of a major overhaul after problems with CCTV management came to light. The key clue that could reveal an important suspect was in the CCTV footage, but since he couldn't check it, Kaoru's pursuit was inevitably cut short. And so, after bringing Aqua and Ruby back to their Tokyo home at the end of a 12-hour journey, Hikaru began preparing to return to everyday life. Teacher, what happened to him? They still haven't found him, right? Yeah. I don't think so. AI. It wasn't your fault, so you don't need to blame yourself. No one could have stopped your teacher's accident. But unfortunately, AI had ears too, and eventually heard the horrifying rumors surrounding Goro. She became terribly depressed and started blaming herself. Kaoru tried to hide the truth as much as possible so AI wouldn't be sad, but rumors spread fast. After comforting AI, who worried about Goro's whereabouts, for a while, Kaoru eventually saw his wife's hurt feelings ease, and her usual brightness return, and he finally let out a breath of relief. Then, on the way to school from home, he experienced the absurdity of a woman who came out of the train station, ran up to him with a bright smile, and suddenly started talking to him out of nowhere. Kaoru-chan. Gee, good morning. We meet again like this. Eek. This is totally my day. And you are? Yeah. Why you already forgot me? Wah-ah. Even more flustered than Kaoru, the woman quickly wilted, then pointed at her own face and said, You don't remember me. About a month ago, you came to the bank. You asked me for a transcript, and even called me Kahaku by name. I'm a huge fan of yours, Kaoru-chan. Transcript. The moment he heard those words, Kaoru's eyes widened so much they looked ready to split apart. A chill like lightning struck from the back of his head down through his spine, and spread through his whole body. Wait, what day was that? Did you come alone? What did you use for identification? Yeah. When Kaoru grabbed her arm and asked urgently, the startled woman flushed red, and told him everything she remembered from that day. When she said he had seemed even bigger than before and she'd thought he was just growing fast, because he was in his growth period, Kaoru had already forgotten how to nod, frozen by a cold, seething rage. After barely regaining his composure, thanking her, taking a photo, signing an autograph, and even giving Kahaku a fan service hug, because she said she was going to her sister's wedding, Kaoru immediately ran toward school. That night, in the dark, with the twins and AI fast asleep, Kaoru quietly stared out at the city beyond the veranda, lost in thought. A transcript. A call log. And someone who looked exactly like him. One middle school boy and one man who seemed to be an adult. Someone who already knew about his relationship with AI. Someone inside the troop. And hashtag 39, so it really was you again, and hashtag 39. Kaoru, having eliminated countless possibilities with his sharp mind and finally reached a conclusion, slowly closed his eyes as cold rage and sorrow swept through him, and let out a deep sigh from the bottom of his chest. The most likely person who had shoved him down the stairs, reported the affair rumor, impersonated him to obtain the transcript and call log, dug through his movements, came all the way down to a rural general hospital in Miyazaki Prefecture. And murdered Goro. That person. The one closest to him by blood. The one who shared his blood. The one who looked exactly like him, and therefore possessed the same dazzling talent. Kamiki Hikaru. Kaoru had to choose. It was a miserable, heartbreaking choice, but one that weighed more heavily than anything he had ever faced in either his past life or this one. His younger brother, with his brilliant mind, might have already anticipated that Kaoru would notice. He might even have predicted it in advance. Either gather evidence and corner Hikaru into confessing. Or in the way of his past life. Cold, ruthless reason sharpened Kaoru's consciousness. The line had already been crossed. This was no longer something he could solve with his own hands alone. It was clear, his brother had made AI and his children targets. That alone was enough for Kaoru to decide he would never forgive Hikaru. Sincerity. Kaoru decided he would judge Hikaru with complete sincerity. As he mentally organized the list of equipment he would need to obtain, modify, and build one by one for the process, and began forming a plan. At the villa. Yeah. Father bought a villa on Mt. Tanzawa. He invited me and my brother, so I was wondering if you wanted to come. Late that night, Kaoru received a call from Hikaru and with a faint, bloodthirsty smile, readily agreed. After hanging up, AI pouted because the good mood they had built up had been ruined, and the moment she heard the reason. He could have called tomorrow instead of this late at night. Hikaru-kun was weird from the very first time we met. Creepy. Gross. Rude. Kaoru quietly watched his wife's adorable anger with eyes dripping honey. One way or another, the only one who would side with her husband was his wife. Ah. A bug. Wait. Suddenly, a bug flew in and stuck itself to the ceiling light. Kaoru brought out a spray insecticide and sprayed it at the bug. The bug trembled from the insecticide, then dropped to the floor with a thud. AI, who applauded her husband for cleaning it up with tissue paper, tilted her head and said in a sly voice, "Why do bugs like bright places? They don't even know what's there." Stupid. Kaoru heard her and gave a small smile. There's a reason they're called moths. Time passed and the day they had agreed to meet finally arrived. Kaoru greeted his father's driver, whom he hadn't seen in a while, and got into the car. Hikaru greeted Kaoru warmly with a charming smile that was infuriatingly beautiful. Remembering how he had kissed AI the day before and told her he'd see her the day after tomorrow, Kaoru felt a surge of rage for a moment, but he forced it down with superhuman patience and gave a detached nod. Remember, brother? Father's villa in Takomachi. Hikaru kept talking on the way. Kaoru stared coldly out the window at Hikaru's unusually friendly chatter that day. Even from Hikaru's perspective, Kaoru was sure this kind of opportunity would never come again in his lifetime. After checking the area around the villa with satellite photos on Google Earth, there were no houses within a 2-kilometer radius. It was a natural fortress surrounded by high cliffs and a deep river. It must feel nice to go out together as brothers after so long, right? Oh, come to think of it, Hikaru-kun went there with the chairman once too, didn't he? Yes. It was only a brief stop, but it wasn't bad. Even the thoroughness of scouting the crime scene in advance. Kaoru quietly nodded. Then, suddenly, bitterness closed his mouth. The fundamental question of why his only blood-related twin brother had turned into a deranged psychopath filled his head, and a hollow feeling surged through him. Thinking of Aqua and Ruby, who would be his lifelong companions, Kaoru could only sincerely hope that the twin siblings would live in harmony and cherish each other. But this time, I think of it as a good opportunity. I'm sure you feel the same way, brother. Good opportunity. Kaoru let out a snort at the rather amusing joke. After arriving at the villa in person, Kaoru couldn't help admiring his father's eye for buying a place like this. No matter what happened here, there would be no CCTV and no human eyes around. It would not be easy for anyone to notice. Kaoru picked up the bag containing his equipment and walked toward the villa. Give it here, brother. When Hikaru held out his hand, Kaoru smiled naturally without the slightest sign of panic and handed over the bag. Thanks. Hikaru took his own bag and set it on the sofa. Kaoru quietly checked the kitchen area, opened his bag, took out a walkie-talkie, the tiny bug he had personally modified, and a recorder, then went upstairs. While looking around the second floor, Kaoru found a wall cabinet with a latch, opened it, and placed the equipment inside before. Who? Ah. After checking that it worked properly, he came back down the stairs to the first floor, and walked into the kitchen as naturally as if he had just been touring the house. Kaoru pretended not to notice Hikaru's intentions as he immediately started preparing a barbecue party, and shook his head at his brother's meticulousness in even trapping the driver here to make sure he ate. It was clearly a trick to secure an alibi and avoid suspicion in case anything happened. The driver, unaware of any of this, smiled warmly and expressed gratitude to Hikaru. After the barbecue was prepared, they grilled meat, chatted idly, and responded to Hikaru's words. Kaoru, in fact, acted as if he had absolutely no idea what Hikaru was planning. After the barbecue ended, he pretended to watch the campfire while carefully monitoring what Hikaru was doing in the kitchen. Hikaru slipped a hand into his pocket, then casually took it back out and poured milk into a cup. Watching that with cold eyes, Kaoru quietly sighed and shook his head. Where's the driver? Hikaru picked up one of the 3 cups of milk tea on the tray and handed it to Kaoru. Kaoru did not take it right away. He studied Hikaru's fingers and the cup closely. Some white powder he hadn't managed to brush off remained, leaving tiny stains on Hikaru's fingernails and the outside of the cup. Kaoru took the cup Hikaru offered, set it on the table, and said with a quiet smile, he went to the bathroom. Oh, really? I made milk tea, so I guess he'll be leaving soon. You can have it, brother. Thanks. While Hikaru was setting down the tray, Kaoru switched his own cup with the driver's. Pretending not to notice, he watched the burning firewood while Hikaru, after putting down the tray, picked up his milk tea and took a sip. Kaoru also let out a sigh and then lifted his cup to take a sip of milk tea. Seeing that, Hikaru smiled and spoke to Kaoru. Kaoru sensed a faint excitement in Hikaru's voice that was different from usual, and answered each of his brother's casual questions one by one. If it weren't for that affair rumor, you wouldn't have gone this far, brother. What a shame. Kaoru snorted at Hikaru's words and replied, as if he knew nothing. That's in the past. The future is what matters. So you think so too, brother? I think so too. The future is more important. Kaoru looked at his brother for a moment. Why had things come to this? At the bitter taste in his mouth, Kaoru set down the milk tea and said in a low voice, Hikaru. Do you know what's more important than the future? What? Present day. Ah, wow. That's a very brother-like line. I'll remember it for the rest of my life, Kaoru brother. Kaoru quietly stared at the firewood burning emptily, as if watching a die thrown onto a board after leaving his hand. The driver did not drink the milk tea Kaoru had switched out. In a way, that was nothing but bad luck for Hikaru. If only he had drunk it. Surprised, brother. He could have ended this right away without needing to trick you like this. Kaoru forced down the words rising to his throat, and as if this place were the stage of the Rarai theater troupe, glared at Hikaru while immersing himself in the role. Hikaru, holding a large weapon of some kind he must have gotten from somewhere, looked at Kaoru with the smug face of a man whose every plan had succeeded, his eyes full of superiority. Bound by rope, Kaoru looked back at that gaze and trembled as if furious with betrayal, breathing hard and roughly on purpose. You must have a lot of questions, but yeah. I'll tell you while we walk. Hikaru helped his brother up and stepped outside. Kaoru walked where Hikaru wanted him to go. As expected, it was the cliff behind the villa. Feeling the cold air and damp mist brush his face, Kaoru walked where Hikaru pushed him from behind. As if suffering the side effects of sleeping pills, he deliberately staggered and walked weakly, and the careless Hikaru, growing even more smug, laughed from behind with a self-satisfied voice. I was truly happy that you'd finally be able to show your talent to the fullest, brother. You had talent greater than mine. As your younger brother, I was proud of your brilliant talent. Nothing to say. Ah, you already knew, didn't you, Kaoru brother? Go on. Tell me what breadcrumb trail led you all the way here. Did you kill AI's doctor too? Heh. At Kaoru's question, Hikaru burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. That's all you're curious about? I'm not going to be your toy. Ah. That's just like you, Kaoru. I thought the you I know would still stand there boldly even after learning the truth. Looks like I was right. Hikaru spoke as if he were the only protagonist on a stage, whether Kaoru listened or not. Someone like Kaoru, who could only pretend to be a bookworm, dared to outshine me with more brilliant talent and interfere with my plan, so he had to be removed. Honestly, when I pushed you down the stairs, I didn't think you'd survive. You're killing me for a reason that's stupid. Don't dismiss it as stupid. You and I are twins who share blood. Isn't it natural that we'd understand each other's minds? Just like how, once you woke up, you saw through me from the very first day. I saw through you too. So that was it. Kaoru snorted and remembered the day he woke up in the hospital 4 years ago. Just as Kaoru had seen through Hikaru's lies, Hikaru had seen through Kaoru's mind. The two twin brothers were never meant to walk the same path from the start. Like parallel lines that could never touch. You're the same as me, Kaoru. For the sake of what's most precious to you, and the ideals you most want to achieve, you're willing to ruthlessly clear away whatever obstacle stands in front of you. That's why you cut off your own wings for the sake of AI Hoshino and chose to live as a worthless human being, isn't it? I know. I know your talent. And I know that girl's talent too. Isn't it fantastic? If you hadn't approached that girl that day, I would have taken her for myself. Until that overwhelming, brilliant talent fully bloomed. I would have watched over it from the side as my own possession. I wanted to test you. So I leaked the affair rumor. You probably noticed. But you overcame it beautifully. Like the heroes in an ancient Greek epic, yes, like the mythic heroes in the Odyssey. You sacrificed yourself to protect that girl. It was thrilling. Amazing. That's my brother for you. I'm proud we share blood. So killing the doctor too was because of me. You didn't need to kill the doctor. My goal from the beginning was only you. If the doctor in charge of AI Hoshino disappeared dead, then the doctor who would deliver the baby would be gone too. That alone would be a huge pain and trial for you, wouldn't it? I wanted to see you cry out right before the brightest moment of your life. But contrary to my expectations, that doctor was pretty thorough too. Chasing him into the woods and dealing with him was a bit of a hassle. That girl managed to give birth after all, huh? As expected, a mother is strong. Kaoru's teeth ground audibly in his mouth. AI had nearly been in serious trouble because there was no doctor. Goro, who had nodded to Kaoru, determined to protect AI no matter what. That devoted, kind doctor was killed for something like that. It was a little unexpected that things didn't go as planned, but it doesn't matter. If they're your and my children, then without a doubt. If they're twins who inherited AI Hoshino's brilliant talent, they must have been born with perfect talent. Talent more brilliant than diamonds, never before seen in this world. Shut your mouth. Don't you dare talk about my children. Kaoru, enraged, growled the words out like he was chewing and spitting them, but Hikaru only looked back as if asking what he was talking about. We're twins. Did you forget? You and I are naturally the same. Genetically, we're 100% identical. If you think the talent we share was inherited by that child, isn't that just too interesting? You can't help but look forward to the countless amazing things that will happen in the future. Ah. So what are the babies' names? Who took them? Ah. Ichigo Saito must have taken them. Since he's a minor. Even with Hikaru's eerily flat voice, as if muttering while choosing items at a supermarket, Kaoru said nothing and kept walking toward the cliff ahead. Had he left about 5 steps to the edge? Hikaru grabbed the rope binding Kaoru and stopped him. Turning Kaoru around, Hikaru pointed the knife at him and smiled faintly. Kaoru swallowed hard, staring at the black starlight rippling in those blue eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "You're planning to drop me like this?" At Kaoru's question, Hikaru chuckled and shook his head. "I'd like to, but unfortunately, if I want to account for the possibility of finding your body later, I need to untie the rope." How cold. Wouldn't you do the same? You were able to come this far because you suspected your own brother, of all people. Hikaru smiled with chilling coldness and gestured for Kaoru to hold out his hand, so he could cut the rope binding his wrist. Kaoru held out his trembling hand and watched Hikaru cut the rope. The tightly wound rope was sliced by the knife, and Hikaru shrugged with a faint, vicious smirk. Once the rest of the rope wrapped around you comes loose, you'll fall like a meteor. Ah. Don't worry. Just wait a little longer, and I'll let you meet the person you love soon enough. As for the twins, that'll probably take some time. Exclamation point. The moment Kaoru heard Hikaru's words, his trembling hand stopped. The fear that had been on his face only a moment ago was gone without a trace. Hikaru tilted his head, staring at Kaoru's blue eyes, now calm and emotionless, then Kaoru said, "Hikaru. What? You just made 2 mistakes." Hikaru, knife in hand as he cut the rope around Kaoru's body, stared at him as if asking what he meant. For the first time since facing Hikaru, Kaoru gave him a bloodthirsty smile and said, "First, you're too close to me. Second, you still don't know anything about me." WH. Thwack. Thwack. Thud. Bang. Question mark. The instant stars flashed before his eyes. Hikaru himself was suddenly face down on the wet, cold dirt in front of Kaoru. Unable to process the shocking turn of events that had unfolded in an instant, cracks seemed to split across Hikaru's face. What? Just now, his hands had moved so fast. He twisted the wrist, snatched the knife, struck the jaw, and then kicked the leg out from under him. Swish, swish. Snap. He even freed himself from the rope all on his own. Hikaru truly. At that very moment, his mind seemed to glitch, making it impossible to think or judge how the situation had unfolded. His jaw throbbed from the brutal blow, and the left side of his face slammed into the dirt, hurt from the grit, sand, and tiny pebbles embedded there, enough to make a groan escape on its own. Having been hit with something so absurd in less than a second, Hikaru froze like a patient who had been given anesthesia, gasping for breath. Hikaru. There's something I wanted to point out. A meteor is just a small lump of rock, after all. You know that stars never fall, don't you? Kaoru, having freed himself from the rope, shook out his arms and spoke in a quiet voice, then stood with Hikaru between his legs and bent one knee. KKH. GHH. As he bent his leg and pressed his knee hard against Hikaru's throat, Hikaru thrashed desperately, groaning in agony, as if he could barely breathe under the crushing pressure and pain. Like a turtle straining to flip itself over, Hikaru writhed in a pathetic, ugly way. The blue eyes bulging with bloodshot veins shook violently from the lack of air. Kaoru reached into the back of Hikaru's shirt, where he was struggling to breathe, and pulled out the tiny clip-on bug he had personally modified, showing it kindly to Hikaru's face. Or Ion SQH 2210. Of course someone your age would be seeing one for the first time. GHK, KKH. With an indifferent expression, Kaoru quietly turned off the bug and put it in his pocket, then took the phone from Hikaru's coat and put it in his other pocket. Everything you've said so far has been recorded. Even a juvenile offender who gets a relatively lenient sentence will never get away with the charge of murdering a doctor. It's over. Turn yourself in. When Kaoru eased the pressure from his knee just enough to let Hikaru breathe. Cough. Ha. Ha. Kaoru, you bastard. What if he had been one day too late in realizing Hikaru's plan? What if his children, Aqua and Ruby, had also been targeted? The despair, self-reproach, and grief Kaoru had felt when Marie died stirred deep in the core of his mind. The pain and despair of losing someone precious. And once the thought reached him, that the same thing could have happened again. At last. Red starlight blazed like hellfire in Kaoru's blue eyes. You're paying the price for that. You should never have laid a hand on my people. Exclamation point. Hikaru lost the ability to speak, instinctively feeling fear at Kaoru's emotionless killing intent. Kaoru grabbed Hikaru by the back of the neck, forced him upright, and glared into his eyes. You had an accomplice, didn't you? You said you saw another adult-sized person besides yourself. Who was it? Rolling his eyes, Hikaru seized the chance to whip out a small folding knife from his pants pocket and slash at him. Shut up! Exclamation point. Kaoru should have checked whether there was another weapon, but his emotions were too heated for him to do it. Kaoru quickly stepped back, quietly picked up the rope that had fallen to the ground, shook his head, and said to Hikaru, "Put the knife down." Shut up. Don't think you've won. Hikaru, having lost all reason, clenched his teeth and swung the weapon. Seeing that, Kaoru grabbed both ends of the rope. He brought the taut rope around Hikaru's diagonally swinging arm, wrapping it. Crack. With a single pull, Kaoru trapped Hikaru's arm between both hands and twisted it, forcing him to drop the weapon. Hikaru couldn't even scream from the horrifying sound of the arm bone breaking and the terrible pain. Whip. Boom. He was thrown in a shoulder throw and rolled miserably toward the edge of the cliff. Even after swinging a weapon, Hikaru was subdued in an instant. Trembling from the pain, he grabbed his limp arm and tried to get back up, then charged at Kaoru again. But the dirt underfoot was soaked with thick mist. As Hikaru hurriedly got up, his body balance collapsed and the sole of his shoe slipped on the wrong patch of dirt. Ah! He slid backward, landed on his ass, and fell off the cliff below. Kaoru's eyes widened in shock. He rushed to the cliff and reached out to grab Hikaru, but... Aeg. Thud, thud. Thwack. Falling helplessly down the deep cliff, he struck the rocks again and again, rolling as he went, and then... he disappeared beneath the deep river. An accident that happened in an instant. Kaoru, who had seen every moment of that horrific scene, slowly closed his eyes and clenched his teeth against the complex aftershocks surging through him. But when he opened his eyes again, there was not even the slightest trace of pity or sympathy in Kaoru's blue gaze. Atone. That's the only thing you can do. Quietly bidding farewell to his brother, who had met such a futile and horrifying death, Kaoru stood up and drew in a rough breath. The thick mist began to thin as it caught the sunlight. Seeing that sight, a strange sense of relief and tingling lightness filled his heart. Looking at the brilliant sunlight beyond the clouds, Kaoru took his phone from his pocket and dialed 119. Yes, 119. My younger brother. At last, Kaoru put a period at the end of the long, long story. Chapter 30. Farewell. 2,724 words. Hikaru's body was found a day later downstream by the river, near the reservoir lake. Soaked through, it had swollen like bread left in water, and his face, and the rest of his body were so broken and torn that it was hard to make out his shape. The driver uncle who rushed over after hearing the news dropped to his knees, and wailed that he should have stayed until the end. Knowing the truth, all I could do was hold him and try to comfort him. When I told AI that Hikaru was dead, she couldn't speak for a long time. Even if they hadn't been close, it was only natural for her to be deeply shocked by the sudden death of her husband's twin brother. For someone who had already been racked with guilt after Goro's disappearance, having the death of someone she knew come back to her again was not something that happened often. But as always, AI worried about me first, asking if I was hurt, and if I was safe. The reason I lived, the force that drove me, the precious person I had to protect. Hearing her worry, the hollow corner of my chest filled with warmth as if by magic. I told her I was fine. AI seemed relieved by my answer, too, and without asking anything else, she urged me not to worry, saying the twins were doing well. I smiled softly at her affection, then hung up after saying we should go home first and talk more there. I looked at Hikaru's body being carried away on a stretcher, covered with a white sheet. I hadn't achieved my original goal of making him walk into the police station and turn himself in, but that didn't make me pity his death. His death had effectively been caused by a misfortune that started with me, but I had no desire to sympathize with a villain who had tried to hurt me and the person I cherished. But the truth between me and Hikaru had to remain buried forever. That included every recorded conversation right up until his death. All I had to do was act like a brother who had lost his twin, shed a few tears, and slip past the police investigation in my own way. I was trying to take him a sunrise photo, but I slipped, lost my balance, and fell backward. Yes. The fog was thick, and the ground was a little damp, so I nearly slipped several times even getting up here. I should have stopped Hikaru from trying to take the picture. I see. That's unfortunate. As I cried and sniffled, the police offered their condolences and closed the case as a simple accident without any further procedure. They had already disposed of the 2 weapons Hikaru had on him, along with the rope and other tools used in the crime, so there was no evidence of foul play. More importantly, I was the only witness to the accident, so they had no choice but to rely entirely on my statement. On top of that, the fact that I had appeared on TV less than a year ago as a child actor worked in my favor. And so the police investigation ended. All that remained for me was to deal with the fallout triggered by Hikaru's death as best I could. That afternoon, the day Hikaru's body was recovered, the news leaked from the police, and his death was reported in the media. More than his death itself, I could only sneer at the absurdity of how they used the title of Kamiki Kaoru's twin younger brother, because it was convenient, and filled the article with more photos of me than of Hikaru. A few hours before the report went out, I called Director Toshiro for the first time in a long while and told him Hikaru was dead. I apologized for having to call him over something like this. Just like AI, Director Toshiro was speechless for a while. A long silence followed. I could hear him let out a bitter sigh on the other end of the line. He asked me about the funeral home's location and the cause of Hikaru's accident, then told me to steel myself and stay strong, offering me all the concern and mature advice he could. He must have thought that no matter how sad he was, it still couldn't compare to how I felt as Hikaru's twin brother. Moved by his consideration, I quietly nodded and told Director Toshiro I would come see him soon, then hung up. Time passed, and the funeral was held. The reporters probably didn't think there was much value in barging into someone else's funeral just to take pictures or ask questions, so they only took a few photos of me and requested an interview. I politely refused and gave them no opening. My father stopped by the funeral home briefly before leaving. According to the staff, the one who had suggested buying that villa on Mt. Tanzawa was none other than my father's new woman. What a shameless creature. I couldn't even laugh at it. Maybe it was the boomerang effect of all the lies he had told to paint himself as a kind father, and the price of his masked goodwill coming back to hit him. He couldn't even shed tears, and fled his son's funeral home in a hurry like a criminal. The representative of my mother, who had flown in from the United States, offered the usual hollow comfort that my mother was very distraught. From the people on my father's side, I heard that she had come to discuss the huge insurance payout that had been made for Hikaru. There were also whispers that business with her new husband in the US wasn't going well. Even I, who had long since run out of any shred of affection, only showed my face at Hikaru's wake on the first day, claiming I was sick, and didn't go again the next day. Hikaru's funeral was brought to an end by the staff on their own. To the very end, it was a shabby, miserable farewell in which the closest blood relatives showed not even a hint of grief. Kaoru. AI's home, which I had returned to after a long time. The moment I opened the front door, my wife ran to me and wrapped me in a comforting hug, and the warmth of her body healed my troubled heart at once. She tightened the arms around my back and quietly rubbed her face against my chest. Yes. The reason I exist. That reason was giving me strength from within my arms. Not a hollow family, but my real family. The precious person who always worried about me. The only one who gave me love without asking for anything in return. My person, the one on my side. I'm home. Welcome home, Kaoru. I pulled her into a tight embrace. As I breathed in her scent, the countless knots of emotion I had been storing up inside me surged all at once. Whether it was the pleasure of having succeeded in my revenge, a relieved laugh, or tears of grief. Or something else entirely. In AI's arms I poured out emotions even I couldn't understand. For a long while, I just kept pouring them out. Even after we slept together and woke the next day, I stayed by her side all day long. I watched her obsessively, not wanting to miss even the smallest movement, checking whether the twins were sleeping well, eating well, and relieving themselves properly. And when night came, I focused all my attention on staining her completely with my scent and body heat. Even when she trembled and panted, begging me to let her rest for just a moment because the sensations kept crashing over her without pause. Even when the sounds she had been suppressing with maternal instinct so the twins wouldn't wake finally burst out and filled the room. I moved as if I meant to swallow every last part of her. I would never let this misfortune repeat itself. To protect the ones I loved, the ones more precious to me than my own life, I would do anything. That was the resolve I made. Kaoru. I'll always be by your side. I love you. As sleep crept over me, I heard AI's voice as she held me and slowly stroked my head with gentle hands. Her hands were especially warm. Her voice was full of affection. A sincere love that embraced and comforted me. I could feel the confusion in my heart slowly settling back into peace. Watching her starlit eyes shine brilliantly beyond my drooping eyelids, I soon drifted off to sleep. Only after I spent 2 straight days, staying firmly by her side and sharing my true feelings, did the nameless anxiety and restlessness finally disappear. And then, I knew what I had to do next. I went to the center and personally unlocked the password on Hikaru's phone. Having finally regained the courage to dig up the disgusting truths hidden inside it, I spent several days relentlessly uncovering my brother's past. And once I was ready, I went to the troupe for the first time in a while and met with Director Toshiro. Kaoru. Director. Well, you look better than I do. Do I? At Director Toshiro's joke, he looked a little thinner than before, and I gave a small laugh before sitting down in the chair. The reason I had come to see him was simple. I didn't dislike the pitying concern in his voice when he asked if I was all right, but I had another purpose. You want to come back to the troupe? Yes. Since Hikaru ended up like that, I'm going to return to the troupe, at least in his place. Director Toshiro let out a sigh, his expression complicated. I idly rubbed the paper cup of barley tea he had poured for me and continued. You must be feeling awful. We spent years together at the Rarai Theatre Troupe, so I can't not know that. The experience I gained from performing there helped me a great deal, so now I'd like to repay that debt. Maybe Hikaru would want that too, so that his absence won't be remembered at all because of me. As his brother, I'll carry on his dream. Without even noticing that my eyes had flashed for a moment, Director Toshiro folded his arms and frowned as he carefully considered my request. My hunch had been right. After the sudden death of Hikaru, the troupe's ace, Director Toshiro would find it difficult to refuse my proposal. Are you sure? The media will start chewing this over again. Are you thinking about returning to show business too? Well, you know that already, don't you? Nearly a year is enough time for things to fade. For reference, Director Toshiro still didn't know that AI had given birth to the twins. I really enjoyed Urban Kagaya War. I brought the pamphlet too, so I'm going to get autographs from the seniors later. I should say hello to them after so long. I pulled the pamphlet for the play currently being performed by the troupe from my arms and flashed an easy smile. Director Toshiro gave a snort of laughter and shook his head. He was not a fool. He wasn't the kind of fool who would throw away a chance to repay an old connection and revive a troupe that was on the verge of failing its generational handoff. Director Toshiro quietly nodded, then looked at me with that stubborn expression of his and said, "For now, sign the membership register, and let's take some time and talk again later." Yes. After finishing the talk about returning to the troupe, I said goodbye to Director Toshiro as I always had and left the office. And then, inside the dark house, where no light entered except the glow of the street lamp, I sat in the kitchen chair, staring blankly at the man who had just opened the door and come inside. Ha! The man jumped in shock when he saw me and fell backward onto his butt. I quietly raised my gloved hand. Slowly, I brought my index finger to my lips, then pointed to the chair across from me. At my command to sit, the man's face turned ghostly pale. He set down his school bag and plopped into the chair opposite me. Silence hung in the air for a long time. I deliberately said nothing and watched the man, who was breaking out in a cold sweat. Like a dog panicking beyond fear, his trembling figure looked so pitiful that anyone who didn't know better might have wanted to hug him. He must have been wondering why the twin brother who looked exactly like the dead Hikaru Kamiki had somehow entered his own house and been waiting for him. To answer that question, I picked up the Sony MP3 player on the table and pressed play. The doctor was pretty thorough. Stop. Stop. The man screamed as if he were having a seizure, scrambling backward in his chair before dropping flat on the floor in front of me. I am sorry. Please, spare me. I only did what I was told. They kept saying AI-chan was pregnant. That she had given birth. They said they'd let me meet AI-chan. They told me I was a liar and a traitor if I didn't follow them, and I just... AI-chan would never do something like that. She told me she loved me. There's no way she'd lie to the person she loves, right? I killed the doctor, and then that guy told me to move the body. I said I absolutely couldn't do it, but he called me a traitor, so I was scared and just did what he said. It was because of AI-chan, I had no choice. Instead of answering, I stood up from the chair and quietly opened the zipper of my bag. Where did you hide the body? I don't know. I really don't know. I can't remember. I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. Please forgive me. Choose. I took out a multipurpose rope and star sand, placing them on the table before speaking to the man. The man, still on his knees, stared at the rope and star sand on the table with a face gone completely white. Especially the star sand, he seemed very curious about where I had gotten it. Star sand with every fingerprint wiped away, leaving no trace behind. It was as if a gift had safely returned to its owner. And it carried a message. To make him realize once more what he had done to the being he had poured so much love into. The man's eyes shook with terror, but I slung my bag over my back, walked past him, and said in a calm voice. As a fan, you can either take all the blame in Hikaru's place and go to prison, or repent here on your own. The choice is yours. Though I think the answer is already decided. Leaving those words behind without a care, I walked out of the man's house. I took the back stairs instead of the elevator and slipped out into the alley. The street lamp flickered weakly, then went out, and pitch-black darkness settled over everything. A few days later, a single article quietly appeared online. Exclusive: child actor Kamiki Kaoru joins the Rarerai theater troupe again. First step toward a full comeback. And beneath it, man found hanged to death in a Tokyo residential district, reportedly suffered from depression. Next to the headline, there was a small photo of a familiar neighborhood street. There were no comments and the view count was barely anything. I didn't click on the article. To the very end, it was a shabby, miserable farewell that received no attention even from the faceless crowd. Equals 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 equals. The website for reading paid chapters is available on my Patreon. The number of chapters on Patreon, 63. Link, patreon.com/ultramagnus_t. Chapter 31, 31. A gift for you, 1. 2,834 words. Before he knew it, the year-end had arrived. As AI's birthday drew near, Kaoru wanted to do something small for her. They still weren't a proper married couple legally or socially, but Kaoru and AI already had twin children together, and were practically living as a half-cohabiting pair. If they weren't minors, anyone would have taken them for husband and wife, but Kaoru still hadn't been able to give her so much as a little ring or necklace. In particular, a ring was far too dangerous for AI, who had to stand in front of cameras and bear the gaze of all her fans, so he couldn't even dare to try. So, Kaoru decided to give AI a necklace. In his past life, Kaoru had once given his lover a bracelet. Just once. Thinking back to how overjoyed that precious lover had been when she received it, his heart had raced so hard. Now that memory belonged to a life that no longer existed. Kaoru gave a wry smile and immediately went online, visiting the official websites of every famous brand he could find. If he'd had his way, he would have bought the prettiest piece right away from one of the jewelry shops scattered all over Tokyo, but if even one employee recognized him, it would become a hassle. Considering that she always dressed modestly and lived with the kind of frugality most girls her age didn't, he deliberately chose something that wasn't too expensive. About 50,000 to 100,000 yen. He would have liked to give her a necklace with one more zero at the end, but after living side by side with AI, Kaoru had a feeling she might confiscate his wallet from that very day. He'd once found that, despite how fiercely committed AI was to saving money, she had put the twins' crib in her cart instead of buying it, and he had immediately purchased it for her. Even though he had given her his check card and told her not to worry and buy anything she wanted, and even revealed his bank account number and password, AI had never done that. Instead, when she puffed out her cheeks and angrily shouted that she'd been looking at other options because it was too expensive, he had only barely managed to calm her down after promising, over and over, that he would always ask permission first from now on. But when the twins' crib was actually delivered, AI had been so delighted, her starry eyes sparkling as she said it was adorable. Remembering that, Kaoru scratched his head for a moment and tilted it slightly. Then why did I get scolded? They had been friends for nearly a year before they ever started dating, and during that year they'd had twins and been half living together, but Kaoru still hadn't fully figured out her strange personality. He let out a snort of a smile. Even better. That was one of AI's unique, adorable charms, and one of the many reasons he loved her. All right. After searching for about 2 hours, Kaoru finally found a star-shaped diamond necklace worth around 100,000 yen that suited AI perfectly, and immediately entered his home address and placed the order. There was about a week to spare before the necklace would be delivered. Then it's about time. to repay the loving red bean rice AI had made for him in Miyazaki Prefecture on his last birthday. Kaoru decided he would personally cook a feast of delicious food and set out a lavish birthday table for her. Of course, nothing was happier than making food with his own hands for the wife he loved. Browsing YouTube, blogs, and all kinds of websites, Kaoru's happy over what to prepare for AI never ended. A week later, AI could hardly hide how thrilled she was to hear that the men she loved had prepared a surprise birthday feast just for her. While nursing Ruby, AI blinked her sparkling starry eyes and smiled brightly as she looked at her daughter. Ruby, Daddy prepared a birthday party for Mommy. Aren't you excited? TAA. Ruby, who had been burying her face in her mother's chest, trembled as if echoing AI's words. Yes. Ruby feels the same way. So cute. You're drinking your milk so well, and you're just too adorable heartsuit. Ta-dash. AI, her face flushed red, thought back to Kaoru's suspicious behavior over the past few days. So it really was a misunderstanding. I thought Daddy had suddenly started avoiding Mommy. Yes, so Mommy was a little surprised and worried too. But it was all for a surprise party. You're so mean. TAA. Ruby wants a surprise too. Tong-dash at hashtag. Was she already a genius newborn who understood what she was saying? AI hugged her lovable daughter tightly, her starry eyes shining as Ruby let out a cute little cry, and she rubbed her cheek against the baby's face. After holding Ruby for a while and patting her back so she could digest, AI heard a cute burp, kissed her daughter's plump cheek, and gently laid her down on the bed. Ruby looked at her mother with sleep-heavy eyes, full from her meal, and soon drifted off like an angel. AI stared at the sight with overwhelming emotion and happiness. And now, here's the next story. Tada. At the loud voice that shattered the peace, AI hurriedly grabbed the TV remote and said, TV-kun. Read the room. Just as she was about to press the power button, the obnoxious host on the screen pushed his glasses up and said, Ladies watching at home. Have you ever had a boyfriend or husband who suddenly turned cold one day, and then, out of nowhere started being nice again? Jolt. AI, who had been about to press the remote, froze in place. What? Without meaning to, she listened to what the host would say next. As if he could see straight through her heart, the man on screen flashed a sly, infuriating smile and said, Men are simpler creatures than you'd think. If they feel even a little guilty about something, it always shows up in their face or behavior. Guilty? AI tilted her head from the sofa. For the past few days, she couldn't shake the feeling that her beloved husband had been subtly contacting her less, or that after coming home to see her and the twins, something about Kaoru's attitude toward her, his behavior, the faint shifts in his voice or gaze, had changed a little. So AI had wondered about Kaoru's slightly altered behavior, but thinking it would probably pass, she had deliberately ignored it and treated him as usual. But Kaoru kept prodding at her heart, whether intentionally or not. Even though he must have noticed she'd sensed something was off. That tiny crack was enough to shake the heart of the AI who had just been reassured, believing he had only acted that way because he was preparing her surprise birthday party. AI gripped the remote tightly and listened to the host. I'm warning the women who get arrogant and careless, thinking they know every last thing about the men they love, and have him wrapped around their finger. You. That. Is. Me sta. Now let me introduce a story. Just a short one, yes. We don't have much time. Ahem. Hello. I'm a woman in my 20s who enjoys this program. One day, my boyfriend. As she listened to the story being introduced, AI could only bite her lip as a chill crept over her. In summary, the woman who sent in the story had a boyfriend who had grown distant for no reason she could understand. Then, all of a sudden, he started being kind and planning events for her, which made her suspicious enough to investigate, only to discover he was cheating with a friend of a friend. Thankfully, AI had no friends. And Kaoru's Kaisei High School wasn't co-ed either, it was packed with nothing but boys. Besides, I love you. AI. AI. I miss you. AI. Since they'd started dating and had the twins, Kaoru had shown her his sincerity by watching over her every move, sacrificing his own life for hers if necessary. Day and night, he was always the first to call, had become adept at noticing her feelings, and was the kind of person who would do anything for AI. And he was the only woman in the world who knew Kaoru's secret. So AI trusted Kaoru. There was no way Kaoru would betray the deep love between them or tell lies like some horrible person. AI trusted Kaoru. She knew without a doubt that her husband would never do such a terrible thing. And so, with her starry eyes sparkling, AI pressed the remote with all her strength and turned off the TV. Just because there's a goalkeeper doesn't mean the ball won't go in. Everyone. Sometimes you have to be ruthless to protect the person you love. At the host's infuriating voice to the very end, AI sprang up from the sofa like an angry hamster and went into the room. As the host said, sometimes you have to be ruthless for the person you love. For Kaoru's sake, AI herself needed to be ruthless too. Kaoru was a wonderful, sexy, handsome man who looked only at her and accepted AI exactly as she was, her most precious person in the world. Even women she met for the first time, let alone people around her once she started forming relationships, might set their sights on Kaoru. Kaoru would never do that, but AI had absolutely no intention of sitting back and watching the shameless behavior of those thieving cats circling around him and flirting with him. AI sat at the vanity and looked into the mirror, taking out a lipstick from among the cosmetics Miyako had given her. Her starry eyes shone with determination. Kaoru. Yeah. Nothing. You made all this food because it's my birthday. I'm so happy, thank you. It was AI's birthday. Kaoru felt a faint chill run down his spine at her sharp instincts, but he welcomed her embrace. He had kept his words to AI to a minimum so he could give her a surprise, but maybe she had sensed something was off about him. His wife's instincts were no joke. Kaoru knew that better than anyone, and to distract her, he looked at AI's made-up face and said in surprise, "Huh? You put on makeup? Hee, how is it?" Since Kaoru prepared a surprise birthday party, I tried it out a little. Heart suit. AI's beautiful face, properly made up with cosmetics, including the soft red lipstick that matched her lively complexion, was enough to leave Kaoru speechless. Normally, her modest charm without makeup was adorable enough to make his heart race, but this mature, beautiful, dressed-up AI was more than enough to set his chest on fire too. And on top of that, she'd even put on perfume, sending a sweet fragrance drifting into his nose. For a moment, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of instinctive desire, Kaoru stared intently into her starry eyes. AI, as if enjoying her husband's wild look, let a faint smile touch her lips. But then she reached out for Kaoru's bag and said innocently, "Give me the bag. I'll take care of the rest." Oh, okay. Thanks, AI. Kaoru gathered himself and handed it over, then kissed AI on the lips and cheek. After quietly washing his hands in the bathroom, Kaoru went over to the twins. Seeing the twins lying side by side in their crib, so precious it hurt to even look at them, Kaoru couldn't help but smile. AI had insisted on breastfeeding them instead of giving them formula, and thanks to that, the twins carried a sweet milky scent. Now that their eyes were open, their hair had grown much fuller, and their little gazes were clearer, Kaoru looked at them with a broad, fatherly smile. Covering his face with both palms, he spread them wide and showed the twins his best dad-like cutesy expression. Peekaboo. By a dash. TAA. This was a full-scale emergency. Kaoru resolved that once winter break started, he would spend the entire vacation playing with the twins and strengthening their bond. Whether they knew it or not, the twins waved their tiny arms and legs toward Kaoru's face, then, as if it were a lie, promptly fell fast asleep. They really do take after AI in this way. Smiling, Kaoru poked their chubby cheeks before straightening up and walking behind AI, who was preparing the birthday table by plating the food he had brought. AI. He softly called to her as she busily arranged the food, bulgogi, carriage, and sashimi he had prepared in advance. Beyond her ponytail of long purple hair, Kaoru caught sight of the pure white nape of her neck. As he drew closer, the sweet, comforting scent that had clung to the twins drifted toward him. Mixed with the fragrance of perfume, the powerful scent full of his wife's maternal warmth made Kaoru bite his lip and stand behind her. He had felt it when he held her earlier, but seeing his busy wife in this private space for just the two of them made Kaoru's heart stir restlessly. Kaoru. Wait a second. Kaoru slipped his arms around her from behind and pulled her close while she held a plate. Once he had her in his arms, her warmth and scent grew even stronger. Kaoru brought his lips to the back of her white neck and gave her a lingering touch, as if leaving a mark. Jolt. Maybe he'd touched a sensitive spot, because AI shuddered, and her white nape and ears turned bright red in an instant. So she really is embarrassed. Kaoru smiled wickedly, took her hand, and slowly made her set the plate down before pulling her into a tight embrace. Dummy, are you? You're always thinking about this, aren't you? You don't like it. AI pressed her lips together at Kaoru's question, then shook her head slightly and whispered. I like it. Actually, I wish you'd do more, but the food will get cold. Liar. President Ichigo will be a little late because he's bringing the cake. Probably. Kaoru, wait. What is this? Liar. Startled by the sensation through her clothes, AI blushed and laughed playfully, pressing her hips back against Kaoru's. Pretending not to notice, Kaoru lowered his head and kissed her cheek. You're the one who cheated first. Acting like you didn't. Did I? AI doesn't know anything about that. Letting out a soft breath, AI turned around to face him as Kaoru's touch grew more intense. There was a hot desire burning in her blue eyes, but AI didn't show it. Instead, she wrapped both arms around the back of his neck and said, Kaoru. Yeah. I love you. At that moment, Kaoru's eyes wavered at the unfamiliar chill crawling up his spine. AI's starry eyes sank darkly, and strength slowly gathered in the hands wrapped around his neck. She slowly pulled her husband's neck toward her face. Pulling him closer despite the difference in their height, AI brought the tip of her nose to his and fixed Kaoru with a cold, glittering stare from those starry eyes. You know that I'm the only person in this world who loves Kaoru more than anyone else, right? If it's for Kaoru, I'd do anything too. Because I love you. The place next to AI is a seat reserved only for Kaoru. So. AI's sweet breath settled against Kaoru's nose, and he swallowed at the dizzying sensation of his heart dropping straight down. The place next to Kaoru is also reserved only for AI. Got it. What was this? What on earth was this? Her endless obsession and possessiveness, even she herself didn't seem aware of it, had swallowed those starry eyes and made them blaze fiercely. Kaoru could only break out in a cold sweat at AI's bottomless demand for affection, so unlike her usual self. He nodded first to calm his wife down, and just as he parted his lips to explain and clear up the misunderstanding. Ding-dong. The intercom chimed in a flustered ring. AI turned her head, saw a familiar face on the intercom screen, and smiled. It's President Ichigo. Kaoru, who had been robbed of his chance to explain at the worst possible timing, broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed dryly as he watched AI hurry off toward the intercom, leaving him behind. The party was just beginning. Chapter 32. A gift for you, too. 4,360 words. After AI made her declaration, the Saito couple gathered together with them, having brought cake. Kaoru's delicious, lavish spread made Ichigo gape, and behind his sunglasses, he stared at AI's husband with wide eyes. What the hell is this guy? Just looking at it, the difficulty level was clearly top tier for one person to prepare. And he'd made all of this for AI's birthday. If even the sashimi on the plate had been bought from a shop, then the carriage had to have been made at home himself, right? And he must have prepared it today, on her birthday, for freshness and taste. Ichigo genuinely wanted to grab Kaoru by the throat. As someone whose only skill was boiling instant ramen, Ichigo trembled as he watched Miyako's head over heels, love-struck expression beside him, her eyes sparkling with honeyed affection as she looked at Kaoru instead of her husband. Why did you go to so much trouble? I'll just make a reservation at a restaurant later, so let's eat there. No need to make it such a hassle. Honey. Are you jealous? Jealous? What are you talking about? I could do this much too. If I watch YouTube or TV, I can copy it. AI and Miyako both stared at Ichigo with cold, merciless eyes. AI's starry pupils even seemed to ripple with black starlight. After a moment, Ichigo looked between their stares and quietly got up, walking over to the crib where the twins were lying. Were peekaboo. Kya. Tawa. At Ichigo's attempt at being cute, Ruby flailed her arms and legs with bright delight, while Aqua made a flat little sound with an unbothered face. Seeing Ichigo suddenly over with the babies after having been seated, Kaoru set the plates he'd brought down in front of everyone and said in an unreadable voice, "Aren't you supposed to be eating? Why are you doing that?" Yeah. There's no need for you to know about this, Kaoru-kun, so hurry up and eat. You must be hungry. Miyako, her face blooming with smiles, urged Kaoru to sit down quickly. AI, too, tugged at his sleeve with a look that told him to sit, so Kaoru reluctantly set the tray on the floor beside him and picked up his chopsticks. I'm a little worried whether it'll suit your taste. I seasoned it to my own liking, but AI said the flavor was right too. Wow, this bulgogi is so good. Miyako had already picked up a piece of bulgogi with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth, her eyes shining as she cupped her cheeks. Honestly, it was just a little bland for her own taste, but the fact that a beautiful boy like Kaoru had gone to such lengths to prepare this meal for her wife and foster parents already earned him 90 points before the tasting even began. And besides, the meat was tender and the sweet-salty bulgogi seasoning blended so perfectly that it grabbed Miyako's long-lost appetite by the collar and dragged it back. Oh my, oh my. Oh wow. Kaoru-kun made all this himself. Really? Seriously? How can a high school student do this alone at this quality? Oh. Look at this carriage. It's so crispy. And why is the eel rice bowl so delicious? By the time Ichigo returned to his seat and swallowed a bite of eel rice bowl, he was once again reminded that the world was a deeply unfair place. He could already see it. When he got home tonight, Miyako would be full of complaints, and he'd be the one getting nagged. His vision was already going dark. Ori-chan is really good at cooking. It's delicious, right? Eat lots. There's rolled omelette too. AI, who had gotten in a good mood from the Saito's praise, laughed happily and urged everyone to try the food her husband had made, even using proper, polite speech. Ichigo, moved by AI's behavior, something he could never have imagined before meeting Kaoru, picked up the rolled omelette with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. It's fluffy. Fluffier than our bed. He had to admit it. The texture was soft and the taste was sweet with just the right amount of salt. The quality didn't fall short at all compared to a proper restaurant. It's good, right? Yeah. It's good. You could practically switch careers and become a chef. At this level, you could really sell this for money. At the gourmet Ichigo's assessment, his sunglasses gleaming, Kaoru let out a pleased little smile and lowered his head slightly. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Here, Kaoru, you eat too. AI, still a little clumsy, used the chopstick technique Kaoru had taught her to pick up the rolled omelette and feed it to him herself. Kaoru popped the omelette, full of her love, into his mouth in one bite, chewed happily, and nodded. It tastes even better because AI fed it to me. Then I'll feed you this too. This time it was carriage. Watching from across the table, Ichigo glanced sideways and gauged Miyako's reaction. As adults, as elders, as a married couple, weren't they supposed to show something too? Miyako, however, ignored that entirely and kept eating while gazing at Kaoru and AI's affectionate display with honey-dripping eyes. It was like the blissful face of a successful fan finally watching the movie they'd been dying to see, on opening day, from the best seat in the theater, with no one disturbing them. Ichigo nearly stood up on the spot because he suddenly wanted to see the twins, but barely held himself back. Why? Wabwe. Just then, in the middle of that warm little gathering, the twins who had been awake both burst into tears at once. Kaoru sprang up and rushed to the crib, and AI did the same. Ichigo and Miyako stared in surprise, but the quick-witted Miyako soon realized it was time for the twins to have their milk and clapped her hands. AI-chan, you said you were going to breastfeed, right? Yep, so. AI hurried off with long strides to the refrigerator, and took out the breast milk packs she had pumped earlier and stored away. Then she filled a pot with water and set it on the gas stove to warm them in a hot water bath. Kaoru also skillfully picked Aqua up and held him close, soothing his cries. AI dashed over and picked up Ruby, who was still crying, rocking her daughter gently to calm her down. Just moments ago they had been eating, and now the two of them had instantly switched into professional mode, soothing the twins and preparing to feed them. Ichigo crossed his arms and nodded. You really do become adults once you become parents. I guess so. Miyako couldn't really deny that. Then a question occurred to her, and she spoke to AI, who was feeding the now lukewarm breast milk to the baby. But is your milk supply enough? I've heard some mothers don't produce enough. At Miyako's question, AI smiled brightly and winked. Yep. It's totally enough. Really? So twins' moms really are different. I think so. I feed Aqua and Ruby about 5 or 6 times a day, and I've never felt like it wasn't enough. I see. That's amazing, or maybe I should say you're impressive, AI. Kaoru helps a lot too, so it's fine. For a moment, Kaoru looked at Miyako with an awkward expression, then quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. He absolutely could not say what that helps a lot meant, and he couldn't possibly agree with it either. He kept his attention on Aqua, who was quietly sucking on a bottle with a languid look, and prayed that this sensitive topic would pass quickly. There we go, Ruby, let's burp burp. As the couple fumbled around with the twins in their arms to get them to burp, Miyako sipped the beer she'd brought and filmed the scene with the digital camera she'd also brought along. This sight absolutely could not be allowed to disappear into the void. It had to be preserved forever and designated a cultural treasure. Absolutely. AI, who was born with a natural talent for standing in front of a camera, didn't care in the slightest about Miyako's filming. Her starry eyes sparkled as she winked and smiled. Kaya so cute. How is she even a mom? Ruby, say hello too. Burp. Kaya, she burped. When Ruby's adorable burp was captured on camera, AI and Miyako both shouted at once and shivered with delight. Ichigo and Kaoru looked at the women's bright, otherworldly atmosphere, then at each other, and quickly averted their eyes in awkward silence. Burp. Good job, son. Aqua also managed a quiet burp, and Kaoru gently kissed his son's plump, springy cheek with a smile. Looking at his son, who looked just like the wife he loved, Kaoru met Aqua's gaze with eyes full of affection. Aqua stared back at him for a moment, then slowly looked away and turned toward AI instead. Oh my, Ruby-chan keeps looking at the camera. She takes after me, so she must like cameras. My daughter is definitely a genius. Yes. She has to be a genius. Ruby, too, didn't cry. Instead, she brightened at Miyako's baby talk and waved her arms toward the camera. Was she also taking after her mother, already enjoying cameras at only 0 years old? Kaoru decided not to put Aqua back in the crib for the moment, and instead held him a little longer, joining the birthday party. Ichigo, watching Kaoru sit down again, studied Aqua closely. Want to hold him? At Kaoru's suggestion, Ichigo flailed his hands and said, "No, no, no. I'm not cut out for holding babies. I'm scared I'll mess something up if I hold him." "Ha ha. I think you'd hold him just fine. Go ahead and try." I said no. Even as he said no, Ichigo didn't seem to dislike Kaoru's insistence, and reluctantly took Aqua into his arms. He was cute, tiny, and soft. Warm, smelling faintly of milk, and making soft little breathing sounds. With those blue eyes that looked just like his father's studying his face from every angle, Ichigo, holding Aqua awkwardly, felt a strange, soft sensation bloom in his chest. Ah ha ha. Aqua isn't scared of me. He's gentle. He hardly cries, and he seems to recognize people well. Really? He's smart. I guess that comes from taking after you. Ha ha ha. Ichigo looked at Aqua with a warm gaze for a while, then cleared his throat, and handed him back to his father. Still feeling strange, Ichigo coughed a few times, and without meaning to, glanced at Miyako before taking another sip from his beer can. After the twins were laid back down and their bellies full, they slept soundly, and the atmosphere gradually grew more relaxed. Since AI had temporarily halted her activities, the conversation drifted into the current state of the industry, and all sorts of trivial rumors and stories, making the gathering feel warmer and warmer. "Are the members doing well?" AI, sitting with her knees up and drawn close, asked cautiously with concern. Ichigo adjusted his sunglasses and said, "Yeah. They're doing fine. Don't worry." AI smiled awkwardly for a moment, then lowered her gaze, her expression dimming slightly as if she were thinking hard about something. Not missing that, Miyako set down her chopsticks and gently reassured her. "It's okay, AI. Family comes first. Being a mother is the most important role of all, and the responsibility is huge. You can let go of the pressure from work for a little while. But..." AI had also been able to keep up with news about Bikomachi by searching for it on her laptop from time to time. She knew that because of her absence, Bikomachi's popularity had dulled compared to before, and that the members were dealing with malicious comments from her hardcore fans as well as complaints directed at the production company. It couldn't be helped, but AI still felt sorry for the members and the company, who had ended up suffering because of her absence. Kaoru knew that too, so he quietly took her hand and smiled. "Still, you'll have to come back someday. We can't make AI give up on her dream forever." "Alright. That's true." Ichigo let out a low groan, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. To be honest, the company's situation wasn't exactly good either. They were trying not to burden AI with that, but her absence was a huge loss for the company. To put it bluntly, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that AI had been holding up all of Bikomachi by herself. Since she stopped activities, album sales and the buzz around events and broadcasts had all cooled off, and it had been giving them quite a headache. Miyako, who knew the company's internal situation well, also wanted to discuss the issue in her heart, but she wanted AI to focus on her family more, so she hadn't opened that door herself. Feeling the silence settle over the room, Kaoru nodded and said, "You know I rejoined the Rarai theater troupe, right?" "Huh? Oh yeah. I know. I think it was a good decision. The dating rumor was just smoke and ended in nothing anyway, so it wasn't the kind of thing that would really hurt you." At Ichigo's words, Kaoru gently tightened his hand around AI's and said, "When are you planning to bring AI back? If she's going to return, I think it'd be best to discuss the twins' childcare and living arrangements too. What do the others think?" "Ah ho ho." AI also quietly nodded and held Kaoru's hand even tighter. Just as Kaoru said, she knew the time was gradually approaching when she would have to return to being Bikomachi's AI again. She couldn't keep delaying her comeback forever. This was her dream, and she didn't want to keep worrying the members, the company, or her beloved fans any longer. The time she could spend seeing the twins would shrink, and the thought of leaving this peaceful, quiet life behind made her feel heavy and conflicted, but she still couldn't give it up. Because Kaoru was there beside her, supporting her, the burden on her heart felt a little lighter. Ichigo let out a sigh with his arms crossed, grateful to Kaoru for understanding what he had been thinking. How old are the kids now? About 3 months. Yes. April would probably be the right time, I think. What do you think, AI? April. In Japan, everything resets in April. School admissions, corporate fiscal years, the start of what people call a new life, it all begins in April. AI nodded. To her, too, April seemed like a very suitable time for a comeback. Spring would be a good season to release a new album, and if they started preparing now, there would still be enough time. Kaoru, you still aren't returning to broadcasting yet, right? Yes. I've only put my name back on the troupe for now. I'm planning to talk to the school too. I can drop club activities by joining the go-home club, and my grades aren't bad, so it should be fine. I see. At Kaoru's answer, Ichigo nodded quietly. Then Miyako stroked her chin with her index finger and said, what about housing? If you're coming back, will you have to live in the dorms again? Well, it might sound like favoritism, but AI should probably find a separate place again. As for the twins, Miyako, could you shoulder some of that with Kaoru? Huh? What? Miyako blinked blankly, and Ichigo said to her with a hint of amusement in his voice, there are kids on paper, aren't they? I understand what you mean, but how am I supposed to? I'll help you too, ma'am. Don't worry too much. Ho ho ho. That's not the point, Kaoru-kun. Despite Miyako's pitiful stare and lukewarm reaction, the other three were already treating it as settled that she would be helping care for the twins. AI's starry eyes sparkled as she said to Miyako, thank you, Miyako-chan. I'll never forget this kindness. Ho ho ho. Then, when AI's with the twins, since no one else knows about our situation anyway, we can just brush it off as the kids being cared for by relatives or something. Once you two eventually register the marriage and move the family registry, too many lies will only work against you. We'll just have to handle it by keeping things vague. At Ichigo's words, Kaoru nodded. Then let's go with that for now. Kaoru, have you gotten any scripts from the troupe? Ha ha. Well, I heard there were 1 or 2, but I turned them all down. Like I said earlier, broadcasting is still premature in many ways. Oh? Really? Wow, Kaoru-kun really is the hot actor right now. At Miyako's surprised remark, Kaoru waved his hand and said, no. They're not that big a deal. It's a supporting child role in a romantic comedy drama. Wow, a romantic comedy. If Kaoru is the child actor, the visuals are obvious without even looking. As Miyako, who had been gloomy until then, suddenly lit up, Kaoru smiled awkwardly and said, I'm planning to start my comeback with a troupe production first. Still, if a similar romance drama comes in later, you'd get tempted too, right? Huh? Kaya, that sounds so cool. The heroine and you slowly getting close, flirting, then cuddling. And then kissing. Ichigo's hard smash followed Miyako's setup. At the Saito's joking banter, Kaoru broke into a sweat and hurried to explain. I am completely immune to that kind of thing. I hate it. Silence. At AI's cold voice, all three of them turned to look at her at once. If I have to film a kiss scene, I'd rather not come back at all. AI. Ahem. I need to use the bathroom for a moment. Sensing something dangerous, Ichigo jumped up and headed for the bathroom. Miyako noticed the gloom in AI's starry eyes and laughed softly. Come on now, do you really think Kaoru-kun would film something like that with you just standing there? You never know what the future holds. Kaoru, promise me. Promise what? Don't film kiss scenes. If you absolutely have to, then get my permission first. I never want to see Kaoru kissing anyone other than me, even if it's just acting. An enormous possessiveness toward Kaoru shimmered in her starry eyes. Kaoru briefly looked away to gauge Miyako's reaction. She had both hands over her mouth, and her eyes were wide. That was definitely not the face of someone worried. It was the face of someone in full, "I'm enjoying this" mode. Deciding that calming AI down came first, Kaoru smiled softly, moved close beside her, and looked down at her. "Do you really think I'd do that to you? NGH, that's not. Do you not trust your husband?" No, it's not that. It's just, Kaoru, what if I filmed a kiss scene instead? Would you be able to watch that calmly? AI, her face red from flustered embarrassment, suddenly counterattacked, and Kaoru was left speechless for a moment. AI kissing someone else. Another guy. No matter that it was acting. No matter that it was consensual. It was a kiss. A kiss. AI's lips already had an owner, didn't they? No, what kind of BAS? SEE. Kaoru couldn't answer right away either. Bleh. AI, what you're worried about will never happen, so relax. Okay. I'll remember that. If you try to say this and then film a kiss scene later, I'm going to protest at the set. Oh my. Miyako covered her mouth again with both hands, and widened her eyes. To think she'd get to witness such a masterpiece right in front of her. Was this the so-called mutual obsession between a beautiful boy lead and a beautiful girl heroine? A married couple bickering without hiding their possessive love for each other. How sweet was that? I can understand AI telling the fans she loves them all she wants. That's not a real love said with sincerity. The one I truly, sincerely love is Kaoru. It was a line that would have hurt the fans if they heard it, but Kaoru didn't care in the slightest. Just as he was sweating over how to calm AI down after her outburst over the kiss scene issue, AI lightly slapped the table with both hands, pouted her lips, and glared at Kaoru as fiercely as she could manage, which, in her case, was still adorable. Anyway, AI will never hand Kaoru over. The seat beside Kaoru is for AI and AI alone. Promise. Yeah, okay. I promise. I promise. Kaoru could only give in, unable to hold back his laughter at the sight of AI looking like a tiny puppy throwing a jealous fit. Yep. You promised. No pretending you forgot later. At that, AI relaxed and snuggled into Kaoru's arms, rubbing her face against his chest as much as she liked. Miyako filmed the scene again with the digital camera, squealing about it while Ichigo. Let's go, honey. It's late already. With a tired voice, he weakly declared it was time to go home. After the Saitos left and the table was cleared away, Kaoru stood with AI on the veranda, and quietly looked out over the cityscape. In his pocket was the necklace case he had ordered a week ago. He was wondering how he should give it to AI, who was resting her head on his shoulder, when she said in a low voice, Kaoru. Yeah. What I said earlier. I was just being a little unreasonable because I got caught up in the mood, okay. AI is fine with everything. You can do whatever you want, Kaoru. I trust you. Hearing AI's words, Kaoru was unable to say anything for a moment. The words "I can give up a lot for the person I love" were not something he could toss off lightly. He lifted his right arm, wrapped it around AI's shoulders, and pulled her into his arms. You said you'd stay right by my side. Huh? I said beside you. Closer. Stay even closer. NGH. How long had they stayed like that? Kaoru steadied his breathing, and decided to give AI the necklace. AI. Today is your birthday. So I wanted to give you a birthday present. At Kaoru's real surprise, AI's eyes went wide like a rabbit's and she covered her mouth with both hands. Clearly not expecting this at all, her starry eyes trembled violently as she watched Kaoru take the necklace case out of his pocket. Kaoru smiled shyly and bit his lip. We're married, but we didn't get to date for long before the twins were born. I was really sorry that I couldn't give you a gift like this while we were dating. I thought a lot about what kind of present would suit someone as beautiful as you. Want to open it? With trembling hands, AI took the necklace case and carefully opened it. Inside was a necklace set with a beautiful star-shaped diamond, resting quietly in elegant splendor. AI had never received a gift like this before, and the moment she saw it, she could only stare in a daze, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. This. Do you like it? Wow. Not knowing how to react, AI stammered like a broken robot, her face bright red, and Kaoru burst out laughing again as he touched her cheek. Thank you. Kaoru. I'm really so happy that I can't even. It's my first time getting a gift like this. It feels like I'm dreaming. Seeing her so happy that her thoughts had completely stopped, Kaoru felt deeply sorry that he hadn't given her something like this sooner. He hadn't even been able to give such a lovely wife a single ornament. Kaoru stared at her for a moment. AI's starry eyes held only him, sparkling brilliantly. Those eyes shone far more dazzlingly than the gold and diamonds of the necklace ever could. Taking the case from AI's hands, Kaoru removed the necklace and said, AI, could you turn around for a second? Yep. Kaoru personally fastened the necklace around AI's neck as she turned away. AI touched the beautiful necklace at her throat and looked at it closely, her eyes glistening with tears as she smiled in joy. Thank you. Kaoru. I'll treasure it forever. If you do that. I couldn't ask for anything more. Kaoru. AI burrowed into his arms and wrapped both arms tightly around him. At last, she felt the hard resolve the TV host had mentioned earlier melt away softly. Kaoru would never leave AI's side. Whether there was an empty seat beside him or not, that had never even been a consideration. From the very beginning, he had been someone who would let no one in except the wife he loved. Feeling joy welling up deep in her heart, AI wore a smile that spread across her lips and said, I love you. I really love you. I love you more than anyone in the world. I love you too. AI. The couple held each other close, sharing their affection. They vowed never to forget this birthday night, as the deep night quietly went on. Until the twins were on the verge of crying. The two of them never let go. Equals 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 equals. The website for reading paid chapters is available on my Patreon. The number of chapters on Patreon, 65. Link, patreon.com/ultramagnus_T. Chapter 33. Twins. 3,239 words. Goro. Aquamarine rubbed his face with his tiny hand as he listened to his little sister crying that she was hungry again and looking for AI's breast milk. Too loud. AI came running out of the room at Ruby's thunderous cry and carefully lifted her into her arms. With a happy smile, she said, as expected, she's my daughter. What a powerful cry. She'll grow up to be a great singer someday. You got happy because I praised you. AI had never once said anything harsh to the twins, and she curved her sparkling starry eyes into a crescent as she smiled softly. Ruby, who had been bawling her eyes out, quickly broke into a beaming smile and tapped AI's chest. Oh. To see AI's smile right in front of me like this. Overjoyed by the unexpected bonus, Aqua snorted and stared wide-eyed at AI's smile. As a fan, seeing the loving smile of a mother AI was absolutely an ultra-unique, legendary achievement that could never be seen otherwise. Trying to look at that expression through the eyes of a baby who had only just turned 4 months old made his eyes sting, and tears almost spilled out, but Aqua refused to give in, and kept staring at AI. Come on, let's eat, okay? Is Aqua hungry too? Taa. Not hungry. Come to think of it, Aqua hasn't cried at all, has he? Maybe he isn't hungry. Ta. Compared to Ruby, Aqua's emotional expressions were mild and quiet, so AI stared at her son for a moment, meeting his eyes, before sitting on the sofa and rolling up her short sleeves to feed Ruby. Ta-heart suit. That is really a newborn. As a fellow baby, that bizarre, somehow even sinister-sounding cooing made Aqua feel a deep and intense suspicion. If only he could sit up and see his twin sister's expression. What if, like him, she had been reincarnated as some 30-something single guy in a baby girl's body? Aqua, who still hadn't given up on his devotion to his favorite, pouted and clenched both fists, trembling. Wow, you're eating well, Ruby. You must have been really hungry. Dash. So pretty. Aren't you just too cute? I gave birth to you, but you're really adorable. Heart suit. Aqua trembled again and swallowed down his boiling anger. Protect your favorite, damn it, protect your favorite. Since realizing he had been reincarnated, Aqua had never once received AI's breast milk. In other words, until now, he had never once seen AI's her chest. Even in his previous life, he had failed to keep the promise to protect her, and so his protective instinct and affection for his favorite had been forged hot once more through the long years of endurance and the cycle of reincarnation. Even if, that chest had been taken by his father and his twin little sister, it didn't matter. Because he was AI's son. As her fan, as an adult who remembered his past life, and as her son. For the sake of protecting AI, this body of mine. Burp. Ruby-chan ate well. How cute, that burp heart suit. AI smiled as she kissed Ruby again in her arms, then glanced over her shoulder at her son lying on the bed, and gave him a rotten smile. Heh. Talk. That was definitely a provocation just now, wasn't it? Was that smile really a newborn-only category smile? That was way too precocious. Hey. Damn it. Just how far does that genius go? You're a reincarnated too, aren't you? Right? Fuming, Aqua flailed his arms and legs. Gurgle. Heeing, wah-wah. Trying to get angry in such a tiny baby body only made him hungry. His mind might have been that of a 30-something bachelor, but his body was an honest 4-month-old newborn. No matter how much of a reincarnator he was, he got hungry easily. When AI heard Aqua's cry, she was startled and quickly laid Ruby on the bed before slowly lifting Aqua into her arms. There, don't cry, Aqua, mommy will give you milk. Dash. At the word milk, Aqua reflexively stopped crying and squirmed. No. AI. No. I'll protect AI. I'll protect her. No. Don't lift your top. Dash. Come on, let's eat. I'm sorry, I don't have a breast milk pack for you, Aqua. Unlike Aqua's desperate inner screams, AI, still a clumsy new mother with a forgetful personality, had forgotten to prepare a breast milk pack even after hearing Kaoru's words. What else could she do? For a hungry baby, of course a mother had to breastfeed as soon as possible. That was motherhood. That was maternal love. Ugh. Aqua tried to resist to the very end, but his tiny body was too honest about hunger. In the end, for the first time in 4 months, Aqua was buried in the purest, most unconditional maternal love in the world. This tastes even better than a breast milk pack. He opened his eyes wide at the incomparable freshness, and focused intently. He knew that AI had been continuing to make breast milk packs with the pump because of him, since he kept refusing to breastfeed, and all he felt was guilt. Yes. If it's good, it's good. To keep AI from being inconvenienced. As a fan. To receive it directly from his favorite's arms. You're eating so well. Aqua. You wanted this so badly, how did you hold out until now? Taa. Yes. Let's keep eating like this from now on. Ta. Aqua quietly closed his eyes and felt the warm maternal love filling his stomach. So this was how his little sister, Ruby, had also been showered with sincere love in such a calm, peaceful state. Having finally given in, Aqua ate his fill, burped after AI's affectionate pats, and lay down on the bed. Taa. He felt languid. Now that his stomach was full, this tiny body was being honest again. As he felt sleepiness creeping in, he patted his full belly for a moment. Heh! That rotten smile from beside him. Aqua turned his head and looked at his twin sister in the next bed. Heh! Ignoring that gaze as hard as he could, Aqua closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. With the grown-up thought that someday, when she was bigger, he would definitely flick her on the forehead. Peekaboo. Ruby, Tenduji Serena, looked at the man who was peeking at her with a cold, dead-eyed stare. AI's husband. Just one look told her he had the kind of face that would make a bunch of women cry. Even though he was still a student, he had gone and pounced on AI, making her give birth to her, and that idiot twin brother of hers, his mortal enemy. Ta. Question mark. Kaoru blinked in surprise at the shriek of hatred that no one would believe came from a 4-month-old baby, then smiled and said, "Cute." What a formidable opponent. Even after hearing such a cry overflowing with pure hatred, he was still blinded by affection and couldn't read the situation. The 12-year-old girl, who had already lived long enough in her previous life, stared at the loving smile of her annoyingly handsome father and tried to calm her pounding heart. Don't use that handsome face to win a girl over like that. Ruby glared at her father with puffed-up cheeks. Kaoru was startled by that terrifying look and trembled all over. Ruby, thinking her attack had worked, cheered triumphantly inside. See? This is what you call a frosty glare. Kaoru clutched his chest and said in a low voice, "Cute. Ah, you really look just like AI. You're her spitting image." As expected, our daughter. Kaoru, his face flushed red, slowly and carefully lifted Ruby into his arms with an emotional expression. Get away. Don't hold me. Don't touch me. No matter how much she struggled with her tiny body, it wasn't enough to handle the hands of a father in the middle of his growth spurt, already over 174 centimeters and heading toward 176. Held in Kaoru's arms, Ruby glared at him with one sparkling starry eye full of unwavering resolve and vigilance. Your eyes are really gentle and obedient, just like AI's. So pretty. Ruby was momentarily flustered. Just how thick was this man's affection filter? She had glared at him like that, and yet he was grinning like an idiot and acting pleased. What was wrong with his eyes? Since her attack had no effect, Ruby, now thoroughly sulking, wriggled in Kaoru's arms and poked his chest with her tiny, adorable hands. Hungry? Ta. Or not. He really had no sense at all. Ruby openly vented her dissatisfaction by pounding his chest with both hands, full of hostility and murderous intent. But a 4-month-old baby's angry little fists could hardly hurt. Rather, with his daughter's squirming that felt more like she was tapping him affectionately with a sponge, Kaoru could only feel his heart seize up again with love and paternal affection for his daughter. Ruby. Still, you must really like your dad, huh? Ruby just gave up. It was exhausting. His chest was as hard as a rock and his muscles were so solid that her own hands hurt from hitting him. Still, this was the first time she'd ever been held in the arms of an unrelated man. Ruby quietly searched through her memories, thinking back on her previous life. When was the last time she'd been held in her father's arms like this? She couldn't remember right away. No, to be exact, she had no such memory. When she was little, after being hospitalized for a long time with an illness, she had barely even seen her mother's face. Her mother, who never even held her hand, would say she was busy and leave the hospital room, promising to come back later. She was always alone, or else chatting quietly with the doctor before falling asleep all by herself. She couldn't even remember when she had last received the loving warmth of her parents. Taa. Ruby, feeling a strange tickle in her heart, tapped her father's chest with a hand that had become curious rather than resentful. It was warm. And fragrant and sturdy. Ruby. Ruby. Yuwang. Oh, is that babbling? No, that can't be. There's no way you'd already be doing that. You're only 4 months old. Ha ha ha. Ruby. Ruby. That's your name. Ruby. Ruby. Our Ruby. Daddy's name is Kaoru. Kaoru Kamiki. I want our precious daughter to learn to talk soon and call me Dad. There's still a long way to go though. Kaoru gently kissed Ruby's soft, plump cheek and whispered in a kind voice. Until you grow up, Daddy will stay right by Ruby's side. Mommy, your big brother and our daughter. Daddy will make sure you're happy and safe. Okay. The warm blue eyes filled with love and affection shone steadily, never once wavering as they held Ruby in place. Ruby quietly looked at Kaoru's face, then, without realizing it, instinctively flailed both hands and tried to touch her father's face. She still couldn't properly control her body, but for some reason she wanted to do that. He was usually nothing but an annoying thief who had stolen AI from her, but Ruby reached out desperately toward Kaoru, as if she had finally found something she had lost. You want to touch Daddy's face? Taa. Taa. Just as Ruby's tiny hand finally touched Kaoru's face. Kaoru. Where did you put the diapers we bought? Heartsuit. AI, who had come out of the bathroom after washing Aqua, called out to her husband in a voice dripping with honey. Even at that historic moment when his daughter was touching his face, Kaoru immediately turned his head toward AI and said, "Yeah, next to the closet in the master bedroom. They're still unopened, so you'll need scissors." Thanks, honey heartsuit. Mwah mwah. AI stood on tiptoe and kissed Kaoru's lips. Not once but twice. Kaoru, too, smiled broadly and satisfied by AI's affectionate kisses, gave her cheek another kiss and said, "You worked hard." No, not at all. I'm all recovered from Kaoru's kiss. Our Ruby, were you snuggled up in Daddy's arms? So cute. Mommy will give you milk. Wait for me, okay? After AI tapped Ruby's cheek with her index finger and went back into the bathroom, Kaoru turned his head again and looked at his daughter. You want to touch Daddy's face again? Ruby glared at her father, no, at the thief who stole AI, with icy eyes trembling all over. This thief. A thief who deserved divine punishment. The one who snatched AI away. The one who monopolized AI's love. The one who gave AI bad kisses. Ruby, having had her beloved favorite stolen from her, let out a loud cry of rage at Kaoru. Weawaho. Ha. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Ha. Is your diaper full? Wait. Unlike the calm moment from just before, Kaoru was thrown into a panic by his daughter's thunderous wail and desperately tried to soothe her. Sniff sniff. In the dark of dawn. Aqua quietly opened his eyes. His twin sister beside him was asleep. A quiet night. The living room was dark, with nothing visible except the ticking of the clock. And yet Aqua tilted his head and touched his face with his tiny hand. I'm sure I heard something. He was still just a very young baby, so his hearing hadn't fully developed yet. But because the familiar sound had been something he'd heard at least once in the vast memories of his previous life, it had woken him from sleep. Aqua grew irritated and wriggled around, feeling the softness of the diaper he'd been changed into before bed, and was about to drift off again. HNGH. At the unidentified sound coming from the master bedroom, Aqua's hair stood on end. He swallowed dryly on his own. This sound. An unfamiliar groan, as if someone were enduring pain. A sound very familiar to him from when he had been a doctor. But there was no way a patient could suddenly be in pain, so that made the sound even more suffocating. Veins stood out in Aqua's blue eyes. HNGH. Aqua's tiny hands began to tremble. This was loss, the fall of a phoenix that had once flown through the sky, the waterfall of tears pouring from a heart hollowed out by emptiness, the sound of a heartbeat stopping after learning another side of the one he loved. He had already learned everything there was to know in his previous life, after all. Aqua, who had seen AI with her belly swollen and Kaoru staying glued to her side, worrying constantly that something might happen to her, had tasted a faint bitterness. If twins were carried in the womb, then the bond between the two of them was a relationship completed through, well, calling it an agreement would be too stiff, so through love. That was why he had made a firm promise to Kaoru, after Kaoru asked him to protect AI. He had promised to protect the person he loved in his place. And yet, to be stabbed in the back like this. A raw voice. So much so that Aqua could feel with his own body that it had been desperately muffled until now. The split-second cry that had just leaked out held no trace of patience at all. In the silent, dark night, where even the ticking of the second hand felt like thunder, Aqua was seized by rising fury, and the despair of having failed to protect his beloved favorite. Yes. Kaoru and AI were, without a doubt, his parents. The bond of heaven and fate, joined by the heavens themselves. Of course spouses could share love. That was only natural. They were married. They were lovers. They loved each other. But. Yua. No child, no fan. Would want to learn a secret like this. Like this. Yuh. I don't want to know a secret I was never meant to know. Dash. Was it because he had become a baby? Aqua couldn't control his emotions and ended up bursting into tears. He cried at the top of his lungs, pouring out all the pain, anguish, despair, sorrow, and rage he had been holding in until now. At Aqua's heartbreaking, almost tearing cry. Thud thud. From far away in the master bedroom came the sound of feet stomping, then the door was flung open and Kaoru and AI rushed out in a panic. Hey Aqua. Mommy's here. Are you hungry? Don't cry, it's okay. Waho dash. Our Ruby is fine. AI. She's sleeping well. Wow. Waho. AI, who had apparently rushed out in a hurry, and hadn't even noticed that the shoulder strap of the dress she wore as sleepwear was twisted, sat down on the sofa to comfort Aqua. I fed him a breast milk pack earlier, so he shouldn't be waking up hungry. At Kaoru's calm words, AI touched Aqua's diaper and tilted her head. His diaper is fine too, nothing wrong. Aqua, were you scared because it was nighttime? Does something hurt? HNGH, Hieng, HNGH. AI's starry eyes trembled with worry for her lovable son, who was so precious it hurt to even think about him being in pain. Seeing that, Aqua quickly came back to his senses and gradually stopped crying. Nothing hurt. No, that wasn't true. My heart hurts. My heart. But even as he sniffled. Oh. Aqua. You're done crying already. You stopped just like that. Ta. Now that you're with mommy, you feel better, right? Aqua, don't cry. Mommy got worried. I thought you were hurt. As AI held him tightly and rubbed her face against his, Aqua felt his mind and body gradually calm under the warmth and scent of her love, and he sniffled out the rest of his tears. Kaoru, who had rushed out wearing only a pair of shorts and no top, revealing his solid, muscular bare torso, awkwardly watched the touching sight of mother and son. It really was. Really, after such a long time, after finally getting a chance like this. Kaoru felt relieved that his beloved son had quickly calmed down and was fine again, but I'll go back in first. Come in later. Okay. Sorry, Kaoru. I could keep going a little later too. No. It's fine, AI. Stay with Aqua until he falls asleep again. I'm okay. Kaoru stroked AI's hair and kissed her lips, meaning for her not to worry, then forced a smile, and went back into the room as if nothing had happened. AI watched him go, let out a quiet breath, then looked at Aqua and smiled. Still, I'm relieved it was nothing serious. Aqua. Ta. In his mother's warm embrace. Aqua soon felt sleepiness wash over him, and as AI stroked his cheek and kissed him, he gathered his thoughts and told himself inwardly. Let's just think of it as a bad nightmare. And so, with one tear rolling down, Aqua fell asleep in his beloved mother's warm arms. Chapter 34. Husband and wife are of one mind. 2,909 words. With the New Year's arrival, AI's preparations for her return picked up speed. Freed from the past self she had been steeped in a lie, the girl who had finally come to understand what sincerity meant let her starry eyes sparkle as she circled April 1st on the new calendar with a red marker. For the day she would once again stand on stage as the true AI of Kamiki, surrounded by the love and support of the family she cherished most in the world. At Kaoru's suggestion, AI underwent physical training to rebuild the stamina that had dulled somewhat during her long break. It was exercise meant to restore the balance of her body, which had been thrown off by childbirth, and to prevent her weakened frame from being overworked once her schedule resumed in full force after her comeback. Kaoru personally massaged AI's body after workouts and yoga, when she came home looking like a puddle of slime, and carefully cooked healthy meals to help her recover properly. After a month and a half of that strenuous effort, AI's body had visibly regained its balance. Thanks to her natural physique, she had already mostly recovered her pre-pregnancy figure without much effort after giving birth, but with professional training and yoga rehabilitation, it was like giving wings to her innate body. As the financial crisis originating in the United States sends shockwaves through global markets, today the Nikkei stock market plunged 6%. While AI hummed happily in the bath after her PT session, Kaoru held Ruby in his arms, fed her baby food, and watched the news with an indifferent look. As expected, the broad outline of this world was flowing exactly as he remembered it from his past life. An international economic crisis triggered in the United States. In the process, a handful of quick-witted early movers were rushing to invest across various fields and raking in enormous profits. There was no difference between his past life and this one when it came to making money. Even as the stock market collapsed, inverse index investing only made his pockets fatter, laying a cushion of money beneath the flailing masses and sitting on it with his own ass. In the past, he would have been called a crazy bastard with a screw loose, but the moment the crisis everyone had half-doubted became reality, those words turned into astonishment and reverence, and even now, as people cautiously spoke of a decade-long recession, enormous amounts of dollars were pouring into inverse products around the world. Kaoru had already planned where to reinvest the astronomical amount of dollars multiplying in his account, and while gently wiping the baby food from Ruby's mouth with a wet tissue, he quietly mapped it out in his head. Taxes, risks from the Japanese financial authorities, and all the legal and administrative issues had already been handled in advance, so Kaoru took out the secretly prepared burner phone, typed a message, and sent it off somewhere. Once he legally became an adult a year from now, this immense sum of money would become an impregnable fortress to protect AI, Aquamarine, and Ruby forever, and A's spear that could pierce through anything. Everything he had to know about the world in order to survive until the day a truck ran him over and killed him. Kaoru let out a faint, crooked smile and shook his head at the irony of how useful all of that information from his previous life was becoming now. Ta ma'am dash. Want more food? Mama ma'am dash. Our Ruby was really hungry, huh? Kaoru hugged his adorable daughter, who was so precious it hurt just to look at her, and spooned the rest of the baby food onto the plate, feeding her diligently. Good and clever Ruby swallowed every bit of the baby food Kaoru gave her. Seeming to be in a good mood too, she tapped the chair with her tiny hands and smiled brightly. TAA. February passed into March, and after finishing the album recording, AI became busy again, meeting with the Kamiki members and rehearsing non-stop. Even when she met the Kamiki members, she still couldn't figure out what she should say first, or what kind of reaction she should show when they met. The 17-year-old AI was still at a loss. But Kaoru hugged her tightly and said, "If you try to change everything at once, it'll backfire. Even if you meet the members, you don't need to show them everything that AI is all at once. Instead of rushing, take a breath and approach them slowly and naturally. Admit that you're awkward at this. Take off the mask you've been acting behind, and show your sincere self naturally, just as you are. That's too hard. Of course it's hard. It is for me too. In my past life and this one. Dealing with people is the hardest thing of all. But AI, remember this for me. You're not alone anymore. I'm here beside you. Aquamarine and Ruby are here too. When you come home, there are family members waiting to welcome you, and no matter what you do, there are precious people who will always be on your side. As time passes little by little, the members will start to feel that AI has changed a lot from before. And? Kaoru cupped AI's face, her eyes looking up at him with those mysterious starry lights, and kissed her deeply. As soon as her husband's wet, lingering lips touched hers, AI instinctively lifted both arms, wrapped them around his waist, and accepted his kiss. It was hot and fragrant. Their roughened breaths met against each other's faces. The anxiety lurking in a corner of her heart melted away like snow. She was standing right here. The people who admired her, the people who loved her, were standing right here. They would always be standing here, unchanged. Kaoru slowly pulled away, a smile on his lips, and whispered to his wife in a low voice. The ultimate idol I know never runs away. Show the people who AI really is. Yeah. Having received her husband's support, full of genuine love, AI flashed her signature bright smile and nodded vigorously. After seeing AI off, Kaoru lingered for a moment at the front gate and looked around the house. The fairly spacious living room made the place feel even larger. The sunlight pouring in through the living room window was wonderfully warm. This was AI's one-room apartment near Nagazaka Station in Minato Ward, newly leased in February, after leaving behind the two-room place she had grown attached to for nearly a year. Built recently, it was clean and well-maintained, and the neighborhood was very safe. There wasn't much foot traffic nearby, so it was quiet. For a one-room place, it was unusually spacious and comfortable, to the point that calling it almost two-room size would not have been an exaggeration. More than anything, because it had the same kind of structure as the old two-room apartment, where residents' privacy and security were important, Kaoru had a considerable hand in getting this house. In March, on his days off, Kaoru's routine was to see AI off, go to the Saito family's house, buy a mountain of sweet desserts, and comfort Miyako, who was exhausted from childcare. Ugh, I really should just get divorced. Non-alcoholic beer and cake. It was an odd combination, but it was a very suitable snack for soothing Miyako's grievances. She had come all the way here just for the chance to see handsome pretty boys and handsome actors, and now she was a babysitter instead. Miyako looked at Kaoru's handsome face, sipped her non-alcoholic beer, and thumped her chest. I'm only putting up with this because we've got a son-in-law, okay? Damn it dash. Kaoru gave an awkward smile and held the twins while listening to Miyako's drunken complaints in his place, keeping her company until evening. Aquamarine. You dash. Aquamarine. You dash. Oh my, he's already copying you quite well with babbling. Kaoru, holding Aquamarine, smiled with satisfaction at Miyako's words. As a father, there was no reward greater than the happiness of watching his small, cute son grow day by day. Smiling, Miyako took a digital camera and diligently photographed Kaoru standing by the living room window, holding Aquamarine, and gazing out at the Tokyo skyline. My, even just standing there is perfect. It's like a magazine spread. Please stop taking pictures. He just fell asleep. Okay. Then I'll be quiet and just take a few more. At Miyako's shamelessness, speaking only with her mouth movements and no voice, Kaoru snorted and nodded. To love a son-in-law was to love a daughter-in-law's family. How could he not be grateful for Miyako's enthusiasm in preserving memories on his behalf? Kaoru decided to play along with Miyako, and while holding Aquamarine, he subtly struck a few poses. Kaya ah. Listening to Miyako's silent happy scream, as she practically broke the camera's shutter button, Kaoru regretted it after all, thinking something was definitely wrong here. As time passed and late March arrived, Kaoru made his first return in over a year, taking the lead role in a newly launched play. With Kaoru's sudden comeback, the buzz around him, which had been quiet for a year, began to stir again. After such an unusual retirement from acting, countless members of the public and his fans had lamented that they would never again see that genius-level performance. To soothe that disappointment, Kaoru requested a solo interview with Lonlo's Hasegawa Yuno, who had interviewed him before. Hasegawa Yuno practically leapt to her feet, and shouted for joy the moment she took the call in her office, thinking this was a gift from heaven, and with renewed determination she finished every preparation thoroughly for Kaoru's solo comeback interview. Kaoru thought the interview with Lonlo was a win-win. To announce his comeback in dazzling fashion, he needed Lonlo's overwhelming readership in return. The moment Lonlo ran its exclusive on Kamiki Kaoru's return in the first play performance of the Rarai Theatre Troupe, the Rarai Theatre Troupe also began promoting the comeback performance en masse, using it as an event for the newly launched show. Kamiki Kaoru, as the elder brother, I will carry on my brother's dream. Taking up the will of his deceased younger brother. Actor Kamiki Kaoru's courageous challenge. Child actor Kamiki Kaoru returns to the Rarai Theatre Troupe. An unstoppable comeback. Could a return to television be next? As if the media would sit still, they rushed out articles one after another, and public interest began to focus all at once on Kaoru's comeback work. And at last. I never thought Grande Ensemble Tokyo would be this full. Representative Toshiro muttered with his arms crossed, staring at the stage lights in their standby state with his usual stubborn expression. It was a historic moment, a performance in which the 2,500-seat Shinjuku Grande Ensemble Tokyo had been rented out in its entirety. It felt like only yesterday that Toshiro, the troupe's youngest member and a complete troublemaking lunatic, had been asking, will this work? Will it work, while carrying out this insane idea based on his opinion? As the troupe's representative and director, he swallowed the feeling of starting their first play in a 4-story, 2,500-seat performance hall along with a cup of coffee. Aren't you nervous? I'm not. Kaoru, having finished his makeup, looked quietly at the stage with a calm, composed face. People filed in one after another, filling the audience seats, and the troupe staff in charge of overall direction and operations sweated buckets as they checked every detail with an air of allowing no mistakes whatsoever. The other troupe actors were also obviously tense, using the last bit of time to go through their routines and settle their nerves. But Kaoru, who had only practiced for a meager 2 weeks, simply stood beside Toshiro with his hands in his pockets, silently watching the stage. At that monster-like sight, Toshiro clicked his tongue and said in a quiet voice, "You want to get on stage that badly?" "That is not the case." "Too humble." Toshiro snorted and looked at Kaoru as he said, "Don't lie." The eyes of an actor who longs for the stage make the stage lights themselves look like a mere trifle. Right now, your eyes are shining. More brilliantly than any light. Is that so? As red starlight flickered in the blue eyes looking back at him, Toshiro stared at them for a moment before turning away and saying, "For all your usual calmness, yes. Seeing you now, I understand. You're a ferocious bastard. In acting, you're more ferocious and savage than anyone else in this troupe. It's 10 minutes to go." At the staff member's words, Toshiro nodded and tapped Kaoru's shoulder twice. "Go show them every emotion and every level you've honed over the past year. Charm those 2,500 audience members with your story." "Yes." A short, concise reply. Hearing that, Toshiro turned and walked away. Bathed in the stage lights, the blonde hair shining brilliantly and the blue eyes glowing vividly. After a while, Kaoru received the signal from the production team. Ha! He stepped up onto the darkened stage. Film director Godanda Taisher, who had come out after watching the play, quietly took his business card from his wallet and fiddled with it as he muttered. If I receive it and then throw it away, that'd be depressing. If it gets used as a gum wrapper, I'd count myself lucky. He had won the ticket war for the play with all the strength he could muster. He had even grabbed his mother, who lived with him, and shouted for joy. A year ago, when he happened to see on TV the performance of a child actor named Kamiki Kaoru in Black Rose of the Mastermind, director Godanda had felt as if he'd been struck in the head not by a hammer but by a boom mic. Without realizing it, he had been waiting for Kaoru's return. That guy. He had felt like he'd come back eventually. His instincts, like his mother's, were not bad. He didn't care about dating rumors or any of that. What he needed was inspiration for his work and an actor who could fully understand that inspiration and perform it. Right now he was nothing more than a stingy miser who had compromised with reality, and was just keeping his head down in the petty power struggles between obnoxious agencies, carefully managing actors' screen time. Why are you sprinkling salt on an old wound? I had dreams once too. Me. I wanted to be a film director who could make my movies well. Godanda kept wandering around in front of Kaoru's dressing room, secretly sneaked into the building, licking his dry lips over and over. As a fellow person in the same industry, he knew full well that this kind of thing was probably not allowed, and if it got serious the actor could even sue him. But he absolutely did not want to miss this. Because of his somewhat rough-looking face, the staff tilted their heads as they passed by. Did they mistake him for security? Kamiki Kaoru dressing room. The dressing room door was shut tight, with an A4 sheet of paper taped to it. Director Godanda pretended to mop the hallway with the mop beside him, waiting for Kaoru to come out. Then, just as he put the mop back into the cleaning supply closet and sighed. Bang! Ha! Exclamation point. Kamiki Kaoru burst out of the dressing room. His persona was walking into the hallway, blue eyes cool and unreadable, looking tired yet not tired at all. That brilliant blonde hair, that sharply chiseled jawline and nose bridge. The energy he had explosively unleashed on stage just moments ago was gone without a trace, replaced by an atmosphere as cold as frost that overwhelmed the heart. He was a boy whose height was a little taller than his own, and whose solid build made him feel quietly inferior as a fellowman, but Godanda found himself thinking, in a somewhat unhinged way, that he wanted to touch those sturdy forearms. Excuse me. Kaoru stopped him with a voice that carried his usual gravity. Kaoru stopped and looked at Godanda for a moment. It looked like he was holding something like a business card. Godanda looked back at Kaoru too. It looked like this guy was hiding something in his heart. The two men stared at each other for a moment. And then they understood. This person is definitely not normal. This boy is definitely not normal. As they say, opposites recognize each other. The foolish director who had sneaked in pretending to be staff and come to hand over his business card, despite a 90% chance of being thrown away like gum wrapper trash, and the boy who had ditched the post-show party as he pleased in order to go see the lovely wife whose identity no one in the world knew. 3,189 words. Kaoru. Ah, thanks, AI. Kaoru, who had been studying the business card of director Godanda Taisher, whom he had met 3 days earlier, smiled and accepted the cup of cold water AI handed him. Curious, AI had tried on Kaoru's short-sleeved shirt, and because of the difference in their builds, it hung so large on her that it fell below her hips. She gathered the oversized fabric as if it were a skirt, and sat down beside her husband. The soft mattress pressed against AI's skin, which was bare except for the shirt. AI brushed her damp, sweat-soaked long hair behind her ear, lowered her head slightly, and pointed at the business card in Kaoru's hand. A business card? Whose is it? A film director's. A film director. Is he famous? At AI's question, her starry eyes sparkling, Kaoru shrugged. Instead of giving a detailed answer, he pulled her close, like a rabbit looking up at him with bright, eager eyes, and said, I don't know if he's famous. But he seems pretty good at what he does. Ugh, can't breathe. Wow, AI. Are you hot right now? You're really warm. I'm not hot at all. I'm fine. Really? Even after some time had passed, AI's cheeks were still flushed red from the aftereffects of taking a bath together at the Saito family home, after seeing the twins, then making passionate love in bed. Come to think of it, she had always run a little warm, even when she was pregnant. Her cheeks were rosy like that, it made her look like some kind of little baby spirit. Feeling the warmth radiating from AI's bare skin through the thin shirt, Kaoru let go of the hug and grabbed both sides of the shirt she was wearing, fanning it back and forth behind her. That feels nice and cool. See? You were hot, weren't you? It got a little hot all of a sudden when you did that, Kaoru. So now it feels cool. How was today? Just like usual, I guess. I kept practicing, and I also shot the jacket photos for the mini album. And I wrote the handwritten autographs and letters that'll go in the album too. Huh? Wow, I did a lot today, didn't I? Ha ha ha. If you can't even remember it properly, then you must have been really busy. Was it hard? Nope, not at all. It's fun, so I'm fine. In just a few more days I'll be back, so I'm going to keep pushing myself. I have to show the best performance ever. But I have practice again starting at lunch tomorrow, so I have to leave early. Ugh. I miss the babies. AI let out another long sigh at the thought of the twins. So this was what a mother's love felt like, so painfully eager. But right now, her one and only husband was right in front of her. And since it was the husband's duty to make his wife happy, Kaoru held the shirt for a moment, fanning it lightly, then soon wore a sly smile and tugged both sides of the shirt tight behind AI's back. Kaoru's short-sleeved shirt was white, and since it was just a plain cotton heart suit. Seeing right through her husband's mischievous intentions, AI blinked at him for a moment, then slowly leaned her back forward, ! Apparently not expecting her to play along, Kaoru's eyes widened. At her honest reaction, AI felt deeply satisfied and proud as a beloved wife and woman, and she gently stuck out her tongue. How is it? Even better. Puhu, dummy Kaoru. AI's cute face was still flushed, but at her husband's shameless attitude, she soon burst into a bright smile. Looking into Kaoru's blue eyes, where excitement and desire were beginning to swirl, AI felt her heart pounding and heating up again. With a sultry smile, AI grasped the hem of the shirt and lifted it slightly, sending a signal to Kaoru, who was already ready. Kaoru's hand slipped inside the shirt, tracing over her soft, hot skin without hesitation, and he easily lifted her small body into his arms and pulled her close. Resting herself against her husband's sturdy chest, AI immediately wrapped both arms around his neck. After pressing her lips a few times against his neck and chest, she whispered in a teasing voice, pervert heartsuit. I'm glad you know it. Kaya heartsuit. As Kaoru laid AI down, he reached out with his right hand and snatched up the contraceptive item sitting on the table beside the bed with the speed of a touchdown. At last, the long-awaited April 1st arrived, and AI finally returned to Kamiki. AI would make her first comeback stage on the evening music program of the famous cable music channel NTV. For her comeback stage, prepared to the fullest with the cool and exciting song Sign is B, AI received her final makeup check and went up onto the stage with the other members. I'm so excited. AI blinked her sparkling starry eyes and looked over the busy filming studio. Maybe because it was her return after a year and 3 months. Unlike before, AI felt a strong urge to show the stage to everyone again, and her fingers fidgeted around the microphone in her hand with anticipation. Kaoru is watching this broadcast too. I have to do my best. AI glanced once toward President Ichigo, who stood behind the staff and watched her and the members. At the president's complicated, serious expression, half worry, half expectation, AI quietly touched the necklace hanging from her wrist. The necklace Kaoru had given her for her birthday. President Ichigo had objected because it would interfere with the choreography, and because of the risk of reflecting stage lights, but AI had shaken her head, and insisted on wearing it no matter what. In the end, the surrendered President Ichigo suggested wearing it on her wrist instead of her neck, and as a result, the star-shaped diamond necklace Kaoru had given her was now fastened short over the glove of her stage outfit like a bracelet ornament, shining beautifully. I'm not alone. I'm here with you, the one I love. I can feel it. Kaoru's feelings. AI's sparkling starry eyes and her bright, cheerful smile, now filled with genuine love. Her aura, sharper and more intense than before her return, made the presence of the members standing around her seem faint. Even the filming staff, who hadn't expected much from Kamiki, had already begun to look at the group with interest, drawn in by AI's charm. All right. We're going live in 5 seconds. 5. 4. Right before they went on stage, the host's interview segment ended and a signal came in that the broadcast would cut over within 5 seconds. AI, standing front and center with the camera on her, did not look nervous. Yes. Here is the fully reunited Kamiki, making a dazzling comeback on today's comeback stage, and here is Miss AI, returning to her fans after 1 year. Hello. She waved brightly at the camera pointed at her, smiling with all her might. Asterisk. Kaoru ran at full speed to the Saito family home as soon as school ended. Today was April 1st, the day AI was making her comeback. From the first day of school, he had coldly shaken off the hands of classmates trying to stop him, then ridden his motorcycle home by taking the shortest route he had memorized in advance. And the result? He only managed to arrive 30 minutes before the broadcast started. Kaoru was breathing hard, proof of how rushed the trip had been, and he brushed back his sweat-damp bangs. He handed Miyako the large boxes of desserts he had barely managed to stop for on the way and said, "I'm not late yet, right? Oh my, you really didn't have to bring all this. Ho ho ho, it's still on commercial, so don't worry." Miyako, taking the dessert boxes with sparkling eyes, praised Kaoru's thoughtfulness and gave him a thumbs up. Kaoru washed his hands in the bathroom and headed to the living room. When he got there, Dada, Aquamarine and Ruby were sitting under the sofa, leaning back with bright eyes fixed on the TV, waving both arms energetically. Kaoru stared blankly at the unbelievable sight, unable to close his mouth, and Miyako smiled as if she couldn't help it. I told them AI would be on TV, and I guess they understood that somehow. Fufu, I think it's because they're at the age where they only know their mother. Kaoru was about to ask more after hearing Miyako happily savor her chocolate cake, but in the end, he swallowed the words back down. Right. There was no way they had understood Miyako's words about their mother being on TV. It was probably just a baby's natural reaction to the word mother, waiting for mom to appear on the screen. But if that was the case, then it was a little disappointing that the twins didn't even look at him, even though their father was right here. Aquamarine, Ruby. Daddy's here. Did you behave? Duh. Ruby at least acknowledged Kaoru, but Aquamarine still kept his eyes on the TV, and reacted awkwardly. Still, Kaoru found even that unbearably cute and lovable, and a smile naturally spread across his face. AI should be seeing them sitting here like this. Kaoru quickly picked up the digital camera on the TV stand, and took a picture of the twins' adorable little figures. All right, it's starting. At last, the commercials ended and the broadcast began. After eating chocolate cake and getting hyped up, Miyako clapped and said something, and Kaoru sat down beside Aquamarine, leaning back on the sofa, and waiting for AI to appear. The twins, who had been excited earlier, were now staring at the TV with laser focus. Do they know the show has started? Kaoru tilted his head, feeling a slight sense of unease at the twins' strange behavior, but soon brushed it off. After that, 20 minutes passed since the broadcast started, but as with any music show, the order was all over the place. When would it be Kamiko's turn? Miyako had already fallen asleep on the sofa, and Kaoru was starting to get bored of singers and idols he didn't even know coming out to perform. He wanted to see AI as soon as possible, and he was waiting so hard his neck felt like it might snap. He was getting so anxious he could scream. Who? When Kaoru rubbed his forehead and sighed, the twins both turned their heads at once to look at their father. The deep sigh of their father, carrying a hint of dissatisfaction, was something the twins, especially Ruby, could relate to. So she unleashed a string of unprintable curses at the damn station that still refused to show Kamiko's turn. Da-da-da-da-da-da. She wanted to swear, but with a papa sitting right there, she tried to self-censor herself so she would still seem baby-like. Watching his daughter flail both arms and babble at the TV, Kaoru stared at her for a moment with a dazed expression, then said, "Ruby, don't tell me." He spoke to her with a face full of disbelief. Seeing that, Aquamarine flinched in panic. No way. No way. Had he figured out that they weren't ordinary babies? For Aquamarine, who had personally witnessed several moments of Kaoru's unusual true nature in his present life, it was a dizzying moment where his heart seemed to drop. If they were exposed as reincarnators now, it was over. But then... Do you miss your mother that much? Slip. At Kaoru's absurd answer, which completely defied expectations, Aquamarine lost his balance for a moment and swayed. So he hadn't noticed anything after all. He'd just thought Ruby was screaming because she wanted to see their mother. Da-da-da-da-da. Duh. Right. Daddy wants to see her too. TSK, should I call President Ichigo? Dada. Caught between his serious-faced father, who was worrying about calling right away, and his younger sister, who was urging him to hurry up and call, Aquamarine held his head, overwhelmed by confusion. He was the only normal one here. Sure, it was a fan's duty to protect the live broadcast, but only 20 minutes had passed. Wait a little. He wanted to shout that out, but in the face of the cruel reality that he couldn't even try, Aquamarine could only let out a deep sigh. Kaoru, who had pulled out his phone to seriously call Ichigo, who was presumably on site, immediately turned back when the music coming from the TV changed. Yes. Here is the fully reunited Kamiki, making a dazzling comeback on today's comeback stage, and here is Miss AI, returning to her fans after 1 year. And at last. Hello. I'm AI of Kamiki. She was on TV. AI. His wife. She was finally on. Exclamation point. Kaoru pressed the remote to start the recording tape he had prepared in advance. After confirming that the tape was working properly, he slowly lifted Aquamarine and Ruby beside him and set them on his thighs, letting their heads rest against his stomach. He wanted to enjoy this happy moment together with the twins. But in reality... Hey, I was focusing, why are you touching me, Papa? I missed it. I missed that cute moment where AI briefly looked away from the camera. The twins' silent cries of resentment at Kaoru's sudden move erupted, but of course Kaoru had no way of hearing them. Still, soon enough, the twins settled into the cozy comfort of the Papa seat, and watched the TV in satisfied poses. Yes. It's been 1 year since your return, Miss AI. How have you been during that time? During that time. I've been doing well. Thanks to everyone worrying about me, I've been fine. Ha ha ha. I see. Aren't you nervous about the stage? Not at all. I'm not nervous. Because I received so much support from my fans. And especially among them. Kaoru, who had grown used to AI's plain, understated charm over the past year, couldn't hide his happy smile at seeing her in full idol mode, made up, cute, and dazzling. Ah! The necklace on your wrist. Kaoru shouted toward the TV, truly shocked by AI's surprise gift. With sharp eyes, he noticed that the star-shaped diamond necklace he had given AI as a birthday present was wrapped around her wrist instead of her neck. Kaoru burst out laughing and shook his head at AI's bold, adorable stunt. Honestly, if he had been there in person, the urge to rush up after the stage ended, scoop her into his arms, and kiss her deeply would have been overwhelming. But since he couldn't do that, he decided he would sneak over to AI's one-room apartment after all her schedules were done. Mom's pretty, isn't she? Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. As expected, she was a born idol. Kaoru had known it from the moment he first saw AI. AI was born with the greatest talent for being a true superstar. Her aura and charm. What would her stage be like now that she had met him and finally begun to step out of her dark inner world, one step at a time, toward the world outside, with her sincerity in it? Watching AI, who looked so naturally cheerful and unbothered without a trace of nervousness, Kaoru forced himself to calm the pounding in his chest. AI didn't seem nervous at all, but Kaoru was feeling it on her behalf, and his heart was pounding all the harder for it. He made a vow. As the husband of the brilliant, dazzling ultimate idol, he would support her with everything he had so she could reach the top. Kaoru stared intently at AI, who smiled sweetly at the camera, and waited for the next line. I got tons of support from Kaoru. What? Huh? Eh? At the same time, Aquamarine, Ruby, and Kaoru all threw questions at the TV. In particular, Kaoru froze completely, not even realizing that the twins had spoken actual words instead of baby babble. Was she nervous because it had been a while since she'd been on air? A simple slip of the tongue. Why on earth was she saying his name there? I mean, among the fans who supported me, the fan name of the person whose support left the biggest impression on me was Mr. Kaoru, so. I'm happy for all the love from my fans, but still it's a little mischievous, isn't it? Ha! Kaoru brushed back the bangs that had broken out in a cold sweat for a brief instant, and let out a relieved breath. The twins were the same. As the crisis that had made the father and twin siblings' hearts sink was smoothly defused by AI's quick wit, the host apparently took it as a joke, and continued the interview with a smile. Ah, I see, ha ha ha. Since you're making your comeback today after receiving so much love and support from your fans, can we look forward to the stage right away? Yes. Leave it to me. With a sign as B, I'll repay the fans who waited for Kamiki, with all the love in my heart. Though she was just reading lines that passed by on the prompt, AI's eye contact was incredibly natural. Soon the host smoothly took back the camera focus and immediately introduced Kamiki's stage. At last, it was beginning. Wow, da-da-da. Da. Who? Ruby, who still couldn't calm down and was about to fail her baby cosplay, was firmly held in place by Aquamarine, who was sending his usually difficult younger sister a look that begged her to calm down. Fortunately or unfortunately, Kaoru didn't see that scene, and only stared at the TV. Now it begins. At last it begins. The long-awaited majesty of Kamiki, in its complete form. The radiant idol stage of AI. At last the world would witness it. The starry aura of her singing dreams, with all her sincerity and love. We are your idols, sign is B. AI smiled as she pointed boldly at the camera with her index finger. Kaoru, his blue eyes sharpened to make sure he wouldn't miss a single instant of his wife's stage as the perfect idol, then. Da-da-dat. Da. Da-da-da. Ha. Da-da. Da-da. Ah. He grabbed the twins tightly so they wouldn't fall over, as they got wildly excited seeing their mother on TV, and flailed both arms in perfect rhythm. He felt a little disappointed for a moment, wondering whether they would be this happy if their father ever appeared on TV too, but Kaoru soon found himself smiling happily as he looked back and forth between the TV and the twins. Chapter 36, 36. Why Things Don't Go According to Plan. 2,838 words. Mommy's hom dash. Die. Poi. The twins, riding in their walkers, raced each other at top speed toward AI, who had just gotten home from work. Their speed was so absurd it was like watching the return of the world's greatest 100-meter sprinter. It was almost midnight, after all of her schedule had finally ended. Forgetting her exhaustion, AI dropped to both knees and opened her arms wide to hug the two beautiful, adorable, lovable baby angels charging straight at her. Eek Aqua Ruby, did you miss mommy? Da. Da da. Still in their walkers and nestled in AI's arms, the twins' eyes sparkled as they fired off their impressions of the day's spectacular comeback stage like a machine gun. They could only babble after self-censoring their speech, though they had already long since surpassed the level of mere babbling, but even so, the twins' sincerity came through to AI exactly as it was. Yes. Yes. I see. Our Aqua. You were so happy to see mommy on TV today. And I sang so well you fell for me, huh? Da. Da. Aqua nodded vigorously. AI smiled and rubbed her cheek against his forehead. Da. 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 Left out while Aqua got all the attention, Ruby's face turned bright red. She flailed her arms wildly and in her excitement, showered AI with praise, as well. AI's starry eyes glittered in response. Dash. Really? Mommy was the prettiest. And my dancing was as beautiful as a fairy's. De AI beamed, kissed Ruby's chubby cheek, and pulled both twins tight against her chest. You're too cute, Dash. Thank you for cheering mommy on. The support from Aqua and Ruby is the very best, Dash. Can I really be this happy? Da. Aya. Kaoru and Miyako quietly watched the noisy reunion between mother and twins for a moment. Kaoru, in particular, felt very complicated as he looked at the twins showering their mother with near-fanatical affection. The fact that 6-month-old babies were acting like they'd skipped ahead 10 years was already no longer the point. What mattered was this: unlike the reaction the twins had shown a little earlier when he'd come into the living room, the fierce welcome they gave AI was enviable. As Kaoru grew dejected, Miyako gently lifted a hand and patted the young father's shoulder before raising the digital camera in her right hand. Click. She took a picture of Kaoru's sulky face. Even in a situation like this, Miyako was still dutifully recording everything like a court historian. Kaoru let out a small, helpless laugh at her behavior. At his reaction, Miyako barely managed to hold back her laughter and checked the photo on the camera screen before saying, "Show this to the twins later, Kaoru. Tell them their dad was really hurt. That he loved mommy so much he even got jealous, okay? I think I will." Playing along with Miyako's joke, Kaoru took off his shoes and silently spread his arms wide as he watched AI toddle over with the twins. AI, who had been bending down and gently pushing the twins' walkers along, looked up and saw her beloved husband holding out his broad embrace with both arms open wide. Kaoru dash. GHK. She called her husband's name in a voice full of hearts and threw herself into his wide, sturdy chest. Though she was small, the weight and momentum behind her made Kaoru swallow a groan as he bent his knees slightly and caught his balance with practiced ease. AI didn't care in the slightest. Just like the twins had done a moment ago, she rubbed her face all over Kaoru's chest. Since she had changed out of her outfit in the waiting room, after filming, and removed her makeup with cleansing water, Kaoru's shirt was still perfectly fine. Ha! I missed this so much. Kaoru's warm hug. How long had he waited for this exact moment? After finishing every last part of her schedule and coming home with a tired body, the baby angels greeted her, and her beloved husband was waiting with both arms open wide. With her husband's embrace, the fatigue from everything that had happened today seemed to melt away. AI lifted her face with a smile already blooming on it, and looked up at Kaoru with affectionate, starry eyes. Did you watch AI's special stage? Yeah. I did. You were so beautiful. Your singing was amazing, and your dancing was flawless. I couldn't look at anyone but you. Honestly. Really. Did you see this too? This? AI tilted her head back slightly and showed him the necklace chain around her neck. Kaoru smiled broadly and looked at his mischievous wife with eyes dripping honey as he said, I saw it. Wow, I was really surprised. How did you even think of such a surprise? Secret hee, Kaoru being surprised means it was a total success dash. Ah, I'm so proud as expected, I'm a genius. As AI happily rested her face against Kaoru's chest again. Click. Ha ha. What? Why? Why? I'm saving this so I can show it to the twins later. You two were so disgustingly lovey-dovey, I nearly died. Miyako shouted, her eyes blazing with a fire of jealousy at the couple's nauseating display of affection. She was stuck doing childcare she had never expected, like a nun in a monastery, unable to even see her husband's face while hearts were practically spilling out beside her. It felt like her insides were burning. Kaoru, sweating nervously, was just about to awkwardly try to calm Miyako down when. Bleh, Miyako-chan, Kaoru and I were having a nice moment. Are you going to keep interrupting us? AI was one step faster. She stuck out her tongue and made a face at Miyako, who had ruined their happy time. Dash. Da. Ah. Okay, Aqua, Ruby. Come on, let's go to the living room. But then Ruby and Aqua, who had been watching the whole thing from right beside them, launched their own angry protest, and AI had no choice but to leave Kaoru's arms, push the twins' walkers, and take them to the living room. And just like that, the situation was over. Sheesh, and my husband doesn't even think about coming home. Kaoru gently patted Miyako's shoulder as she sniffled through her tears, offering silent comfort. After Bikomachi's dazzling comeback, they still hadn't regained the overwhelming popularity they'd once had. But as the saying goes, the first step is half the battle. Isn't that her? The girl who had that dating scandal with the actor guy. Oh, right. I think so. Her songs aren't bad, so I guess I'll buy one. Huh, AI came back. I didn't know she'd returned. She's gotten way prettier. She can actually sing pretty well now, too. Wow, really? If you buy all 7 album versions, you get a bonus letter. Maybe I should try it. I hope there's an AI-chan letter. Like the saying that misfortune can turn into blessing, AI's comeback, still remembered by the public thanks to the noisy scandal from a year ago, when she'd been linked to Kaoru, falsely reported as retired from acting, and dragged through a dating rumor mess, gave Bikomachi enough attention to just barely break even on album sales. It hadn't been intentional at all, but in a way, it had become delayed noise marketing. Phew, that was close. President Ichigo, who had signed a contract with the record label for this album's production and distribution while bracing himself for losses, was moved to tears. It was time to bury in his heart the regret from a year ago, when instead of rowing while the tide was in, he'd taken the oars off, put wheels on the boat, and used it like a cart. It wasn't quite as dramatic as right after the Budokan performance, but there was no need to explain why restarting from 50 was better than restarting from 0. All they had to do was keep climbing, step by step. After AI's hiatus a year earlier, and Bikomachi's continued decline, Ichigo had laid off staff until the office looked desolate. He gave a quiet nod. And that determined nod wasn't Ichigo's alone. So you actually settled things with the school? Yes. At Kaoru's answer, Toshiro, his blue eyes glinting, leaned back in his chair and let out a low breath. Toshiro, the head and director of the Rarai theater troupe, was already riding high on the overwhelming success of the opening performance at Grande Ensemble Tokyo, and even after moving the productions to the troupe's own theater, he was still energized by the string of sold-out shows. And hearing that Kaoru would be joining them regularly, like a reinforcement from heaven itself, he couldn't help but clench his fist under the desk. There was no way the media would miss the fact that Kamiki Kaoru was returning with a first performance that sold out all 2,500 seats. Since his schoolwork had made it effectively impossible for him to keep joining after that, the sold-out streak they had going was, in a sense, a sandcastle that might collapse at any moment. But today, hearing the good news that Kaoru had finally received permission from the school, Toshiro felt a weight lift from his shoulders. How did you convince them? It couldn't have been easy to win over those strict, conservative teachers. Kaoru delayed his answer for a moment and scratched his neck. That was true. The prestige of the most elite high school in the Kanto region was not something to take lightly. In fact, he himself had never expected to return this quickly. Honestly, it hadn't even been part of the original plan. He'd intended to come back to the troupe only after entering university, but Hikaru's death had brought that return forward by a full 2 years. Some people worried that he would damage the school's century-old academic atmosphere, a tradition of discipline and seriousness. Others asked why he was coming back if he'd retired from the entertainment industry, and even more aggressively, why he had enrolled in this school in the first place if that was the case. Kaoru had no choice but to accept that all of those points were valid. If he thought about it from the other side, even some of his classmates were saying the same thing. Even among the dazzling geniuses around him, his grades were excellent and his social relationships were good, but the wall of 100 years of history was high when it came to accepting the alien field of acting. But he could never give up on his dream. He hadn't returned because of some dark resolve to erase Hikaru's existence. What he realized while rehearsing at the troupe for 2 weeks for the opening of a Grande Ensemble Tokyo was that he could never give up on the dream of acting. The exhilaration and electric thrill of stepping onto a stage and telling a story with all his heart, captivating the audience. The excitement of stripping away himself entirely and becoming a fictional person who existed only in words, living that person's life and emotions for a limited time. He had never known acting in his past life, and only in this one had he realized both his talent for it and how much fun it was. Kaoru had no intention of giving it up. So, well, I managed to convince them. Seeing the slight reluctance on Kaoru's face to explain, Toshiro fell silent for a moment, struck by a strange sense of déjà vu. When had he felt this before? Toshiro recalled the wild, bizarre performance the boy in front of him had once put on as an entrance test about 4 years ago. It was a little different from that time, but the feeling was definitely similar. Just what kind of outrageous thing had he done in the name of convincing them? He was genuinely curious, but Toshiro decided not to ask any further and comforted himself with one thought. Sometimes there are truths in this world that you really don't need to know. As the troupe's head, all he needed to do was be glad that his ace had returned and focus on future performances. I see. Well, don't push yourself too hard. I trust you got everything sorted out. So can you join starting next week? Yes. No problem. Good. Welcome back. Thank you. Toshiro sniffed a little and said with his usual stubborn look, when are you planning to return to broadcasting? You know, the moment the article about your comeback went out, scripts started coming in. The media was pretty noisy about your return too. Yes. I'm still thinking about it. If I take that on too, I think it'll interfere with school a bit. And I've got some personal matters too. Personal matters. Kaoru thought of the adorable twins who were so cute it hurt to even look at them, and gave a bitter smile. In truth, the school issue was just a convenient excuse. He also had to help Miyako with raising the twins so that AI, who had just restarted her activities, could focus fully on them. Have you considered transferring to another school? At Toshiro's question, Kaoru shook his head. Not yet. I suppose I'll have another chance to think about it seriously. I'm also considering trying to persuade the school one more time. I see. Well, you'll make your own choice and do what you need to. What I've learned in this world is, when an opportunity comes, you have to seize it. No matter how genius your talent may be, this is a world where people with stars in their eyes are everywhere underfoot. You might think I'm being cold, but never forget that opportunities don't wait for people. If you think about it, they don't even wait for the people who want them most. After thinking for a moment at Toshiro's advice, Kaoru nodded. Yes. Thank you for the advice, sir. All right, go on then. At Toshiro's dismissal, Kaoru stood from his chair, bowed politely, and left the office. The troop return had been brought forward by 2 years, but Kaoru had ultimately revised his plan for going even higher, meaning his return to broadcasting and film would happen after he entered university in 2 years. By then, the twins would be a little older, and AI would likely also have settled into her place. There was no need to rush. Kaoru believed in his own potential, and time was on his side anyway. With a calm face, Kaoru quietly sorted out his thoughts and headed toward the rehearsal room. But Kaoru didn't know. The weather's a bit hot, isn't it? Got Anda Taisher. That this eccentric director was still eyeing him. That his plan to return to broadcasting and film in 2 years might also be brought forward by 2 years. Director Godanda, with his blunt and rough impression, showed a trace of awkwardness as he lifted his coffee cup and sipped hot Americano. What was this? Seeing a grown man act like he was on a blind date made Kaoru deeply uncomfortable. Was he really that happy I didn't throw away his business card? Kaoru recalled the shy phone call from Director Godanda, who had asked whether they could meet once and talk about acting, and took a sip of iced Americano to settle his churning stomach. Director Godanda smacked his dry lips and said to Kaoru, "I'll get straight to the point, Kaoru-kun." "What is it?" "You kept that business card because you were interested in me too, right?" Kaoru set his coffee cup down on the table with a cool expression and said, "Why would you think that?" "Because I had a feeling. We connected. You know what I mean?" "No. When we first met, both you and I thought the other was a weirdo, didn't we?" Kaoru pressed his temple as he listened to Director Gotanda's serious-faced nonsense, and let out a long sigh. Was he always this twisted? It was true that Kaoru had been interested, but only to that extent. He'd looked up information on Godanda Taisher online, and asked around discreetly to learn more. Exceptionally skilled, but someone who compromised with reality because his ambitions were small. He had planned to build a moderate connection and deal with him casually before leaving, so he could introduce him to AI later, but... What exactly do you want to say? Honestly, he was very curious about what that damn director would say next. At the boy's words, the director deepened his blunt smile, took a small synopsis booklet from inside his coat, and placed it on the table. Work with me on something. Kaoru's blue eyes moved to the synopsis, and then they shone with brilliant interest. Equals 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 equals. The website for reading paid chapters is available on my Patreon. The number of chapters on Patreon, 69. Link, patreon.com/ultramagnus_t. Chapter 37. Desire and Wish. 2,520 words. I watched every single work you've appeared in. But among your filmography, I was surprised to see that you also acted in a low-budget indie film called Flight Cloud. And you even won a supporting actor award from the Tokyo Senior Art Critics Association. You must have been only in your first or second year of middle school then, right? I was honestly shocked. For someone your age to debut as a theater actor in a troupe, and then immediately appear in a low-budget indie film is already an unusual career path, and a huge challenge. Kaoru's indifferent blue eyes caught the sunset and turned faintly red. Remembering the conversation he'd had with Director Godanda at the cafe earlier, Kaoru naturally drifted back to memories from 3 hours ago. Asterisk. Because I'm an actor. I chose it because it was a work I wanted to try as an actor. It was a good experience. In many ways. The emotions in the acting you showed in Flight Cloud. Did you study it yourself by reading the script? At Director Gotanda's question, Kaoru gave a small nod. Yes. I studied the script myself. What exactly did you focus on? What kind of boy did you think Shinpei was? Kaoru's blue eyes sharpened as he gathered his thoughts and answered. Actually, the character's background itself isn't complicated. It's simple, really. A teenage boy who wants to spread his talent and chase his dream, but runs away from home because of his parents' fierce opposition. The resentment he feels, and the sense of betrayal toward the people he loves most in the world, can't really be put into words. Then he meets a group of delinquent runaways, what people usually call a runaway gang. As he gets together with peers who are barely surviving day by day in an unstable life, abandoned by the world's indifference. I think Shinpei must have felt freedom for the first time. Ironically, it was only after he threw away the comfortable life his parents gave him, and threw himself into a rough, cruel reality that he felt freedom. But that freedom was probably nothing more than a mirage. From the very beginning, Shinpei only had one path. Only when the time came to choose between reality and dreams. Shinpei, who seemed to have become a free adult, ended up taking his parents' hand when they came back for him, and returned to being a child who needed protection. I thought that moment of choice was the scene that defined who Shinpei was. In the end, for that boy, even the cruel world was just a kind of escape route, a basis for arguing his case to his parents. For the other boys and girls, that world was their life and their home, but for Shinpei, it was only a journey that had a place to return to in the first place. He had been consistently curt and cold throughout their conversation, so Godanda had never expected him to answer this question with such serious, lively eloquence. As Kaoru calmly explained the Shinpei he had carefully analyzed and observed on his own, Director Godanda felt a thrilling pulse rise in one corner of his chest, sending goosebumps up the back of his neck. But because of his rough, blunt impression, it hardly showed. Swept up in excitement, Godanda unconsciously clenched and unclenched his right fist as he kept questioning Kaoru. I see. So what did you struggle with in order to express that? If you look through all the scenes in Flight Cloud, Shinpei didn't have that many lines or that much screen time. And yet I was able to become completely immersed in the story and emotions Shinpei conveyed. He got along well with the runaway kids, but in truth, he'd lived most of his life as a flower in a greenhouse. I thought you captured the confusion and gap that came from that really well. At Gotanda's question, Kaoru lifted his coffee cup, took a sip, and quietly set it down. Yes. Actually, if my memory is right, Shinpei only had 19 lines in total across the entire film. And most of them are short and concise in length and rhythm. So rather than the spoken dialogue itself, I focused more on the emotions and acting that rely on visual information. I thought about how to better express Shinpei's pathos through facial expressions and movement. Shinpei didn't come there sincerely wanting to fit in with that runaway gang. He kept feeling freedom there, kept reflecting on his own life, kept repeating his inner conflict, and as both an outsider and an insider, he had no choice but to feel the confusion that came from that unstable position. I tried to pack in as much of that anguish and anxiety as I could. It was my first time, so I was a little clumsy, but I was glad you evaluated it much better than I expected. Director Godanda nodded and lifted his coffee cup. The synopsis placed on the table caught his eye. When a treasured thing kept close to one's chest is finally brought out into the world at the most fitting and appropriate time. And at that moment, the person who will make one's dream come true appears before one's eyes. The emotions that brought about, honestly, it was a chain of excitement and exhilaration that made his heart tremble more than any imagination could. As a director and as someone who makes his living in this business, that was an answer I'd wanted to hear at least once. Thank you for answering so seriously. Well, this is a pointless aside, but the guy who wrote the script for Flight Cloud is actually my junior from high school. That's why I realized it late. Why was I hit with such a vivid shock the moment I saw you on TV? Was it just because of your acting skill? No, it wasn't just that. I already knew about you. A junior I ran into by chance mentioned you to me in passing once. Said you were an incredible guy. Back then, I didn't even know he was talking about you, and I wasn't interested, so I forgot about it quickly. Only now do I understand why that self-important bastard said that. A faint red starlight flared in Kaoru's indifferent eyes. Maintaining his usual blunt expression, Anda kept sipping his coffee and went on. This synopsis is something I carefully polished up for the day I'd eventually put it on the stove myself. It's still raw, not even seasoned properly, let alone cooked. How I'll cook it, what kind of flavor it'll have. It's nothing more than a scrap of paper with no plan or blueprint yet. Kaoru deliberately said nothing. Only the faint red starlight in his still indifferent blue eyes looked back at Director Anda. Anda composed his expression, and the brief awkwardness from before disappeared. As a director with a sharp, meticulous eye before him, he continued in a very serious voice. It wasn't even enough to call it a passing brush. It was barely more than dandelion fluff carried off by the wind. And yet, I never imagined even a year ago that I'd be taking this synopsis out in front of you like this. Some people might dismiss it as a fate, but this isn't something you can define with a dictionary word. I understand that now that I've experienced it myself. I've developed desire after seeing you. I don't really know what kind of person the actor Kaoru Kamiki is in real life, and I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in only one thing. Just how far does the talent of the actor Kaoru Kamiki reach? At Director Gotanda's words, Kaoru's cold blue eyes glinted brightly. So in the end, I'm your wish and your desire, then. If you want to put it that way. So if the chance comes, I plan to make you cook it to the best of your ability. I'm curious to the point of obsession, and I've gotten greedy. People usually say it makes your mouth water. Sorry if that sounds a little blunt. Occupational habit. Anyway, I haven't even built the stairs yet, but someday. I'll make sure it can be brought out into the world. That's my dream. But isn't that just an empty promise that may never happen? Even if you wanted to use me as a safety net and cast me in something else right now, I'm not in a position to accept, and I don't feel like it either. Yeah. I already know that. Anda met Kaoru's cool gaze and nodded with his blunt face. I told you before, didn't I? You and I clicked. The moment we look at each other, we can tell what kind of person the other is. Oddballs can size each other up with just one glance. Just making time like this to have such a deep, formal conversation with you is already far from a waste of time for me. That should be the same for you. You didn't show me that passion and desire of yours just to toss it off lightly, did you? Who knows? Kaoru deliberately curved a faint smile at the corners of his mouth and brushed off Gotanda's words. As if none of that mattered, now that he had finished what he came for, Anda put the synopsis back into his chest pocket and stood up from his chair. The trace of embarrassment that had once lingered in his blunt expression had already transformed into the charisma of a director looking at the actor before him. Kaoru quietly lifted his gaze and met Gotanda's head-on. Red starlight burning hot within blue eyes. That starlight crouched deep inside those eyes, radiating with the force of something that could swallow everything whole. Anda engraved that starlight into his mind, then gave a rough little smile at the corner of his blunt mouth and said, well then. See you at the next meeting. Asterisk. After finishing his thoughts, Kaoru folded the cafe receipt neatly several times, instead of throwing it away. Then he took out his wallet, slipped it into the slot where Gotanda's business card was tucked, and muttered, didn't even pay for what he ate himself. Some time passed after his meeting with Anda. After returning to the troupe, Kaoru spent his days very busily. After finishing school, he went straight to the Saito couple's home for the first time in a while, saw the twins, and brought Miyako dessert. It'll make me gain weight. But thanks anyway. Miyako took the dessert box Kaoru had bought while putting on a show of protest. To be honest, Miyako's figure hadn't changed much at all. So Kaoru looked at Miyako and said, you're slim, so don't worry and enjoy it. To Kaoru's surprise, Miyako's heart thumped so hard that she covered her mouth and burst into tears of emotion. Why wasn't the name of such a considerate boy? Ichigo Saito. Oh. For a moment, overwhelmed by childcare stress, and having lost her reason, she smacked her own head hard and shook it vigorously. What was she thinking? having impure thoughts about the beautiful boy who was practically her future son-in-law. She was a married woman, after all. Sure, her husband had plenty of flaws, he was busy, hardly ever came home, and never even called with any tenderness, but still. Food is what matters. Miyako drowned the pain of her collapsing reason in non-alcoholic beer and slices of cake. Kaoru washed his hands, pulled out a walker, and walked over to the twins, who were watching AI's live stage rebroadcast. Aqua. Ruby. It's Dad. Baba. Ba. Ruby, who had been staring at the TV, saw Kaoru and smiled sweetly while waving. Kaoru was overjoyed by Ruby's affectionate reaction, but Aqua's response was still somewhat cold. Even though they were twins, the daughter and son reacted very differently to their father. Even when he held them or bathed them, it always felt as though they were being forced into their father's arms. If his eyes weren't mistaken, this little son was very wary of him, his father. But Kaoru had no intention of giving up. Aqua. Ba. Kaoru smiled gently and showed Aqua the rabbit doll with the ultimate appearance that AI had personally knitted and given him back when they were in Miyazaki Prefecture. This rabbit doll was made while thinking of you too when you were still in Mommy's belly. Mom gave it to me as a present when Dad had to go up to Tokyo for a while, and we were separated, remember? Baba B.A. T.A.A. After hearing that, Ruby's eyes lit up and she rushed over in her walker, flailing her arms as she asked for it. Aqua only stared at the rabbit doll without showing any particular reaction. Kaoru made the rabbit doll in his right hand hop around, as if it were a living rabbit, just for his beloved twins. The twins' eyes followed the rabbit doll in their father's hand, as it moved this way and that. Since it's a gift filled with Mommy's love. From now on, Dad will give it to you. Aqua stretched out both arms and took the rabbit doll. Ruby, standing beside him, gaped in jealousy, but Aqua ignored her and stared at the doll. Maybe he liked the gift, filled with his mother's love and his father's feelings. As he held the doll and gently touched it with his hands, Kaoru smiled at his adorable son, lifted a hand, and used his thumb to tidy the bright blonde hair that resembled his own. When Dad and Mom are too busy to come see you, that doll will always protect our Aqua and Ruby in our place. It's full of Mommy's love. Dad guarantees it. Thinking of the love-filled starlight in his child's eyes, Kaoru kissed Aqua and Ruby's plump cheeks one after the other, then opened his arms and hugged the twins tightly before standing up. By then, Miyako had already gotten tipsy on non-alcoholic beer. Looking miserable, she approached Kaoru, who was getting ready to leave, and said, "You're leaving now, right?" "Yes. Please take care of them. I'm really sorry and grateful for always relying on you." "Yeah, sniff. It's lonelier when you're not here, but I'll do my best." "Yes. Thank you." Then, Kaoru put on his shoes, turned, and grasped the front door handle. Then, suddenly feeling the gaze from behind him, he looked back again. Aqua, clutching the rabbit doll tightly so he wouldn't lose it, and Ruby, standing beside him, and looking at Kaoru with sparkling starlight eyes just like AI's, came into view. At that sight, Kaoru felt an emotion he couldn't put into words surge up all at once, and he gave a short smile. He could hardly make his feet move, but Kaoru bit his lip tightly and opened the front door, stepping out of the house. Chapter 38. Bonds. 2,446 words. After staring blankly at the rabbit doll made from the ultimate knitted yarn gift Kaoru had given him, he let out a quiet, deep sigh and got up from the sofa. He had already learned how to walk in his past life, so there was no need for the stroller he used as camouflage to hide his identity on this dark night. Slowly, I walked to the balcony window and looked up at the dark night sky. "What are you trying to do, giving me a gift and all?" A bitter, self-mocking smile reflected in the glass. I didn't wipe it away, just rested my forehead against the balcony window. What Kaoru had said earlier kept echoing in my ears, as if he were still standing there, handing over the rabbit doll AI had made herself. The boy who was much younger than me, father, said he would always protect me, and that girl, no, my little sister Ruby too. He said it with those ocean blue eyes of his shining warmly, full of kindness. My chest felt restless. My hot head and cold heart kept crashing into each other, both trying to make their case. At last, finally, only now, I had accepted his sincerity, but it still felt like I had a long way to go. It wasn't just that I was happy to receive the rabbit he had knitted himself. It was the way so many more complicated feelings and events had piled up inside my head, and left me in a mess. The existence of a father I had never met in my past life, never spoken to, and didn't even know the face of. The boy who had won the heart of the AI I loved and adored so deeply, and who had given me twins. The idiot who had made such a grand promise to protect us, only to fail to keep even that promise, and die after abandoning his responsibility like a fool. The experience of having lived for more than 30 years was nothing more than useless sediment now. This was my first time experiencing something like this. I had no idea what I was supposed to do. Was I Amamiya Goro? Or was I Hoshino Aquamarine? Amamiya Goro was dead, and Hoshino Aquamarine was living a life showered in the love of both his parents. The boy younger than me had become my father, and to someone like me, he was offering endless, heartfelt love. On that face that had once seemed incapable of even smiling, he looked at me with the brightest expression in the world. I was once Amamiya Goro. If Kaoru knew that, how would he look at me? I was afraid. The child who gave birth to me, Kaoru, who had gotten AI pregnant, he was my father, and he loved me with all his heart. I could no longer turn away from his sincerity. From the sincerity I had shut my eyes and ears to, desperately denying and avoiding all this time. What on earth am I supposed to do? Clutching the rabbit doll tight against my chest, I quietly steadied my breathing and tried to calm my heart. Ha! Another sigh escaped me. I didn't know. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find an answer. The love woven into that rabbit doll. I understood that sincerity, but at this moment, I still couldn't be happy about it, and I hated myself for that. Can't you give it to me? Ah, no. I'm not saying give it to me outright. I mean, lend it to me. As soon as Kaoru left the house, that guy, no, Ruby started drooling over the rabbit doll in my hands and chattered nonsense with a wagging tongue. I found it irritating and refused flatly, and she glared at me with eyes full of anger. Then she sulked hard, and went off to play by herself without saying another word to me before falling asleep. Like the ultimate fan of AI that she was, she had really been genuinely upset. When I went into the room, I found Ruby sleeping soundly on the bed, somehow having climbed up there and covered herself with AI's hoodie like a blanket. Serena had also been a huge fan of AI. Seeing Ruby brought Serena to mind, and the sight of her sleeping peacefully under that hoodie made me feel sorry for her. I lifted the rabbit doll in my hand for a moment. I'm an adult. An adult. And maybe the boy who had once owned this rabbit doll wouldn't want it either. Suppressing my reluctance, I rose onto my tiptoes and carefully placed the rabbit doll beside Ruby. I hope this makes her feel a little better. She shouldn't be throwing a tantrum like a little baby. After staring at Ruby's sleeping face for a moment, I soon left the room and walked back to the sofa. Lying down on the sofa, I felt as if the tangled mess in my head and heart had been sorted out a little. And so, I surrendered myself to the drowsiness that came over me and went to sleep. Exclusive Kamiki Kaoru returns to the small screen, confirmed for a supporting role in a youth drama. The star of Grande Ensemble Tokyo's sold-out run finally breaks his mystique and begins public activities. Weekly column, why are we paying attention to this boy? The reason the Japanese art world is watching him. After promising to work with director Godanda Taisher again in the not-too-distant future, Kaoru carefully sorted through the scripts that had come in for him, and ultimately decided to appear in a youth school drama airing in the evening on terrestrial TV. Unlike other dramas, which ran for 10 to 12 episodes, this one was unusual in that it was set at 8 episodes, with 2 special episodes added to make a 10-episode run. Among the scripts that had come his way, it had the shortest episode count and the most relaxed filming schedule. The reason was that this drama was essentially a self-promotion vehicle for young or newly debuted actors to show their faces. Rumors quietly spread that major agencies and production companies had persuaded broadcasters and advertisers by offering long-term exclusive contracts for their actors and models at far below market rates, in exchange for having those same actors and models appear exclusively in the youth dramas that carried the ads. But that was neither here nor there as far as Kaoru was concerned. In the end, he still didn't have an agency, and he had to keep the annoying promise he made while persuading the school to let him return, that he would stay in the top 10 on the midterm exams and not neglect his studies. The conditions that made him choose this drama were that the timing was right, filming would mostly finish during summer vacation and the broadcast would start in the fall, and that the role he was given was about the right size, neither too large nor too small, a supporting part with just enough presence to stand out. And above all, ha ha ha. Kaoru-kun. Long time no see. Producer? The producer who had brought him into acting, Matsushige Sojiro, had retired from the industry for 4 years due to poor physical condition and mental strain. Now he was back, taking charge of the production and direction of this drama. After recovering in the beautiful, water-rich natural scenery of Switzerland rather than Japan, thanks to all the years he had worked himself like a dog, producer Matsushige Sojiro returned with a gaunt face. Kaoru gave a bitter smile, bowed politely, and accepted the handshake Sojiro offered. Ha ha ha. Wow. You've really grown up since I last saw you. You're a second year in high school now, right? Yes. 4 years is quite a long time. I've grown a lot. And it's not just your height. Producer Sojiro looked at the red starlight shining in Kaoru's blue eyes with a faint smile and a wistful expression. Remembering the little boy who had once sat on a bench, Sojiro felt deeply moved as he looked at the boy who had grown so firmly in both body and mind in the blink of an eye. Was this really the same boy? Sojiro was swept up in an indescribable emotion as he looked up at the boy, now taller than him, and felt the boy's large, solid hand clasp his own. Kaoru also trusted Sojiro's eccentric talent, so when he heard about his return, he immediately called the casting director himself and said he would take the role. It was a strange bond, appearing now as a supporting actor in the drama Sojiro had directed 4 years ago after having appeared in it as a minor extra back then. Kaoru couldn't help but feel something odd about it. While I was gone, things got pretty lively, didn't they? For the good news, I'd like to congratulate you. For the sad news, all I can really say is that I'm truly sorry. Yes. Thank you. Right. Ah, and one more thing. I wanted to thank you for proving that my eyes weren't wrong. The day I found you was truly a stroke of luck and a miracle. I'm glad we've met again like this as director and actor. Kaoru quietly nodded, newly realizing that the passion of someone who had returned from the brink of death burned so brilliantly. After reuniting with this renewed connection and spending a little time catching up, Kaoru left the station and returned to the troupe. And then... Kaya. Congratulations, Kaoru. GHK. AI. After leaving the twins at the Saito family home, eating dinner with her in her one-room apartment, and telling her he had accepted the drama offer, AI's starry eyes sparkled as she hugged Kaoru tightly from the side. Kaoru bit his tongue a little because of it, but he didn't mind and patted her shoulder as he said. You're really happy, huh? Happy that your husband's going to be on TV. That too, but... AI let go of the hug and gave him a small smile, as if trying hard to hold back her guilt, then clasped Kaoru's hand tightly. Because of me you gave up on your dream, Kaoru. So I'm relieved that you're going to keep chasing it again. AI. At her words, Kaoru could only stare silently into her starlit eyes for a moment. She had still been carrying it in her heart. That sense of debt and guilt. AI had been holding on to it all this time. Kaoru didn't care, but AI was truly happy about her husband's miraculous return to the path he had abandoned for her alone. That was why, instead of feeling sad or regretful, AI had decided to ease her husband's worries and express her happiness as openly as she could. You're going to get even busier than you are now, way busier, and it'll probably be hard to even see your face, right? She had clearly wanted to express her joy to the fullest. But then she suddenly grew dejected at the thought that it would be hard to see Kaoru's face. Kaoru found her honestly downcast expression adorable, and after gently stroking her warm, soft cheek with his right hand, he gave a small nod and said, "Yeah. Probably. But we can make time whenever possible. It's not like I've got a leading role, and the director was the one who first cast me 4 years ago, so I'm sure he'll be considerate. Don't worry. Sorry, Kaoru. I really wanted to congratulate you, but for something this small. I'm sorry." AI. Smiling, Kaoru pulled AI into a tight embrace and stroked her hair, soothing her heart. Schoolwork, the troupe, filming. He had a lot to do. AI was busy too, but soon, his schedule would become so packed that hers would seem trivial by comparison. He wouldn't be able to see the twins much, and until summer was over, it would be hard to make time to see his wife's face either. To gently calm AI's faint anxiety and need for affection, Kaoru slowly ran a large hand through her hair. Feeling the warmth and stability of her husband's solid embrace, AI quietly closed her eyes and buried her face in his chest, breathing evenly and softly before long. AI. Even when he called her carefully, there was no answer. Narrowing his eyes, Kaoru immediately wrapped his arms tightly around her back and checked her breathing and heartbeat. She was really exhausted. Kaoru let out a relieved breath when he saw that she had simply fallen asleep in his arms, and then he bit his lip softly at the ache of pity in his chest. The journey toward a dream is never smooth. All he could do was watch from the side and cheer on his still young wife as she walked forward bravely on her own. He would solve every external problem for her by any means necessary. But the journey itself, the act of walking that road, depended solely on AI's own ability and talent. Carefully cradling his small, light wife, Kaoru rose easily to his feet. "You must be really tired." She didn't wake until he laid her on the bed, as if she had fallen into a very deep sleep, and she kept holding tightly to his clothes just like she did when putting the twins to sleep. Kaoru didn't pull her hand away. Instead, so she wouldn't wake, he braced himself on one elbow and half lay down beside her, looking at her sleeping face with his blue eyes. He carefully tidied her disheveled purple hair with his index finger, then lightly brushed her lips before. "Oh, are you?" He lowered his elbow and lay down beside her. Her breathing sounded out in a steady rhythm, soft and even. Was she even meeting him in her dreams? In the bed scented with her sweet body fragrance, Kaoru stared at his wife's side profile, and lifted his left hand to pull the blanket over her. "I'm here. I'll always be here. So sleep well." Holding tightly to the hand that still refused to let go of his clothes, he lay there with his arm under his head. And for a long while, he kept looking at his wife's face, lost in thought. Equals 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 equals. The website for reading paid chapters is available on my Patreon. The number of chapters on Patreon, 73. Link, patreon.com/ultramagnus_t. Chapter 39. A new hire with experience. 3,200 words. As time passed into the first part of May, preparations for filming, Coming Closer to You, Love Line School, moved along at breakneck speed. Under PD Matsushige Sojiro's brisk command, they were quickly set to begin shooting, with the main goal of securing at least 2 episodes worth of footage before the real heat set in, thanks to an efficient pre-production system. Having once narrowly escaped death from illness, he made it clear from the very start that there was no longer any room for blindly following the usual grinded-out shooting style, where productions pushed ahead under terrible conditions. And hashtag X27, this isn't nearly as tight as I expected, and hashtag X27. What Kaoru had been most worried about was that, like other productions, the schedule would be thrown into chaos by indefinite waiting and erratic shoot times, with cancellations and postponements forcing him to spend most of his free time on the drama set. For Kaoru, that was especially troubling because he had school, as well as work with the troupe. If drama filming were added on top of that, it would become very difficult to see his family. AI had been happily supportive, but she had also seemed deeply disappointed by that prospect, unable to hide how much it bothered her. Remembering that made his chest feel even heavier. Fortunately, thanks to PD Matsushige Sojiro's own public promise, Kaoru could finally breathe a little easier and carve out time to keep up with his activities. Of course, unexpected problems could always crop up on set, so he couldn't completely relax. But after seeing Matsushige Sojiro's abilities firsthand, Kaoru didn't worry too much. Sitting in the taxi on the way to the set, Kaoru read the script and lightly furrowed his brow, scratching at his forehead. Through hobby practice, writing short scenarios for exercise, copying theater scripts, acting them out himself, and studying them, Kaoru had developed a certain eye for this sort of thing. To be honest, despite the unusually high production budget and the quality of the other infrastructure going into the drama, the script itself was only average. Still, even that was among the better scripts he had been given. A female lead who transfers to a famous private high school. A popular male lead takes an interest in her, and the surrounding male and female supporting leads all rush in to interfere with their relationship, creating a bumpy youth school drama. It was a story he'd seen before, the kind often borrowed from shoujo manga in magazines. But cliché or not, it was still exactly the sort of story that fit a youth drama. And the role Kaoru had been assigned, that of the charismatic third-year student council president Kiriyama Ryota, was gathering his fan. Do you think this school is some playground for the likes of you? Mind your manners. Kaoru let out a small, dry laugh and shook his head at the line, which practically dripped with overblown character setting. After first receiving the script, he had already analyzed roughly how he would play Kiriyama Ryota. Even so, he was genuinely looking forward to seeing how PD Matsushige Sojiro would direct every scene in the script. After all, Matsushige Sojiro's presence was one of the reasons he had chosen this drama in the first place, so in a way, it was only natural. Kaoru closed the script for a moment, and took his phone out of his pocket. He unlocked it and quietly looked through the photos of AI and the twins stored in his gallery. Photos of AI with him, photos of AI with the twins, photos of the twins together, photos of Aqua, photos of Ruby, photos of himself with the twins. He carefully looked through each memory-filled picture, keeping them precious in those brilliant blue eyes of his. Before long, he reached the last photo. Unable to help himself, Kaoru gently brushed his thumb across the screen, where AI was smiling happily with the twins held tight in her arms, and soothed the ache of longing in his chest. The corners of his mouth, which had been wearing a faint smile, slowly filled with regret, and the happiness that had lingered on his face as he savored those memories faded back into his usual indifferent, cold expression. Just a little longer. If he waited just a little more, he would be able to see them soon. Comforting himself with that thought, Kaoru immediately opened the script again. Wha? Okay. I'll change your diaper. Ruby, who had been lying there blankly watching TV just moments ago, started crying for a diaper change. Miyako trudged off to get a diaper with a thoroughly depressed look on her face. When would she ever be able to escape this hell of childcare? Ugh. I really can't take it anymore. As she changed Ruby's diaper, Miyako sniffled back tears. If there had been even a single ray of light in this lonely, brutal hell of childcare, it would have been Kaoru's gentle, caring smile as he came home after school with dessert and stopped by to see the twins. Rain or shine, no matter how busy he was, Kaoru always came by after school to see the twins, bringing dessert or gifts for Miyako and comforting her. Miyako knew. She knew what a devoted, family-minded beautiful boy Kaoru was. She had seen and felt firsthand how much he loved AI and the twins, and she thought that if her own sacrifice brought peace to this family, then that alone was enough to say she had done her part. She had quit a stable company, and even if her career was cut off, as the saying went, a son-in-law's love was a mother-in-law's love, if she had Kaoru's support and smile, she was sure she could somehow endure it. But, ugh, sob. I wish I'd never known from the start. Once Kaoru could no longer come by because of drama filming, Miyako flailed in the depths of despair, her happiness having been stolen away. Was this what it felt like to have the sun taken from you and be trapped in eternal darkness? Always, that beautiful boy's bright, radiant smile, and the sweet chocolate cake he brought had soothed her exhausted body and mind. If only she had never known. Then it wouldn't hurt and depress her this much. Right, what a miserable state this is. Why do I have to be so stressed out over childcare I never even planned for? Even the twins' adorable faces were starting to look scary now. She desperately needed Kaoru's help, but the beautiful boy who was supposed to become her son-in-law was not by her side. And the man who was supposed to be her husband didn't even notice how hard she was struggling, let alone call her. Should I just run away? As Miyako wrestled with fierce inner conflict, her eyes shook violently before sinking into darkness in an instant. At last, her mind reached its limit, and her reason went numb. Fine, let's get divorced. Divorce? Yeah, if you try to grab me now, it's too late. I've done enough, haven't I? I'm sorry to Kaoru-kun and AI, but I really have done enough. I should just divorce that awful husband of mine, take him for everything he's worth in alimony, and use the money to push the host I like up to the #1 spot in revenue. I have a life too. I have dreams too. You think you're the only ones who matter. Honestly. Ruby and Aqua, who had been watching Miyako's rampage from behind as she muttered darkly and stuffed clothes into a bag, exchanged quiet whispers with serious expressions. What do we do? Shouldn't we stop her? Call someone or something. Would calling change anything? It'd just be like a baby under 1-year-old suddenly calling and confessing she can speak clearly on her own, wouldn't it? Then what are we supposed to do? If we just leave her like that, it'll interfere with Mama and Papa's activities. Maybe this is our chance. I just had a great idea. Huh? A chance for what? We go all the way and drive the point home. So she can't think of anything else. Ruby looked puzzled at Aqua's determined gaze, but after hearing his plan, she nodded. Anyway, the one at fault here is you, right? Even if you cling to my skirt and keep whining. Poor woman. The frustration in your heart cannot be solved by running away. Miyako, who had been stuffing Ichigo's bankbook into her bag, froze at the young voice coming from behind her. Turning her head stiffly like a rusted machine, she looked toward the source of the voice. What did you say? She blinked blankly at the twins sitting on top of the table. Miyako's thought process stopped dead. Seeing her panic, Aqua sensed that he had successfully taken the first step of his plan and, with his arms folded, recited the line he had prepared in his head with an imposing expression. I am a messenger from heaven. I can no longer stand by while you abandon your duty and run away from your sins. Miyako's mind went white as paper, and she couldn't recover herself. The babies who had been perfectly normal just moments ago, not even a year old yet, were suddenly standing on the table, arms folded, speaking clearly and scolding her sternly. What was this? Was she dreaming? Miyako let out a dry laugh without realizing it and shook her head. No way. This has to be a lie, right? This doesn't make sense, does it? I'm seeing things, right? Right? Ho ho ho. Even in a situation that felt like it would drive her out of her mind. Unable to make sense of the clearly broken, absurd phenomenon before her, Miyako's face went white as she laughed like a madwoman and waved her hands frantically. For some reason, if this went any further, she looked like she might quite literally faint. And #X27, this is dangerous, and hashtag X27. Worried that something unexpected might happen, Aqua flinched and failed to rebut Miyako's words. Unable to stand it any longer, Ruby looked down at Miyako with her usual emotionless, cold eyes and said, "Know your place." "Huh?" Miyako stared at Ruby, unable even to wipe away the cold sweat running down her face. That arrogant posture, perched on the table as if a god had manifested before her. That cold, emotionless gaze and expression, so much like Kaoru's father that it was practically identical. That chilling, eerie presence that made people instinctively shrink back. Miyako clutched both trembling hands together and shook like a frightened lamb. "I was going to bestow an oracle on you as a sign of appreciation for all your hard work, and yet you dare to abandon your sacred duty and run away so shamelessly. Ungrateful thing. Who are you? Why are you talking to me like that?" "Huh? I am the manifestation of Amaterasu. I am the god you speak of." Hick. Soaked in cold sweat, Miyako tried to scoot backward while seated, but the TV stand blocked her path and left her trapped. Ruby sharpened her gaze and raised her presence even further. "And you would dare throw away your fate? Are you not afraid of divine wrath? Hoshino Ai is a girl chosen by the god of entertainment, and Kamiki Kaoru is a boy chosen by the god of strength. And their child, too, is twins born of sacred blood and a great destiny. To protect us and support the two men and women chosen by the gods, was that not the sacred duty given to you?" Ruby pointed at the shell-shocked Miyako with her short, cute index finger and continued in a solemn voice. "After all the hardship you endured for that duty, do you still want to throw yourself into ruin here? To run from your duty is to defy the god. Do you truly wish to receive divine punishment?" Divine punishment? What is that?" At Miyako's cry, Aqua said quietly, "Death." After hearing Aqua's thunderbolt-like verdict, Miyako froze like stone for a moment, unable to say anything. Then, "Wong!" Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious on the spot. "Director. Oh, Kaoru. You're here." The set was bustling with preparations for filming. As soon as he arrived, Kaoru finished greeting the team leaders from each department and found PD Matsushige Sojiro, who had just come out of a meeting, then bowed politely. Since he preferred being called by his title as director rather than as PD on set, Kaoru addressed him as Director Sojiro, his blue eyes gleaming as he said, "I'm ready." "Good. We're shooting the other supporting roles in batches right now, so your turn will come soon." "Heh heh heh. Personally, I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see that amazing skill again, the one from 4 years ago, when you memorized the whole script and finished in a single take without a single NG. If you're trying to put pressure on me, I think you've succeeded." At Director Sojiro's glittering, pressure-heavy gaze, Kaoru gave an awkward smile. Sojiro patted Kaoru on the shoulder with a smile full of trust, then looked over at the assistant director standing nearby. "Oh, for Kaoru-kun, the waiting room." Thud thump. At a loud noise from somewhere nearby, the staff around them all turned their heads toward the source at once. The same was true for PD Sojiro and Kaoru. Camera cases lay scattered on the floor, and right beside them a handsome, tall young man stood frozen in shock, not knowing what to do. Before long, the nearby staff hurried over to tidy up the cases and say it was fine. Watching the scene, PD Sojiro let out a deep sigh and muttered with a faint but unmistakable note of displeasure. "And they call these kids leads, when they can't even handle a set honestly." Following Director Sojiro's gaze, Kaoru looked at the man whose ears had turned bright red with embarrassment as he hurried toward the waiting room. As far as he knew, there were 6 lead actors in this drama, 3 male and 3 female. If Director Sojiro was right, that man must be one of the 6 leads. In any case, the lead actors he would actually meet in the script were only 4, and even then their screen time was limited, so he probably wouldn't run into them much on set. "Director. Then I'll head to the waiting room." Yes. Go on." Kaoru smiled, bowed to Director Sojiro, and followed the assistant director into the actor waiting room building set up at one side of the filming location. When he entered the waiting room, the other supporting actors either hadn't arrived yet, or were too busy with their own tasks. Kaoru greeted them, answered the usual pleasantries and small talk, and then headed straight to the makeup room in the building next door to get his makeup done. "Oh my, who do we have here? Isn't this our Kamiki Kaoru-kun?" "Ah. Hello." As soon as he stepped into the makeup room, a familiar middle-aged woman pushed up her glasses and greeted Kaoru warmly. Kaoru bowed in return to the woman, who was smiling as she greeted him. Maeda Aki, the famous makeup artist who had once served as head of the makeup team for Black Rose of the Mastermind. She was well regarded in the industry for both her skill and her good nature, which made her easy to work with even for difficult actors. "Wow, how long has it been?" "Almost 2 years, right?" "More than 2 years?" "Yes. About 2 years. Time really flies." "No, seriously, Kaoru-kun, I was so shocked when you said you were retiring. Our shop staff and customers were all in an uproar, I'm telling you." "Ha ha. Exactly. I'm so glad that dating rumor turned out to be false. I mean, men and women can be friends, can't they? Those people always act like they're trying to pick at fruit they can't reach. And the people who suffer are always the innocent ones." There were so many people eyeing Kaoru-kun, it was really a shame. "If it weren't for that, you'd probably have walked right into a Getsuku slot by now." "Ha ha." Sitting in a chair while she fixed his hair with a headband and hairpins and applied makeup to his face, Maeda Aki kept up an endless stream of chatter. Kaoru's ears felt like they were bleeding, and he could only smile awkwardly, repeating haha, yes, and I see, while praying for the makeup to finish. Before long, the makeup was done. Kaoru thanked Maeda Aki and hurried out of the makeup room. After changing in the costume room into the third-year school uniform worn by the student council president, Kaoru stepped out and adjusted the slightly rumpled fit of his clothes as he walked back toward the waiting room. As always, he couldn't help thinking how nice it would be if the production budget were invested honestly in the costumes. Ha! With the school blazer draped over his right arm, Kaoru frowned slightly when he couldn't get the front buttons of the school shirt to fasten properly. With no other choice, he hung the blazer on the chair beside him, stood before the full-length mirror, and unbuttoned the shirt down to his chest before buttoning it again, then unbuttoning and buttoning it once more, until he finally decided to leave the top button undone and use the tie to make it look as though the shirt were buttoned all the way up. It seemed he and dress shirts had never been on good terms, not even back during Black Rose of the Mastermind. Noticing a loose thread from the costume caught on his carefully styled blonde hair, Kaoru brushed it away with his long fingers. With a faint crease between his brows, he raised the shirt collar and tied the school necktie himself, only to notice in the full-length mirror that several female staff members near the door were watching him with strange expressions. When their eyes met, he had been about to ask whether they could switch him to another costume, but it was already too late. After finishing the tie and putting on the school blazer draped over the chair, Kaoru stood there with a serious look, debating whether to fasten all the blazer buttons, leave them half done, or leave them open entirely. Judging by the nature of the role he was playing, a strict traditionalist would call for every button to be fastened. But doing that might make the character look too defensive and stifled, and he couldn't quite decide. Ha! The few junior supporting actors and bit part players sitting quietly nearby and watching Kaoru. As they looked at their own faces reflected in the full-length mirror, they silently averted their eyes like depressed frogs. "Still, I think I'll leave it open." Regardless of their reactions, Kaoru finally made his decision after a long silence, nodded and smiled quietly. Chapter 40. Proof. 2,777 words. Life never goes according to plan. Contrary to Director Sojiro's bold assurances, the shoot had dragged on, and Kaoru had tossed his jacket aside and sat down to look over the script. He could tolerate the dress shirt not even buttoning properly because the buttonholes didn't line up. He'd dealt with that during Black Rose of the Mastermind, too. But the school jacket was another story. Either they had used some weird, cheap fabric to save money on the generous production budget, or they had ordered it from a strange supplier, because the collar was rough and irritating against his neck. He wasn't the only one. The other actors in the waiting room were also rubbing at their collars and looking uncomfortable. Kaoru decided to bring his own shirt from home and report the jacket issue to wardrobe, then check the clock on the wall. PM 1812. Kaoru took out his flip phone and checked the messages he had exchanged with AI before coming onto set. APM 1630. I'm at the station. I'm so nervous. AI had wanted to put a heart next to the A, but Kaoru had refused just in case. He had only barely calmed his wife down by compromising with a star, after she puffed out her cheeks like an angry rabbit and sulked. He had absolutely no intention of admitting that the real reason was that, between his past and present lives, he was just shy of 60, and the idea of putting a heart in a text message was incredibly embarrassing. PM 1633. You'll do great. I'm looking forward to it. I just got to the set too. I'd like to hear it, but I'm on set so it'll be hard. Sorry. APM 1634. It's okay. Oh, carrot, oh, do your best, Kaoru. PM 1637. Thanks. That gives me energy. I'll check the time and come by after filming. Love you. AI had landed a coveted appearance on a mid-tier radio music program, and was scheduled to appear with a few of the members. After Kaoru sent that message, she didn't reply again. Remembering that she still had a live stage performance after the radio show, Kaoru brushed his fingers over the corner of his mouth. Okay, cut. Director Sojiro's reluctant cut call came from outside the waiting room. The set immediately stirred in response. Filming was moving along according to the pre-arranged cue sheet, but once they'd cast 6 rookie actors in lead roles, the actual shooting time was taking far longer than expected. On top of that, they had to account for the time lost to NGs when actors stumbled over their lines, or when the director wasn't satisfied with their expressions or eyes even after they got the dialogue right, forcing them to reshoot scenes over and over. Thanks to that, Kaoru had been exiled to the waiting room for a full hour and 20 minutes just for cutaway shots of the 3 leads making simple small talk. He idly toyed with the script, which had started to fray from being opened so often when Kaoru, get ready to go on standby. At last, a staff member called his name. Kaoru's blue eyes flashed as he stood from his chair and straightened his school uniform. When he headed to the student council room set, Director Sojiro, who had been speaking with the cinematographer in a very serious tone, spotted Kaoru and brightened visibly. Ah, Kaoru. That wait was pretty long, wasn't it? Not at all. I'm fine. Director Sojiro laughed when he saw Kaoru's usual indifferent gaze. Really? Ha. Then let's go straight into shooting. After a quick touch-up to his makeup and taking the fan handed to him by the prop team, Kaoru sat down in front of an absurdly oversized desk that looked like something you'd see in the office of a conglomerate chairman and calmly raised his emotions. To Kaoru's immediate side stood a line of extra actors playing members of the student council, and another extra playing his aide stood beside him. The role he was playing, Kiriyama Ryota, was a third-year student council president, a strict, principal's first type with a cold charisma. That made this, his first scene, all the more demanding in terms of subtle emotional expression. Kaoru fiddled with the fan, then closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. Okay. Scene number 38. We're rolling. Ready, action. The moment the cue was given, a brilliant red starlight began to bloom faintly within his open blue eyes. Director Sojiro, watching through the camera, swallowed dryly at the overwhelming charisma and aura pouring out from the actor before him. In an instant, Kaoru shed his own identity and brought the fictional character on the page into perfect reality. His gaze, the millimeter-perfect control of his facial expressions, his clean and precise diction as an actor, and the voice and delivery suited to the character. Every tiny gesture and movement was calculated with painstaking care and realized before the camera. Even though he had taken a year off after retiring because of that disgraceful incident, Kaoru's acting hadn't rusted at all. If anything, it had been sharpened even further during that time. Director Sojiro didn't miss a single moment of the astonishing skill displayed by the boy who would soon turn 17, and he couldn't hide the sharp smile that spread across his face. Over the course of 4 years, the boy had grown even more and become a monster. He had become seasoned and fierce enough to seize control of the set in an instant. Hirano Taisuke. So you're planning to cause trouble again? We've been handed a transfer student as prey, and you think I'll just sit back and watch? At the sudden shift into a cold voice, the actor standing beside him glanced at Kaoru for cues and barely managed to pick up the line. Why yes, sir. We're currently tracking the movements of the members. Even though the extra stumbled over his line, Director Sojiro didn't call for an NG. Instead, it came across as a natural reaction that only heightened the student council president's character, which made him very satisfied. When Kaoru glanced toward the cinematographer, he could see that the man was so absorbed in the shoot, dazzled by the red starlight burning in those blue eyes, that he probably wouldn't have noticed if someone had collapsed beside him. As the student council president, I will never stand by while this academy, this sacred place of learning, is made noisy and unruly. For now, designate that transfer student as a person of interest and report her movements by the hour. The same goes for Hirano Taisuke. Protecting the strict school rules from the reactionary forces trying to deny the very reason the student council exists, and guiding the students onto the right path. That is the student council's duty. Swish. He snapped the fan shut in one clean motion, his sharp gaze still fixed on the camera, and the student council extras standing around him all bowed their heads at once and called out, yes. Okay. Cut. Director Sojiro clenched his fist and shouted the cut with a voice full of exhilaration. Kaoru had delivered the long lines in his own rhythm without a single stumble, and he had taken the overly dramatic dialogue and played it so dryly it was almost stripped of all moisture. He had pulled off the heavy scene, which felt as though the drama's entire genre had changed, in a single take. Director Sojiro, with memories from 4 years ago flashing back through his mind, stood up from his chair and gave the boy a thumbs up. As expected of you. Thank you. Ignoring the director's almost painfully glittering eyes, Kaoru moved to the next set and resumed filming. He quickly finished the shots, walking down a long sunset-lit hallway with the student council in tow, and a scene of silently drinking tea, and so on. Unlike before, the assigned filming wrapped up in no time, and the relieved staff watched him leave the set with sidelong glances. Thank you for your hard work, director. Hard work. Please. We recovered a good chunk of the delay thanks to you. Good job. Kaoru bowed politely to Director Sojiro, then took off his school jacket and draped it over his right arm. He was heading toward wardrobe through the busy set, preparing for the next shoot, when... Thud. A passing man shoved hard into Kaoru's shoulder. There were plenty of staff members bustling around in preparation for filming, but the space wasn't especially cramped, and more importantly, there was a fair amount of distance between Kaoru and the people nearby. Intentional. Kaoru's eyes cooled instantly at the clearly deliberate bump. When he turned to see who had hit him, he found. What? Even though the other person had been the one to bump into him first, the man glared at Kaoru rudely, as if to say what was his problem. He was a young man with a fierce, sharp-eyed face, and a slightly shorter build. Judging by the fact that he was wearing the same style of school uniform costume, he didn't seem to be a drama staff member, but one of the cast. And since the quality of the uniform he wore looked better than the one Kaoru had on, Kaoru narrowed his eyes slightly. A lead actor. He was definitely one of the 6 leads. Kaoru hadn't looked up the profiles of the 6 lead actors, and he had no idea which role each one played, or felt any need to know. But now he did. In less than a second, Kaoru memorized the lead actor's face, build, gait, and voice, all of it. Even after bumping shoulders with him, the man simply stood there staring down at him without any change in expression. Then, with a sneer, he pointed at Kaoru's shoulder and said, "Watch where you're going." It's cramped enough as it is. Hey. Aren't you going to apologize? You bumped into me. I'll be more careful. Kaoru looked down at the man with a cold, flat voice. Of course there wasn't a shred of sincerity in it, but the man seemed to have achieved what he wanted, because he gave a faint, oily smirk and walked away with a lazy nod. The man brushed past Kaoru and headed toward the set. Kaoru watched his back for a moment, then smiled in a way that meant nothing and headed to wardrobe. When Miyako woke up, she stared blankly at the ceiling. She was in a bed. Slowly turning her head, she saw AI through the slightly open door, apparently done with her schedule and playing with the twins. Kaya. Wadash. At Miyako's scream, AI, who had been playing with the twins, jolted and turned toward the bedroom. Miyako rushed over and panted hard. Those starbright eyes still held a fierce edge, and Miyako hurriedly ran a hand through her disheveled hair before grabbing AI's hand and shouting, "Why, you're really AI, right? It's AI, isn't it? Right? Huh? Of course I'm AI. Who else would I be? Miyako-chan, what's wrong? Did-a-dash. Da-dash." Miyako stared at the twins in a daze. AI tilted her head at Miyako's ashen face and rubbed her cold hand, then said, "Hey, Miyako-chan, your hand's cold. Are you sick? You look like you saw a ghost or something weird. Was it a dream? Was it all a dream?" AI's face filled with confusion at Miyako's increasingly bizarre words. After finishing the radio broadcast successfully, and then the live stage performance, Miyako had come with Kaoru to see the twins, only to collapse and fall asleep spread-eagled on the living room floor. It had only been 10 minutes since Kaoru, feeling sorry for her because she had looked so dead asleep, sighed deeply and carried her to bed. After hearing the whole story, Miyako looked at the twins with trembling eyes. Da-dash. Da-dash. The twins, who had clearly delivered a chilling warning to her as emissaries of God, were now playing innocently in AI's arms, knowing nothing at all. Had it been a dream? But if it was a dream, it was still there. The bag she'd packed was still there, exactly where she'd left it. Miyako wanted to tell someone about the symptoms she had experienced and discuss what to do about them. She grabbed AI's hand as AI shook a rattle to entertain the twins, and opened her mouth in a trembling voice. AI. I had this weird phenomenon, or maybe a dream, or maybe a hallucination. Anyway, something strange happened and... The twins. The twins' eyes turned to Miyako at the same time. They had only looked at her, but Miyako felt fear in that gaze. Meeting those eyes made the terrifying warning she had heard earlier echo in her mind. Retribution will fall. Death. She was nothing more than a weak, cowardly human being. In the end, she chose to keep the secret rather than defy heaven. They were just so cute that I started crying, that's all. Ha ha ha, taking care of the twins makes me so happy. It's like I was born for this. So don't worry, leave it to me. I'll do my absolute best so you never feel the absence of your parents. Miyako-chan. While AI was still flustered by Miyako's tearful, impossible-to-read reaction, the front door opened and Kaoru came in. Worried about Miyako, who had collapsed from exhaustion and fallen asleep, he had immediately gone back out to buy all kinds of nutritional supplements and a box of cake from the pharmacy. Seeing Miyako awake, he smiled and said, "You're up. Kaoru." Wait a. Was this what it felt like to regain the sun? How lonely and frightening had that time been? The moment she saw Kaoru, she stood up and clung tightly to her son-in-law. She had a lot she wanted to say, but she forced it all down. She was afraid of being punished by heaven. Of course, AI was not going to sit still after seeing that. Kaoru's arms belonged to her, and to no one else. They were hers alone, and she would never yield them to anyone else. AI immediately stood up and jumped into Kaoru's arms before anyone else could take them. Ha! Kaoru let out an awkward laugh as he ended up holding both his mother-in-law and his wife at once. After that brief commotion, he saw Kaoru off as he left home right away for troop work, and AI also headed out for her schedule the next day. As silence returned to the once noisy house, Miyako let out a long sigh. Then she looked again at the two twins, who were sitting proudly on the living room table, and muttered softly, "So it wasn't a dream after all." "Indeed. Are you still planning to run from your duty?" At Ruby's words, Miyako hurried over to the living room table, planted her arms on it, and leaned forward with a tearful voice. "And no. I absolutely won't." Sniff. "You saw it, right? You saw Kaoru-kun and AI thanking me before they left, right? Please, can't you forgive me?" "Very well." "Huh? From the beginning, it was a simple matter. Protecting our secret and helping our parents by caring for the twins. That is not difficult, is it? You need only do everything we tell you. If you do, then remarriage to a handsome actor won't be a dream." "Really?" As Ruby patted Miyako's small hand with her own and spoke in a gentle voice, Miyako sniffled through the tears welling up in her eyes and brightened. Was this the merciful heart of a god? The fear and terror from earlier felt as if they had all been washed away, and Miyako nodded vigorously. Besides, if she behaved herself, they would promise her remarriage to a handsome actor. What other merciful god in the world would do that? "I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do everything you say. I'll even lick the soles of your shoes, and no, I'll lick a dirty diaper if I have to." "Yes. There's no need to go that far." Watching Miyako grovel while holding Ruby's hand and Ruby nod with a satisfied smile, Aqua muttered softly, breaking into a cold sweat. Equals 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 equals. The website for reading paid chapters is available on my Patreon. The number of chapters on Patreon, 75. Link, patreon.com/ultramagnus_t. Chapter 41. Below standard. 2,986 words. Then which part of this song do you like best, AI? Yes. I like the beginning the most, the intro. Just thinking about singing a song filled with my sincerity and a love for my fans makes my heart flutter so much. Ah, right. At the start of the song, you have a signature pose, don't you? Like this, with a wink and then the pose like this. Hey, what are you doing? Don't copy that carelessly, you smell like an old man. Kia ha ha. What? How dare that smelly old man try to, who does he think he is? That's crossing the line. Watching the recorded visual radio broadcast AI had appeared on through Miyako's laptop, Ruby ground her teeth so hard they might have sparked. Her eyes blazed like a veteran general ready to drive a tank straight into battle. Aqua looked irritated too, crossing his arms and silently joining Ruby's outrage. When the overweight host with an untrimmed beard copied AI's signature pose, AI and the members all burst out laughing, the atmosphere turning warm and cheerful. But to the fans, he was nothing more than a target for extermination. Ah, a message just came in. User 8841. It's great seeing the Kamiki members. Good luck with the sign is B. Thank you, I'll work even harder to repay everyone's love. You're definitely going way overboard today. Oh. That happy smile from the producer. I just want to bite him. Oh, this is good. User 5557. AI-chan, what's your favorite food? I'm so curious. Yes, well, it was supposed to be a secret, but I'll be honest this time. Actually, I like rice bowls. The kind with a sprinkle of shikimi. I really, really love them. Ooh. AI-chan likes rice bowls. When Aqua shouted in excitement at learning the thing he had been most curious about, Ruby, who had spent the past 4 years after reincarnation diligently updating missing information, quickly rolled her eyes and memorized it in her head. And Oppo's, Mama likes rice bowls. Mama likes rice bowls and Oppo's. User 2114. You used to say it was a secret and wouldn't tell us, but now's my chance. What's your favorite fruit? I sent, watermelon. Watermelon is great, isn't it? I like watermelon too. What fruit do you like, AI? This was supposed to be a secret too, but I'm in a good mood, so I'll be honest. Yes. Pineapple. It's so delicious. Especially when you eat it while you're thirsty, it's sweet and tangy and makes you feel like you're ascending. Ohu. Pineapple. AI-chan likes pineapple. Pineapple is the best. AI-chan really knows her food. Pineapple pizza is delicious too. Pineapple pizza. Ruby, who had been watching Aqua cheer with sparkling eyes, went completely deadpan. To think she was related by blood to this weirdo. What a disaster. User 1515. What dream did you have yesterday? I wanted to dream about going on a picnic with AI-chan, but instead I dreamed that a man who looked exactly like the host uncle confessed to me. I'd like to apologize on his behalf. Kia haha. My dream from yesterday. I can't remember, but I definitely remember two cute little baby angels shooting Cupid's arrows at me, pew pew. Those two baby angels Mama just mentioned, that's us, right? I think so. Yeah. Ruby, who had been sitting at the table, flopped backward as if she might die of happiness. This was the best. This was why she was a fan. This was why she loved AI. There was nothing happier than being born as the daughter of her favorite idol. Whether his little sister was losing her mind or not, Aqua kept staring at the laptop, not wanting to miss even the smallest detail about AI. After a few rounds of questions and talk, the host finally selected the last message before the song. Yes, this looks like the last message. User 5548. I wasn't going to ask because I figured you wouldn't answer, but I'll ask anyway. AI-chan's ideal type. Does such a person even exist in this world? Oh. Is that a terrible question full of selfish intent? As a fan, that's a serious lack of tact, isn't it? Hey. Isn't that way too much to ask an active idol? How would you feel if someone asked whether you'd been to the bathroom today? No. Stuff like this is when the producer should use some sense and shut the question down, not sit there asking AI-chan something like that. Do you really think guys like you could be her ideal type, you filthy smelly otaku bastards? Even if you ask something like that, AI-chan's seat next to her is mine, you lightning-struck bastards. See, calm down. As Ruby clutched Miyako's poor laptop and screamed with a face full of hellfire, Aqua broke into a cold sweat and tried to calm her down. On the laptop screen, AI pursed her lips and tapped her finger against them thoughtfully for a moment, then smiled sweetly and opened her mouth. That's a secret, ah. I'm sure they exist somewhere in this world. This is sincerity, hee hee. Her radiant starbright eyes shimmered like a morning star, gleaming with a beautiful iridescence. For a moment, the twins lost control of their expressions and went rigid. Seeing AI's face as a completely woman in love, they both thought of the same person at once. There was no way the twins didn't know who had stolen their favorite's heart. And that only made the bitterness of defeat taste even sharper. The ideal type AI had spoken of. The man the twins would never beat, even if they died and came back to life again. The one and only man who would occupy AI's side forever. Aqua remembered that incident from dawn the other day. Ruby remembered the countless times she had seen the two of them stuck together, looking sickeningly happy. And both of them clenched their teeth so hard they looked ready to crush their pacifiers in their hands. This was this and that was that. Yes. This was this and that was that. Still, as AI's biggest fans. Absolutely. We'll never forgive you. Sigh. As the twins' fury, enough to tear apart the bonds of heaven and blood, echoed through the house, Miyako held her head and let out a long sigh. Ugh, wait. Do I need to scratch my ear? Suddenly feeling an itch in both ears, Kaoru frowned and rubbed around them with both palms. He was about to start filming soon, and if his ears itched during the scene, it would ruin everything. He made a mental note to ask AI to clean his ears when their schedules eased up, then immediately headed to set. The scene Kaoru was filming this time was his first face-to-face encounter with the student council president and the problem child, who was the first among the drama's 6 core leads, the third-generation Chable heir Hirano Taisuke. The story went like this. After seeing the transferred heroine Aramura Suzu, he acted like a tsundere and stirred up trouble by mobilizing his faction. The student council president called him in and gave him a sharp warning, but of course he ignored it and kept acting like the kind of protagonist who only causes chaos. Ha! Holding a fan in one hand and his other hand behind his back, Kaoru gave a cold look to the lead actor playing Hirano Taisuke, Sasaki Ryanosuke, who was entering the set after finishing his makeup. Having lived both a past life and a present one, Kaoru knew that in life there were rare but unmistakable moments when you could look someone in the face and immediately decide, bad blood. There are 2 kinds of people in this world, those with manners and those without. That was the gist of the folk psychology relationship theory the senior from the theater troupe had laid out while eating rice bowls. As for Kaoru himself, with a few exceptions, he had mostly met people with manners. He could count himself lucky. Of course, his closest blood relative had been a completely shameless bastard with no manners whatsoever, so he had nearly gone through a serious ordeal. Anyway, Kaoru could say that in his life, he had only rarely been hurt by people without manners, at least compared to his past life. So he usually tried to handle things as amicably as possible. When it came to problems, incidents, and conflicts in human relationships, he always aimed for the most peaceful solution, and in practice he had resolved many things that way. Because no one in this world knew better than he did that the best way to win a fight was not to fight at all. But Kaoru and Sasaki Ryanosuke created an atmosphere so cold it was hard to believe they were fellow actors about to film a scene together. Even the staff preparing nearby kept sneaking glances at them and reading the room. It was hard to believe a major agency, always ranked among the top 5 in the entertainment industry, had such poor judgment when it came to people. Some people might pile on all sorts of flowery praise, calling those slanted eyes alluring, sexy, rebellious, and provocative. But to Kaoru, he just looked like a mangy wolf cub lifting its chin, as if it had no idea how frightening the sky could be. Kaoru almost snorted. Ah, fine. Stop poking my eye already. Sasaki Ryanosuke jerked his head away irritably and brushed off the makeup team staff, who had been trying to fix his makeup. The staff member flinched in surprise, bowed an apology, and quickly retreated. Ryanosuke had already become, knowingly or not, the #1 person staff on set avoided, especially the women, because of his arrogant, overbearing personality. And yet, in the videos he uploaded to Twitter for his fans, he made a point of showing off a sweet, harmless image. Laughable. Looking at Ryanosuke with blue eyes so cold they seemed to carry frost, Kaoru released his hands from behind his back, adjusted the fan, and said, I look forward to working with you, Sasaki. Ryanosuke ignored Kaoru and fiddled with the piercing in his ear. Kaoru hadn't expected him to return the greeting anyway. The real thing only shows once the camera starts rolling. The moment the camera lights came on, the man in front of him, who couldn't even maintain the minimum dignity of an actor, was below standard. All right, scene 99. Ready. Action. If you keep running around like a wild fool, nothing good will come of it for you, Hirano-kun. Why does the student council president keep ordering me around like this? Sorry. Let's go again. As soon as filming began, Kaoru's energy changed completely. Before Ryanosuke could even get into a battle of presence, his emotions and immersion were thrown off, and he bit his lip and lowered his head. Director Sojiro could see it clearly on camera. The moment filming started, Ryanosuke couldn't even meet Kaoru's eyes, and his line delivery immediately wavered. It was the classic sight of a rookie actor unable to answer back, unable to stand his ground, and tucking his tail between his legs before the seasoned charisma of the other actor. The problem was that although Sasaki Ryunosuke lacked experience, he was an adult actor 3 years older than Kamiki Kaoru. Who? Okay. We'll go right into it. Take 2. Ready. Action. If you keep running around like a wild fool, nothing good will come of it for you, Hirano-kun. Why does the student council president keep bossing me around like this? Ha! Kaoru stepped forward and looked down at Ryunosuke as he spoke. With his voice carrying a chill, Ryunosuke was once again seized by the dizzying feeling that he was about to be swallowed by Kaoru's momentum. And Oppos, damn it, and Oppos. The lines he had memorized and the emotions he had carefully prepared kept falling apart on their own whenever he stood in front of that obnoxiously handsome bastard. It was a first-time experience for him, and Ryunosuke failed to control his emotions, letting his impatience show. Even if you act all flashy like that, I'm the one who rules this academy. He stumbled over the line, but Director Sojiro didn't call cut. Still, Kaoru showed no intention of letting him off and raised his presence further, staring straight into Ryunosuke's eyes as he said. Is that so? If you're that confident, then why don't we? Snap. Shall we go straight to the chairman's office together, hand in hand? Kaoru unfolded the fan in front of his face and smiled coolly, his confidence making Ryunosuke's mind go blank all over again. Ryunosuke ground his teeth in humiliation. Cut. For this shot, revise the cue sheet and push it to the next one. Move everything after this up. Good work, everyone. Rather than gamble on a talent too thin to make use of even when given a chance, Director Sojiro stood up and ordered the cue sheet revised to preserve the precious filming time, worth more than gold. Ryunosuke glared at Kaoru with a face flushed red from shame, and eyes burning with anger at having his pride cracked. Clack. But Kaoru, with his usual indifferent gaze, folded the fan as if to show him up, curled the corner of his mouth, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Good work. Of course, he didn't forget the greeting. Ugh. Ha. Does it hurt? AI hurriedly pulled out the ear pick, and Kaoru shook his head, teasing her. No, it feels good. Heh heh. You startled me. I just scraped out a huge one. Dummy Oru. Really? Sorry. Ha ha. Take good care of me. Kaoru gave an awkward laugh, and AI puffed out her cheeks like an angry rabbit before gently pinching the smooth bridge of his nose. The man who had been enjoying the leisurely life of a contented hermit, with his head on her lap made a nasal little sound from the cute sting in his nose and said. Soe. When you're cleaning someone's ears, focusing is the most important thing. If Kaoru gets hurt because of me, I'd feel so bad. Soe. Pfft, don't act so pitiful. AI smiled and lowered her head, carefully tidying the long purple hair that hung down toward the floor with her slender fingers. Kaoru didn't avoid his wife's approaching lips and gently kissed her back. Are you not mad anymore? Dunno. I'm still going to finish cleaning them. Stay still, okay. Got it. Scritch, scritch. At AI's cute little movements as she cleaned his ears, Kaoru closed his eyes for a moment and steadied his breathing. For some reason, AI also had no schedule today, and his filming had been pushed back by a day, so the unexpected free time had made Kaoru very happy. Thanks to that, after school he got to spend time with the twins again after a long while. For some reason it felt like they'd drifted apart again, but Kaoru assumed it was only because he hadn't seen them in so long. He moved to AI's one-room apartment, and they even cooked together, and had a pleasant time after a long while. AI. Her reply came a beat late because she was focused. Kaoru looked at their reflections in the dark TV screen and said, Aren't you tired from your schedule? You've been really busy lately. I'm okay. Even when I'm tired, I feel relieved when Kaoru asks me first if I'm okay. It gives me the strength to keep going. Really? Then, that's good. What about Kaoru? You're super busy too. You're busier than me, but you're always worrying about me. You're my wife. Iya, Dumioru. Your ears are red. What's that about? You said it first, so why are you embarrassed? It's not like that. It's just hot. AI gently stroked the ear that only she knew whether was red from embarrassment or from the heat, then tapped her husband's shoulder. The other side. Kaoru turned over so his face was toward AI's stomach. She tied her long purple hair up with a rabbit hair tie so it wouldn't hang in the way, then focused even more intently on cleaning his other ear. Does President Ichigo not hold events or anything? Speak. Sorry. Sorry. Ah, Zoe. Wow, that's a big one. I heard they're not doing a big event, just a handshake event. A handshake event? Yes. It's where fans meet us, see our faces, shake hands and talk. The exact date still hasn't been decided. If Kaoru wants to come, you can. Kaoru's expression suddenly turned serious. What if some bad fan tried to hurt her? Seeing her husband's grave look, AI smiled and said, "Why are you worrying about that again?" No. Nothing. It just feels good. Liar. What do you take AI for? Water? Seizing the moment, Kaoru wrapped his arms around AI's waist and blew air against her stomach. AI burst into giggles at the sudden ticklish sensation and toppled over beside the sofa. Kaya. Pervert. Dummy. It tickles. Was that really his true intention all along? Kaoru quickly took the top position over AI, who was lying on the sofa, and smiled as he lowered his voice. I'll clean your ears too, AI. Ah. So that was your plan from the start. AI blushed and pressed her index finger into Kaoru's firm chest. Well. You cleaned my ears, so I should give you a reward, right? Kaoru lowered his head and attacked AI's defenseless lips. In the middle of the married couple's long overdue affection battle, the ear pick in AI's hand fell softly to the living room floor. Chapter 42, Freedom of Thought. 3,395 words. A week had passed since Kaoru finished that happy ear-cleaning session with AI, and he was back on set for another day of filming. At first things had been a little chaotic, but under director Matsushige Sojiro's seasoned leadership, the shooting schedule had somehow started running smoothly and in an organized fashion. Thanks to that, Kaoru had even been able to make time, before arriving on set, to stop by the Saito family home and see the twins before heading out. What are they doing right now? In order to prevent any accident that might expose the twins' existence, whether by losing his phone or someone deliberately snooping through it, Kaoru had switched from the BlackBerry flip phone he used to carry to the newly released iPhone. Since it was for work and for security reasons, he hadn't even saved AI's number separately. He only sent and received messages, and even then, he deleted the remaining records afterward. But cloud services still weren't widespread yet, so the twins' photos were stored only on the old flip phone. Even if he wanted to look at them, he could only do so in his memories. Thinking of his wife and children, Father Kaoru's eyes grew moist. Question mark. Someone approached Kaoru, who had been standing there in a gloomy frog-like daze, lost in thoughts of the twins and his wife. When he turned his head, he saw one of the lead actors, Nakayama Junichi. He was the same actor who had made a mistake the first time he came to set, and dropped the case holding the filming equipment while talking with director Sojiro. Even though he belonged to a top agency specializing in models that led the industry, he didn't act out like some of the other lead actors. He knew how to read the room, and his humble, calm personality kept him from showing off. Kaoru turned to look at Nakayama Junichi. Just as it happened, the next scene was Kaoru's first face-to-face shoot with him. More precisely, it was the scene where Murakami Koki, the character played by Nakayama Junichi, was the class representative of the protagonist's homeroom and attended the student council president's all-school coordination meeting for a brief conversation. Communication with the fellow actor he had to match timing with was essential, so Kaoru softened the coldness in his usual detached gaze and answered Junichi's words. Yes. What is it, Nakayama? Kaoru tilted his head at the sight of Junichi scratching his head, his face red. He looked embarrassed to say whatever was on his mind. After hesitating for a moment, Junichi fumbled in his coat and pulled out a familiar pamphlet along with a small marker pen, then offered them to Kaoru with both hands, respectfully. If it's not too much trouble, could I ask for your autograph? Kaoru stared at Junichi for a moment, surprised by the unexpected request. Junichi's ears turned bright red as he calmly added an explanation. My parents really like theater, so they went to see the opening performance of The Bird That Flies Through the Sky, and your acting there left a huge impression on me. I see. Thank you for thinking so well of me, even though I still have a lot to improve. Kaoru signed the pamphlet himself and even wrote a message on it. Junichi, now a successful fan, accepted it and smiled softly. Thank you. That shy look on a man's face, why did director Gotanda's face, with his beard never properly shaved, suddenly come to mind? Kaoru gave an awkward smile, clasped his hands behind his back, and did his best to ignore Nakayama's gaze, which kept sparkling at him in a way that felt strangely burdensome. Fortunately, unlike Sasaki Ryanosuke, he wasn't someone whose mindset and character were twisted, so Kaoru decided to be flexible and accommodating toward his fan. Soon, the two of them began filming. So what do you think of the transfer student in Class A, Class Rep Murakami? He's adapting well. That said, we're also keeping a close eye on him as a rather suspicious individual. Keep monitoring his movements. And also... Cut. Okay. With Kaoru's seasoned acting and skill, he led the exchange and matched Junichi's timing perfectly. Satisfied, director Sojiro called cut in a pleased voice. After that, Kaoru moved locations and arrived at the set being used as the vocal club room. First, they were filming the scene where the student council president discovers the heroine, Aramura Suzu, the former ace of her school's vocal club before transferring, trying to save the club from being shut down, while Hirano Taisuke comes in and, though acting Sundara, subtly helps her out. Because of that, even though they weren't directly facing each other, he still had to film the scene with Sasaki Ryanosuke. On set, he could see Sasaki Ryanosuke working alongside Mina Sakurada, a rookie actress from another agency who had started making a name for herself through advertisements and magazine modeling thanks to her agency's influence, and who was playing Aramura Suzu. Ryanosuke stopped reading the script, looked at Junichi standing beside Kaoru, and waved with a smile. You're done filming already. When Sasaki Ryanosuke spoke to Junichi, who was 1 year younger than him, as if they were close, Junichi nodded and answered. Ah, yes. I just finished and came over. I'm done with all my scenes. Then why are you here? I wanted to watch Kamiki's scene. I learn a lot from it. Watching Junichi speak shyly, Mina and Ryanosuke's expressions split in opposite directions. Oh. Come to think of it, Junichi-kun, didn't you say you were a fan of Kamiki? Yeah. What, so you're a successful fan, huh? I'm jealous. You were so embarrassed too. I wasn't embarrassed. With her cute, coquettish looks, Mina turned away from Junichi and looked at Kaoru, who had stepped back a pace behind Junichi and was observing them from the side. Wow. She had only heard that he was director Sojiro's favorite actor, but seeing him in person like this, he was unbelievably handsome. With a princely face and a tall frame, Mina felt her brain stall for a moment. She hadn't seen Black Rose of the Mastermind, and she wasn't particularly interested in minor supporting actors, so she hadn't even bothered to find out who Kaoru was. Now, seeing Kaoru's face for the first time on set, Mina blinked blankly, staring at those detached blue eyes. Then she covered her mouth with the script in her hand, and laughed like a fool. While waiting around and gossiping with friends over her phone about the staff and actors on set, she could only regret pounding the ground in frustration for not having gone out to watch Kaoru's filming before. Sasaki Ryunosuke saw the look in Mina's eyes and expression, so different from when she was with him, and muttered a curse under his breath, as if his pride had been cracked. Regardless, Mina slowly approached Kaoru, lowered her head a little, covered her mouth with a smile, and said, Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Mina Sakurada, Kamiki-kun. Kaoru, apparently not expecting her to greet him first, nodded back with a detached expression. Ah, yes. Hello. I'm Kaoru Kamiki. I heard a lot about you from Junichi-kun. He said he's a huge fan, so he talks about you all the time during breaks. I didn't talk about it that much, did I? Trying to find some common ground or any excuse to talk to Kaoru, Mina casually sold Junichi out. She tucked her hair behind her ear shyly and stared at Kaoru with those eyes full of her usual charm. But then... Thank you. Kaoru gave her a single polite smile, showing no interest at all, and then turned his head back to stare at the set without saying anything else. Realizing that her looks and charm had no effect on Kaoru whatsoever, Mina's pride cracked a little, and she bit her lip softly. But regardless of that and Oppos, that's AI's poster. Is there a fan of AI among the staff and Oppos? Kaoru couldn't take his eyes off the poster of AI, which stood out among the many posters plastered on the walls of the classroom set that would be used as the vocal club room. It seemed they had brought in a bunch of posters of various singers and stuck them up because making each prop individually would have been difficult, but by some unexpected stroke of luck, a Kamiki poster had been mixed in. Kaoru thought he absolutely had to remember this and tell AI about it when he met her, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Following that pure, warm smile that he had not shown her, Mina immediately turned her head toward the set, her instincts as a perceptive woman kicking in as she narrowed her eyes and searched for the cause. Ryunosuke, who had likewise been glaring at Kaoru with eyes full of jealousy and inferiority, quickly caught the reason for that smile and let out a sneering grin. Mina didn't know much about Kaoru's background, but Ryunosuke knew a great deal about him. Aren't all the posters stuck over their real singers? As Ryunosuke pretended not to know, rolled up the script, and tapped Junichi on the shoulder, Junichi nodded and said, Yes, they're all real singers. I guess there's an amazing person on the prop team. Junichi stopped speaking and glanced at Kaoru standing nearby. He had belatedly noticed the Kamiki poster of AI on the wall, and remembered the noisy dating rumor scandal that had once been reported. Could there really be such an absurd coincidence? Even though it had been exposed as a false report, hadn't Kaoru abruptly retired because of that dating rumor article? And because of that incident, it was obvious that the actual relationship between the Kamiki's AI and Kaoru had probably been seriously damaged or turned awkward. Junichi, trying to steer attention away from an unpleasant topic as a fan, cleared his throat, and was about to bring up a different conversation topic but Ryunosuke beat him to it. That girl in the poster looks like an idol, doesn't she? What girl? Annoyed by Kaoru's cold reaction, Mina frowned and asked back. Ryunosuke pointed with his index finger. Over there. The purple poster. Wow, disgusting. Why do people even bother listening to songs by girls like that? It's gross. Mina, who had only recently started her acting career, but had already received plenty of disgusting fan letters from obsessive otaku fans, frowned and muttered in irritation. Of course, she had no idea that the poster's subject was the same person who had been involved in a dating rumor with Kaoru. Ryunosuke seemed to grow even more smug at her reaction, and a slimy smile spread across his face. His slit eyes flicked toward Kaoru for a moment before he continued shamelessly, as if he knew nothing. Isn't it funny? Those people don't even know the first thing about acting, but after spending all their time picking the pockets of otaku, they suddenly start acting like they can perform, and invade a field that isn't theirs. Ryunosuke, feeling Kaoru's gaze sharpen into a cold blue glare, shoved his hands into his pockets and drove the point home. They probably can't even shake off the habit of wagging their tails in front of smelly otaku who never wash, then roll right onto a film set and start fawning around. Disgusting, that kind of vibe. Junichi, unable to stay silent after such an outrageous remark, stepped forward and said sternly. Sasaki-san. There are a lot of people listening, so you shouldn't say things like that so carelessly. Do you really think so? Junichi's words were cut off by Kaoru's voice from behind, cold as frost, and no more came out. It wasn't just that his words had been interrupted. The force of Kaoru passing by him was anything but ordinary. Kaoru closed the distance to Ryunosuke, and looked down at the wolf in front of him with his usual detached expression. Do you really think so, Sasaki-san? He could endure insults and mockery aimed at himself all he wanted. But Ryunosuke's words just now had crossed the line into outright contempt. For Kaoru, who had taught AI acting at the theater, and had seen and felt her extraordinary potential firsthand. Ryunosuke's careless blathering, spoken without knowing anything at all, was an insult he could never forgive as AI's acting teacher and husband. His expression and voice remained calm, but the red starlight burning in those blue eyes blazed as if it would incinerate everything in sight. Still, Ryunosuke, who had already made up his mind, looked up at Kaoru with a sneer and those sharply slanted eyes and taunted him. Isn't this a country that guarantees freedom of thought? Do I need someone else's permission just because I think that way? Relax your face. Filming's about to start. All right, everyone, stand by. Kaoru glared at Ryunosuke with icy eyes, then silently turned and walked toward the set. Mina widened her eyes at the ominous atmosphere between the two of them, while Junichi clicked his tongue at Ryunosuke's vile personality and left the set. Filming with Mina and Ryunosuke started first, and director Sojiro sighed several times as he called for retakes again and again. Okay. Cut. When director Sojiro finally managed to get a usable take, he stared at the script and cue sheet for a moment, clearly troubled. Then Kaoru approached him quietly and said in a serious voice. Director. I'd like to discuss the next scene with you. Discuss. At Sojiro's question, his eyes asking what was going on, Kaoru let a strange light appear in his blue eyes and smiled. The way to win a fight is to win without fighting. That formula would be the perfect answer for Sasaki Ryunosuke. After secretly opening the script and talking with director Sojiro, Kaoru thanked him for gladly accepting his suggestion, then walked into the set and waited for the cue. Ryunosuke, who knew nothing, blinked his slit eyes and touched up his makeup while waiting his turn. Okay. Scene number 158. Ready, action. Once director Sojiro gave the signal, Kaoru and Ryunosuke slowly walked toward each other in the empty clubroom lit by the glow of sunset. The scene was one where the male lead argued with the student council president, who had rejected the heroine's petition to keep the vocal club alive, saying that maybe they should at least give her a chance, and then, unable to accept the president's stubborn attitude, he ended up grabbing him by the collar and causing a scene. To make this obvious, stale scene genuinely entertaining, Kaoru had gone directly to director Sojiro and taken the trouble to request an on-the-spot script revision. At least once. I'm sorry. Cut. Let's go again. Ready, action. As expected, Ryunosuke stumbled over his lines without fail. Unlike with Junichi, Kaoru showed Ryunosuke no special consideration at all, but neither the staff on set nor even director Sojiro noticed that fact. Ryunosuke, his face red with humiliation, instead rationalized that all of this was Kaoru's fault and continued with the scene. Can't you at least do that once? Why are there so many things this school won't allow? Those are the school rules. School rules exist to be followed. You're not a child student, are you? Under Kaoru's merciless pressure, Ryunosuke lost the war of nerves and flinched, throwing off the rhythm of his lines by half a beat as he barely managed to keep going. I don't care about that. Aren't the students supposed to come first? Do the students' dreams not matter at all? Even as Ryunosuke's emotional line wavered and his timing fell out of sync, Kaoru didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he stepped closer and snapped back at him with a cold voice. Under school rules, all students are equal, and they must remain that way. That includes even you, who are related through your maternal family to the house that founded this academy, and even me, who holds the position of student council president responsible for this academy's honor and history. Don't you understand that breaking the rules and showing favor to one individual can become an unfair burden to another? Ryanosuke, unable to receive even the slightest leniency from Kaoru's tyranny, suddenly forgot he was in the middle of filming and felt his temper flare up. Even the tone of voice that snapped at him felt less like acting and more like Kaoru genuinely thought he was nothing but a worthless bug and was looking down on him. According to the script, he was supposed to get angry next and grab the student council president by the collar, so Ryanosuke, filled with resentment and fury, grabbed Kaoru's collar with all his strength. "Don't spout bullshit, you bastard." Ryanosuke clutched Kaoru's collar with a harsher line than the script called for. In the script, the student council president was supposed to break free by pushing him away with a fan, but Ryanosuke had no intention of letting go so easily. "And Oppos, got you now, you bastard, and Oppos." Ryanosuke's eyes burned as if he meant to tear the skin off Kaoru's face, and just as he was about to continue the rest of his line, the moment he saw the red starlight in Kaoru's blue eyes flare brighter than the sun. "And Oppos, and Oppos." His mind went completely blank. Overwhelmed by that crushing presence, his whole body stiffened for a moment and shrank back, and the instant his grip on Kaoru's collar loosened slightly, Kaoru's right hand, which should have been pushing him away with the fan, shot out to the side instead of toward his chest. Clack! Ack! The fan cut through the air in a clean arc and slammed into his wrist, sending a searing bolt of pain through it. Kaoru's folded fan had struck the exact pressure point where the wrist nerves ran. It hadn't even been swung that hard, but Ryanosuke screamed in a voice torn apart by pain, as if his hand had been cut off, and then exploded, and let go of Kaoru's collar. But... okay. Cut. Nice. Unlike Ryanosuke, who was in agony. Director Sojiro burst up from his chair with a face blooming into a huge smile at the unexpectedly satisfying result, and shouted while giving Kaoru a thumbs up. "That was great. Really nice. As expected, you've got gaze. Thank you." "What?" Ryanosuke, his eyes moist with unshed tears and his face full of grievance and confusion, looked at Director Sojiro. Sojiro responded as if it were nothing at all. "Ha ha ha. Ah, Ryanosuke-kun. Sorry. I didn't tell you I'd secretly revised the script to get a more realistic reaction. But it doesn't hurt that much, right? I told them to hit as lightly as possible so it wouldn't hurt too much. It's fine, right?" "What?" Ryanosuke trembled, clutching his wrist, feeling as if he had just been struck on the back of the head with a hammer. Kaoru smiled faintly and approached him. "Are you okay? It doesn't hurt too much, does it? What the hell are you?" At the sight of Ryanosuke's gaze, filled with rage, humiliation, confusion, and fear all mixed together after being completely played for a fool, Kaoru gave him a cold smile. He tapped the white wrist that showed no sign of injury despite being hit with the folded fan, then erased the smile from his face. Standing with his back to the camera so the staff wouldn't notice, he leaned close to Ryanosuke's ear and whispered in a quiet voice. "The reason the script was revised. I believe you understand that for better than people who don't even know the first thing about acting." Ryanosuke stared at Kaoru with a puzzled expression, still clutching his wrist after Kaoru suddenly said something incomprehensible. But Kaoru never answered that question. "Relax your face. Filming's about to start." With a cold smile, he turned away and prepared for the next shot. In the end, Ryanosuke could only curl up like a frightened wolf and clutch his aching wrist, unable to do anything else. Chapter 43. The couple's mourning. 2002 words. Hee hee. AI gazed intently at Kaoru's sleeping face, completely unaware of the world, and let out a soft smile. As expected of his father, his sleeping face was exactly like his son's. No, when Aqua grew up, he would surely look just like Kaoru. Father and son even slept the same way. Come to think of it, when he was lying there expressionless and still, he looked a little like Ruby too. Though Aqua's eyes and nose were unmistakably Kaoru's. The warmth and affection hidden in her smile shone even brighter in the morning sunlight. After a night of love that had lasted until dawn, morning came with the soft, tender sensation of their skin pressed hotly together. Lying face to face in the same position they had fallen asleep in, she woke in her beloved's arms and carefully stretched only her legs, afraid of waking her husband. When her toes, stretched out beneath the blanket, brushed against her husband's leg, she quickly pulled them back, even letting out the breath she had been holding through her nose with a strangely meticulous sense of caution. After staring at Kaoru's face for a moment longer, Ai lifted her right leg and gently slipped it between her husband's two legs, rubbing against him as she tucked herself in. The firm thigh, the soft contrast of his body, and the heat of his skin all transferred directly to Ai's leg. He might wake up, but she simply couldn't help herself. Was this really the same husband who used to wake the moment she moved while she was pregnant? At some point, Kaoru had started sleeping even more deeply than Ai did. During her pregnancy, she had wanted Kaoru's arms around her more, but after giving birth and going through one thing after another, then caring for the twins, something in her heart had changed. Now it was Kaoru who wanted Ai's embrace more. Because of her small frame, Kaoru's large, solid build and strength sometimes felt a little painful or suffocating, but Ai loved even that so much it made her happy. Her mother, the facility, even after becoming an idol. In her entire life, the only person who had held her this much, who had held her so tightly, was Kaoru. That was why. Ai, with a trace of worry in her starry eyes, slowly searched through her memories. And Oppo's, yesterday, he looked a little sad, and Oppo's. Last night. After coming home from filming, Kaoru had somehow kept hovering around her side, never letting his gaze leave her, as if he couldn't bear to lose sight of her in those lowered blue eyes. When she was cooking, when he was helping with the housework, when he set her on his lap and they watched TV while talking, even when they bathed together. Kaoru would hold her tightly, as if afraid of letting her slip away, and stay silent for a while. He had done it several times. Seeing him act that way so often, unlike usual, Ai finally realized that Kaoru was feeling sincerity, no sorrow. And she also realized that he was forcing himself not to show that emotion to her. Idiot. Ai knew he was the type who wasn't very good at picking up other people's feelings, and that he was strongly self-paced in his own way, but that did not mean he couldn't feel other people's emotions at all. On the contrary, after meeting Kaoru, she had reached the point where, even if she couldn't read anyone else, she could at least tell to some extent what emotion he was feeling, what kind of mood he was in, and what kind of sincerity he held in his heart just by looking into his eyes. As his lover, as the mother of their twins, and as his wife, she wanted to be even a little bit of support for Kaoru. So, for the man she loved most in this world, if it was only with her, it was fine if he showed weakness, or anger, he could burden her with all the worry he wanted. He didn't have to keep forcing it down like an idiot. He could be spoiled. He could even act cute and adorable like the twins. She wanted to share even a little of the burden Kaoru carried on his shoulders, and share in the many wounds and sorrows he bore alone, standing there silently and enduring them. And Oppo's, we haven't talked about the stories from our past lives since the villa that time, but that part. I think I should wait, and Oppo's. There were still so many things she had not heard from Kaoru. Remembering the tearful confession he had made, even struggling to speak the words aloud, Ai felt a surge of pity and maternal tenderness in her chest and slowly slipped into Kaoru's arms. She wrapped her slender right arm around his back and hugged her husband tightly. To the beloved person who had finally taught her, a girl who had lacked proper emotional growth, and had been nothing but awkward and immature, what it meant to have a heart she wanted to protect. If she could be even a little help to him, she would hold him as much as he needed. And she vowed quietly, with sincerity, while resting in her husband's warm, solid chest, that she would never forgive anyone who hurt her precious husband and children. Then she opened the eyes she had closed to look at her husband's face again. And there, instead of the desire-filled gaze that had burned so fiercely yesterday, she found blue eyes softened and languid with sleep, turned toward her. He had definitely been asleep, hadn't he? Startled, AI blinked rapidly for a moment while staring at her husband, then soon smiled with the brilliance of an idol, adding a touch of coyness to her voice. Good morning. Puhuhu, AI. Njaya. It's suffocating, heart suit. Kaoru, whose voice was low and rough as if he had truly slept deeply, called out to his wife and held her tightly. When he hugged the cheeky wife who had woken him, she let out a cute little sound from within his arms. Feeling the pleasant touch of their hot skin against each other, Kaoru pressed his lips to the top of AI's head and whispered, "When did you wake up?" Just a little while ago, sorry, I tried to be careful not to wake you." "It's fine. I can make up for the sleep I missed by holding you." AI's breath brushed against his chest, making his skin tingle. The sound of their breathing, soft and even, reached his ears. Wrapped in her husband's arms, AI felt the comforting pressure and the fullness in her heart deepen. Every time she inhaled, Kaoru's scent filled her, calming her mind. It was the same for Kaoru. The warmth of AI's body, the feel of their skin touching, and the sweet scent of her hair mixed with shampoo soothed both body and mind. When he loosened his arms a little for his struggling wife, AI lifted her head slightly and again wrapped her right arm around Kaoru's back, stroking it gently. Feeling AI's touch, Kaoru spoke in that still hoarse voice. "You don't have any schedule today, right?" "Yeah. What about Orichan?" You said you wouldn't have anything for a while, right?" "Yeah. I'm going overseas for location shooting early next week, so I've got some time off for now." With the unusually huge production budget windfall, they were even going to Guam for overseas location shooting with 6 lead actors. But when Kaoru remembered producer Sojiro's face, who had clearly not been able to feel happy about it at all, the only thing he could do was wish him luck. Regardless, AI seemed happy just to be able to stay with Kaoru, and she rubbed his back as she said, "Hee hee, I'm glad Kaoru isn't going with me." "That happy? We can wake up together in the morning, see each other's faces, talk. Eat together. Go for walks. See Aqua and Ruby too. There's so much we can do while spending time together." How terrifyingly happy it was to be with someone who loved him this much. Kaoru quietly met AI's starry eyes for a moment, then lowered his head and kissed her lips. It was a little sticky for a good morning kiss, but AI liked anything. Her mouth was still dry from sleep, but the moment she pressed her lips to Kaoru's, she felt them grow moist and hot all over again as if nothing had happened. With their hearts overflowing with hot affection, the couple held each other close, their arms sliding behind each other's backs and their legs crossing again. Question mark. At the stinging pain from behind him, Kaoru, who had been fully occupied with kissing AI, let out a groan. AI was startled by her husband's sudden pain and blinked in confusion. What's wrong?" "I don't know. My back stings." An insect." "I don't think it's an insect. Can you take a look?" When AI rubbed his shoulder blade, Kaoru felt the sting and sat up. Worried, she immediately sat up too. As her husband turned around, his broad back came into view. And then, what is it?" AI's eyes flew wide open as she found the cause of the stinging pain. And then, her face instantly turned bright red, as if it might explode. So red that not only her face, but even her ears and the sides of her neck flushed crimson in an instant. AI covered her mouth with both hands, her starry eyes shaking violently. Seeing his wife's unusual reaction, Kaoru turned his head, wondering what was going on. What is it?" That, the reason it stings, or rather, that is, sorry." AI's voice shrank with embarrassment and guilt. Kaoru, just as confused, turned back again to look at his wife. No, why was her face so red? Questions began rising sharply in Kaoru's blue eyes. Why are you sorry? Is it a bad wound? All of a sudden. Just a second. AI, her face blazing red, hesitated for a moment. Then took two small hand mirrors from the drawer beside the bed, and handed one to Kaoru. Then she turned him back around, held up the mirror toward him, and said, "See, could you hold the mirror?" Sure. Kaoru angled his mirror toward himself and reflected it against the one behind him. And then he finally saw it. Huh? Kaoru fell silent as he looked at the countless scratch marks across his shoulders and shoulder blades. It seemed some of the scabs had come off while he was sleeping, because faint streaks of blood had spread there too. First, he gently tilted the mirror to look at AI's face, and saw that she was indeed red all the way to the point of bursting. Last night's long-awaited hot night. Kaoru and AI, both of them so distracted that they had completely failed to notice these marks had been left behind. Sorry, Kaoru, I didn't know. Sorry, I'll put medicine on it, just wait. At a loss, AI frantically apologized while rubbing Kaoru's back with both hands. Then, just as she tried to get off the bed to find the first aid kit Kaoru had prepared when they moved in. Thump. Kaoru grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, trapping her once more in his arms. Even as AI suddenly returned to Kaoru's embrace because of her small frame, blinked in confusion at what was happening, he only flashed a wicked grin and said, "You should be punished, shouldn't you?" Punished. At this point. A few more marks won't be a big deal. HNG. Kaya. Kaoru. Kaoru easily laid her back on the bed and pulled up the blanket to cover both himself and AI, his wild side fully unleashed. By the time the couple finally started their late breakfast, it was already noon. Chapter 44. A clever move. 3,126 words. Heartsuit Ruby. Miyako quietly watched AI playing with Ruby while she nibbled on the dessert Kaoru had sent over through his daughter after something came up with the troop. Unlike herself, cooped up at home and left with dull, rough skin, AI's complexion was bright and radiant, practically glowing. Her beautiful, fresh-faced looks seemed even more dazzling today. So Miyako, as a woman and a married woman with a husband of her own, immediately understood why AI was looking especially lovely today. With a fork in her mouth, Miyako propped her chin on her hand and muttered bitterly. Kaoru-kun's stamina, really, is beyond human. Ha! AI flinched, her face turning red because the comment had hit a little too close to home. Miyako looked at her and gave an even more sour smile. You two were late compared to the time you were supposed to come, but don't worry about explaining. I know exactly why. It's that good a time for you, isn't it? Tuck. Ruby tilted her head, unable to understand what Miyako and AI were talking about, but Aqua, who was nearby. Tuuk. Veins bulging on his forehead, he clenched down on his pacifier like he was about to chew it to pieces, barely holding back his rage. Why had he been born with the memories of an adult, forced to play the part of a mute infant, and then made to endure this hellish situation while still trapped in the role of an infant even during such blatantly indecent conversation? He had no interest in Kaoru's absurd, inhuman stamina, and he never would. As a fan of his favorite, he did not want to hear the truth about why AI had arrived later than planned to see him and his little sister. He did not want to know. Unaware that Aqua was trembling with suppressed fury, AI blushed with embarrassment and guilt toward Miyako, and waved her hands in panic. Miyako-chan. Sorry. It just kind of happened, not on purpose or anything, it just turned out that way, I guess. It was unexpected, really. Anyway, yeah. Sorry. I understand. So enjoy it as much as you can without regrets. If you don't want to end up like me. Miyako's gloomy frog mode, crumbling into white despair, was enough to make even AI, who prided herself on being impossible to rattle, break into a cold sweat as she hurriedly searched for a way to comfort her. But thanks to how hard the president worked, this month's paycheck came in pretty big. Even AI's consolation did nothing to move Miyako, who kept picking at her dessert with a depressed expression. Then she unfolded the laptop she had set aside, opened Excel, checked this month's ledger, and put down her fork before speaking in a drained voice. That's the result of AI working hard. You don't need to give the president any credit, you did more than enough of your share. No, almost all of it was thanks to you. I see. I was amazing, huh? Yes. It turned out much better than I expected, so I am happy. Heh. The profit after expenses wasn't bad at all, either. In truth, the reason Miyako could keep going like this was because Kamiki's comeback after a year had helped recover some of the losses, and as she sorted through the books, she felt satisfied for the first time in a long while. After subtracting the recording contract fees, outfit rental costs, various expenses, and taxes, then paying the Kamiki members their salaries, there was a little more left than she had originally expected to break even with. How long had it been since she last been able to write the books without feeling like she had to beg for money? Miyako, who had been diligently playing nanny to the twins born as heaven's messengers, raised a dessert in place of a toast to celebrate the small joys of everyday life. Aqua. Why are you shaking so much? Did you poop? Then AI noticed Aqua trembling in the corner, facing the wall, and quickly went over to pick him up and check his diaper. Fortunately, it was clean. Aqua, who had been gnawing on his pacifier with his gums, immediately. Let's calm down first. Getting angry here won't change anything. For now, I'll rest in peace in AI's arms. With peace of mind arriving all on its own, Aqua enjoyed the warmth of AI's embrace with a serene expression, as if nothing had happened. Right. He looks exactly like Kaoru. The way he keeps staring at me like this is the same. He's your son. They say daughters are like that too, but sons are basically copies of their fathers, right? So cute, Aqua, grow up fast so we can all go somewhere together, Dad, Mom, and Ruby, okay? Unable to say he didn't want to, Aqua gave a lukewarm babyish response. Ruby, jealous of Aqua being held first, sat on the floor and flailed her arms, demanding to be picked up too. As expected of a mother who had given birth to twins, AI drew on her small frame's hidden strength, and lifted Ruby up as well, seating her on the sofa. Yat. I'll hold you both. Come here. Taa. Aqua and Ruby exchanged looks, each clearly dissatisfied with the other, but in the end they reached a peaceful agreement by sitting happily on either side of their mother's lap. AI smiled as she gently stroked both twins' plump cheeks. Miyako, who had been staring blankly at the scene, suddenly set down her fork and checked her laptop as a thought crossed her mind. Come to think of it, there's a live stage schedule for the day after tomorrow, Monday at 7 p.m., as part of a promotional event. It's a pretty important appearance. The president told you, right? Yes. He told me. Kaoru also said that the troupe might have a schedule starting the day after tomorrow. But wanting to show him the live performance is probably too greedy, isn't it? You really do think about Kaoru every waking moment. But. At AI's words, Miyako shook her head firmly. No. I'm not saying I don't trust Kaoru's disguise skills, but the risk if he's discovered is too dangerous. How did we finally put that dating rumor to rest, and now you want it to start up again? If the story starts circulating again, there's no clever move that can fix it. Are you telling Kaoru to retire again? But. AI pouted slightly, and Miyako's heart softened even as she smiled. Later. Right now, it's too dangerous for both of you. If you wait a little, I'm sure the chance will come. Mom has to go to work again the day after tomorrow. I want to play with Aqua and Ruby. Taa. As AI answered while holding the twins' hands and playing with them, the twins looked at each other and exchanged a glance. Then both twins' gazes shot toward Miyako like lasers. Feeling that look, Miyako could only shudder and grimace as a wave of unease washed over her. After the production staff and lead actors returned from 10 days of overseas location shooting, filming resumed immediately. Someone might have mistaken it for a schedule that was forcing everyone to keep running themselves ragged. But Kaoru already knew the truth. That was because director Sojiro had called him on an international line on the 8th night. Kaoru. Yes. What's the matter at this hour? Hey, I'm serious. Next time, I'm taking you with me for sure. I barely made it through that one, I really, At the director's complaint-filled call, his voice slightly drunk with alcohol, Kaoru ended up breaking into a cold sweat. Kaoru, who had stepped outside for a moment because of some minor business, had no choice but to listen to Sojiro's grumbling for a while. In short, it was a case of a leaky bucket not staying dry just because it was outside. When he heard that they had ended up cutting 30% of the footage they were supposed to shoot in order to keep up with the location schedule, even Kaoru could only think, that's a bit much. Kaoru listened to all of Sojiro's complaints and reassured him to get some rest, and after 30 minutes of whining, Sojiro finally said he was going to sleep, hung up with heavy steps, and disappeared. Then, 3 days later, one day after the filming team returned, Kaoru was thrown right back into the shooting schedule. Once this filming was over, there would be no more schedule for a while until the final episode's shoot. At last, with a more relaxed schedule, Kaoru could finally breathe a little easier. Kamiki-san. We're on standby. Yes. At the staff member's standby call, Kaoru put on the school uniform jacket he had taken off. There was air conditioning in the waiting room, but the moment he stepped outside, the humid air hit him at once. After informing wardrobe of an issue and exchanging the school shirt, Kaoru fastened his tie without tightening it all the way, leaving a little room at the collar, then headed straight to the set. The scene they were filming this time was a simple conversation with the student council president. The heroine, Aramura Suzu, had failed to stop the abolition of the vocal club, but she had used her wits to get the president to accept a new club request, one for a so-called vocal training club, a transparent workaround if there ever was one. Just before filming, Sakurada Mina covered her mouth with the script and smiled shyly as Kaoru strode up to stand right in front of her with his usual long, confident steps. The makeup staff member who had been adjusting her makeup right beside them glanced at Kaoru after seeing the scene firsthand. But Kaoru paid it no mind. He simply waited calmly and indifferently for the director's cue. No matter how you looked at it, Mina clearly had an interest in Kaoru, but Kaoru showed absolutely no interest, not even a gram of it. Whether Mina smiled or not, Kaoru was acting with the utterly businesslike attitude of someone who had come here solely to do his job. After some time, director Sojiro, who had grown gaunt again after the overseas location shoot, raised his megaphone and shouted. Okay, scene number 255, ready. Action. You're pretty good, you know. What do you mean? There's no rule in the school regulations that forbids establishing a club with the same nature as one that was abolished. That was a clever move, exploiting the loophole just right. Even the student council had no choice but to acknowledge it. As Kaoru spoke with a faint smile, as if he had been caught off guard, Mina's cheeks flushed red. It was clearly a feeling full of personal interest, but Mina wasn't as foolish as Ryunosuke, so she quickly lowered her gaze and began her lines. It was, thanks to Hirano-kun's help. If it hadn't been for Hirano-kun, I never would have thought of that. It wasn't a calculated stammer, she really did stumble over the line, but director Sojiro judged that her naturalness actually deepened the immersion, and did not call for a retake. Kaoru caught that immediately and skillfully adjusted the emotion of his next line. So it was him after all. Even a worm can wriggle. The Academy's biggest troublemaker finally pulled off something. I'll work hard. I'll do it in a way everyone can see. I'll make the vocal training club the best club in the Academy. Mina declared boldly to Kaoru, who had turned away. Kaoru paused for a moment, then silently unfolded a fan once, folded it back with precision, and walked forward. As the main camera director gradually zoomed in on Mina watching him go. Okay. Cut. Good work. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Kaoru and Mina bowed to the staff and left the set. At last, all of Kaoru's assigned scenes were done except for the final episode. After removing the costume and returning it to wardrobe, Kaoru gathered his things in the waiting room, and came out to greet director Sojiro. Since the filming team had all moved to another set, the waiting room was quiet, with no particular noise. As Kaoru wondered whether he should walk over there to meet Sojiro. Excuse me, Kamiki-san. Mina suddenly emerged from a corner outside the waiting room, and blocked Kaoru's path. Kaoru looked at her for a moment, then gave her a polite smile and said, "Ah, yes. Sakurada-san. What is it? It was truly an honor to work with you. Thanks to you, I got to see what real masterful acting looks like and learn from it. It was an unforgettable experience. Thank you. I'm sure you'll become a fine actress too, Sakurada-san." Well then. After offering a polite word of praise, he tried to pass her, but Mina kept blocking his way, twisting her body awkwardly, and wearing a bashful expression. Kaoru looked at her as if to say what now, still keeping that courteous smile, and asked, "Did you have something to say?" "Ah, heh. Sorry. I'm a little shy, you see." Brushing her hair behind her ear with a timid smile, Mina took her phone from her pocket and held it out to Kaoru. "I was wondering if I could get your phone number. I'm usually pretty direct, so, heh." "Ah. I'm sorry, but I don't exchange contact information outside of work-related matters. If you'll excuse me." As Kaoru politely refused and tried to move past her, Mina's pride took a slight hit, and she stubbornly blocked him again. "No, I just wanted to contact you for work-related things. Acting, or maybe things about the production, that's all work-related, isn't it? If that's the case, it would be better to discuss work-related matters with the staff at your own agency rather than with me. Sorry, my taxi is supposed to arrive soon." As Kaoru kept gently smiling and putting up a wall, Mina finally showed her true colors beneath the mask. The shy, girlish expression vanished, replaced by a viciously twisted face as she snapped at Kaoru. "You were perfectly fine being friends with that idol girl, or whatever her name was, weren't you? You even retired because of that, didn't you? Isn't that right? Sakurada-san." Even after Kaoru's stern tone, Mina crossed her arms, snorted, and glared at him with genuine disbelief. "Ha! You don't need to worry about rumors like an affair or anything. My father's an executive at a media company who knows everyone worth knowing, and you know our agency, don't you? You really don't need to worry. Is it such a big deal to just exchange numbers and be friends? Sakurada-san. Even if you insist on it like that, nothing changes. I'll pretend I didn't hear that." As Kaoru cut her off coldly and tried to pass, Mina's anger surged, and she blurted out something she should never have said. "Wouldn't building connections with me be way more useful than with some worthless idol nobody like her?" "Huh." Kaoru stopped walking, turned back, and walked toward Mina again. But Mina, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, now flinched and trembled. Seeing Kaoru's gaze and expression, colder than cold, the girl could not say a word and was left terrified. When Mina stumbled back and her back hit the wall behind her, she jolted again. They hadn't gone far in the first place, and they had been struggling right in front of the waiting room. Kaoru ignored all of that and closed the distance with an expressionless face, then tap. Eep. He reached out a hand, braced it against the wall, and looked down at her quietly. Mina's heart pounded at Kaoru's large frame, which towered over her by a full head, but his emotionless, icy presence filled her with fear. Her hands and feet went cold, and her whole body began to shake. The faint red starlight flickering within those emotionless blue eyes burned fiercely, as if it would swallow Mina whole. With her earlier arrogance gone, Mina was now trembling in fear, and Kaoru lowered his head and whispered softly into her ear. I'm not interested in someone beneath even the level of maintaining a minimum of his sincerity as an actor. Go practice your acting instead. Hick. Kaoru's emotionless verbal blade made Mina gasp and cover her mouth, her heart nearly dropping out of her chest. But her vicious nature hadn't gone anywhere. Even with tears welling up, Mina still glared at Kaoru as if she wanted to kill him. In a way that was fortunate. If she hadn't done that, Kaoru wouldn't even have been able to pull out one of the trump cards he had prepared over the past few days. Kaoru took out his phone, opened the photo gallery, tapped one picture, and showed it to Mina as he said. And ask your proud father, the media executive, what happened in Roppongi 4 days ago at dawn. He'll probably refuse to answer. In fact, he'll probably ask where I heard about it. Because that was not a loophole in the law. It was outright illegal. Even a media executive won't have a clever move to get out of that. At the sight of Sakurada Mina, her teeth chattering like she had caught a chill, Kaoru showed her the photo gallery menu as he deleted the image right in front of her. Then he lowered his head slightly and said, "It was a good experience working with you, Sakurada-san. Of course, we still have some filming left together, but if the chance allows it, I hope we meet again in another production." With her eyes red and brimming, fear, hatred, and rage all spilling out in tears, the girl still could not bring herself to say anything as insolent as before. Kaoru took that as an affirmative answer, smiled faintly, turned around, and left the set. Okay. Cut. From far away, Director Sojiro's powerful cut call echoed out. It was his voice, thrown out with all the force of a megaphone even without one in his hand. Of course, only the director would know exactly what kind of scene it had been. Kaoru headed toward the taxi he had called in advance. Equals 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 equals. The website for reading paid chapters is available on my Patreon. The number of chapters on Patreon, 81. Link, patreon.com/ultramagnus_t. Chapter 45, 45. A bear with talent, a bear with money. 3,559 words. After filming more or less wrapped up, Kaoru threw himself back into his school and troop schedule. Because of the drama shoot, Kaoru had been moved to the standby list for the stage production for a while. President Toshiro let out a long sigh when he saw how drastically the ticket sales differed on the days Kaoru appeared, and the days he did not, but there was nothing he could do. He knew better than anyone that Kaoru was buried under schoolwork, troop activities, and drama filming. So as an adult and the troop's president, he simply patted Kaoru on the shoulder and encouraged him, saying it was enough that he was showing up at all. So, how's your love life? No problems. Yes. Nothing in particular. You really are something else. The same went for school. There had been plenty of concern among the faculty about his troop work and drama filming, but once Kaoru settled into 5th place in the school-wide rankings, the teacher's evaluation of him changed 180 degrees. At that point, voices began to rise in favor of encouraging Kaoru's entertainment activities, and making him the school's official ambassador. There was no rule in the school regulations that allowed a student's entertainment work to be excused as an official absence. More and more people started saying that this should be fixed first. Not only would the school's public image improve, but the story of a top-tier Kanto high school where even Kaoru, busy with entertainment work, was inspired by its fiercely academic atmosphere, and studied hard enough to post excellent grades was the perfect win-win. From the school's perspective, it was impossible to refuse. At first, many parents worried that it would hurt the school's academic atmosphere, but like the teachers, they gradually became more favorable toward Kaoru. Most of all, after Kaoru's homeroom teacher and several other faculty members went to see a performance at the troupe, because they couldn't refuse the theater tickets Kaoru personally handed out. Ahem. Kamiki-kun. Would it be possible to get 3 autographs? Sorry to bother you when you're busy. Not at all. Vice Principal. I'd be delighted to do it. Even the Vice Principal, one of the most conservative educators on the faculty, blushed and shyly asked for Kaoru's autograph. It was a sight to behold. It was already an open secret that Kaoru's autograph had been carefully laminated and displayed in a pretty frame right next to the frame school motto hanging on the classroom wall. Then rumors spread that he had started filming a drama, and the school went into an uproar. Kaoru's classmates were buzzing with excitement, their eyes shining bright at the news. Kaoru. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, did you talk to Sakurada Mina? What was she like in person? Won't some magazine call later saying they know Kaoru's phone number? Hey. Starting the auction at 500 yen for Kaoru's number. Kaoru. Are you thirsty? Want me to get you some water? See, could I ask for just one autograph? The girl I like is a huge fan of a Black Rose of the Mastermind. Please. Even the students who were second to none in intelligence were still teenage boys in the end. Kaoru broke out in a cold sweat, and did his best to calm his classmates' runaway excitement. It had already gone far beyond anything he had expected. As expected. Fame was never only good things. But Kaoru had now realized that this was truly beyond his control. He had a bad feeling that once the drama started airing, things would get even more chaotic. Kaoru let out a quiet sigh on the train to the troupe. Wearing a hat and rimmed glasses with no lenses to avoid being recognized, Kaoru lifted his indifferent eyes and absent-mindedly looked at two college students sitting in the seats. Whoa, hey. Did you see this? See what? Those twin babies doing otage. It's been blowing up on Twitter and YouTube for days. Oh, I saw that. It was insane. The twins were hitting every beat perfectly. Heh. Right? Look at this. Kaoru blinked for a moment, then used the keywords from the college student's conversation to make his sharp brain spin at full speed. Twins and synchronized dancing. Without realizing it, Kaoru lowered his head and glanced at the student's phone, staring blankly at the person on the screen. Wow. Oh. Ah. Ha. The two college students, who had been looking at the phone, were startled by Kaoru's short exclamations and looked up at him at the same time. Ignoring whether they looked or not, Kaoru quietly watched the twins on the screen for a moment. The video had already surpassed 2 million views and spread to YouTube and portal sites. AI's smile, full of love as she watched the twins dance, had been captured too. Kaoru got off the train in a daze, then took out an iPhone instead of a BlackBerry flip phone and installed Twitter. Since he didn't have an account, he signed up and looked at the video again. The title was An Idol Who Instinctively Fires Off Fan Service at the Strange Sight of Twin Babies Dancing Otage. Kaoru stopped on the way to the troupe, leaned his hip against the stair railing in the subway station, and watched the twins' otage and AI's bright smile. When the video ended, he dragged the playback bar back and replayed the twins' otage and AI's smile from the beginning. When it ended, he moved the bar again and quietly watched it. Kaoru kept replaying the video over and over. He even forgot about the troupe and stared at his phone screen like someone under a spell. Did Miyako take them there? The twins probably begged to see AI. Who gave them the glow sticks? Do they just watch TV every day with their mom on it and imitate her? So babies really are mysterious and adorable beings. AI didn't know Miyako had taken them there. Her eyes looked so startled. It had been a long time since he'd seen her smile that brightly. She must have been incredibly happy. Both Aqua and Ruby seemed smart like him and AI, and talented at dancing and singing. Should he have them take lessons in the arts? He'd need to send them to an academy, wouldn't he? If Aqua said he wanted to act, should Kaoru teach him himself? He wanted to watch the works he had appeared in together and teach him acting. If Ruby said she wanted to become an idol like AI, should he ask President Ichigo? It would be so cute if AI personally handled her training. It didn't matter if they weren't suited to studying. He just wanted to see them doing what they loved and smiling happily. Now, with their first birthday just around the corner, Kaoru remembered the unforgettable moment when he had held the twins in his arms. The moisture gathering in his blue eyes was about to spill over, so he lifted his head. Slowly, he wiped the corner of his eye with his right thumb. In the blue of his eyes, shining brilliantly in the sunset light, happiness and countless emotions too many to put into words flickered past. Ha! If you were going to film something like this, you should have told me. The twins' father gave a small laugh and ran a hand over his face. Kaoru guessed that the reason nobody had said anything was probably because Miyako and AI had both worried about how he would react. For now, the twins were still in that blessed but not blessed state where they had to hide from the media and the public alike. As a father and as AI's husband, it was a pain and a guilt that always pressed heavily on one corner of his heart. Logically speaking, this video might really limit their freedom for a while. Him, the twins, and even AI. They would all have to be careful for some time. Still, Kaoru resolved not to be frightened in advance by such rigid thoughts and worries. They were such adorable, lovable babies. Just for being born. Just for coming to live beside their parents. Instead of getting angry, hadn't he shaken off all his fatigue and exhaustion and smiled this happily? Kaoru turned around, bent slightly at the waist, leaned on the railing with his elbow, and checked every retweet and reply on Twitter one by one. There were plenty of compliments, but just as many hateful comments. Kaoru memorized the nicknames of every user who posted hate comments in an instant and stored them in his head. Every time he saw a hateful comment, a bad urge to track them down and do something about them surged up, but Twitter still had years before it would go public, and tracing user information would require illegal methods, so Kaoru clenched his teeth and barely held back his anger. So he watched the video again. It really was a beautiful smile. People would know now. Until that smile was captured on camera, it had been a beautiful, lovable smile that only he and the twins could see. Kaoru let out a breath with that smile still on his face, then immediately copied the Twitter link and pasted it into a message to AI before typing a few words and pressing send. Thank you so much for letting me live the miracle of being able to be the father of our Aqua and Ruby. I love you, AI. And then. BZZZT. Are you not mad? Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Pfft. Seeing AI's lightning-fast, very AI-like reply, Kaoru couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. Kaoru's daily life flew by in the blink of an eye. Junichi, whom he had gotten to know through the drama shoot, caused a stir by bringing agency colleagues and seniors and juniors to a surprise group theater viewing. God and Taisher's short mini-drama received good reviews and ended its run. On July 27th, AI prepared a birthday table for his birthday, lit the candles on the cake she had made herself, and at night, thanks to a surprise event she had personally prepared, he received an unforgettable, scorching birthday present. He filmed the final scenes as the beloved student council president, including the graduation scene in the last part of episode 8, where he handed the student council president's baton over to the male lead. At the SOS from director Sojiro, triggered by the screenwriter's protest strike after being worn down by interference that had gone too far, he rushed to the set and spent 3 hours with Sojiro drinking coffee and energy drinks to quickly set up the script scenes for an improvised special episode, then stayed up for 2 nights to film and fill in the missing footage for an unexpected side story about the student council president. He also borrowed President Ichigo's car and went out with the twins to a beach in Chiba Prefecture to get some fresh air. He even sat outside the door of their one-room apartment for 2 hours just to see his wife, who had become so busy with her rising fame that it was hard to even catch a glimpse of her. Despite all kinds of things happening, time flew by like an arrow, and it was already the end of August. At last. I am nervous. Yeah. My heart's pounding. Kaoru's definitely going to look amazing, right? They said he'd be in from episode 1, Kaya I can't wait. Papa. Ha. Miyako, Ichigo, AI, Ruby, and Aqua gathered at the Saito family home, and sat in front of the TV, offering their own reactions as they huddled together. The protagonist usually appears at the end, but Kaoru unfortunately couldn't join the live viewing because of a troupe meeting. There were still special episode shoots left for the lead actors, so the drama was only just beginning. They could watch the live broadcast together later. AI, feeling lucky that her schedule had finally opened up, let her starry eyes sparkle and smiled at Ruby and Aqua in her arms. "Daddy's going to be on TV soon. You'll both be so surprised when you see how cool he looks. I saw the PV, and even though he's a supporting role, he gets a pretty big amount of screen time early on." As Ichigo muttered while drinking beer, Miyako crossed her arms and sharply pointed out the matter with a gleam in her eyes. "Just look at the drama's lead cast. There's no helping it." "True. I don't know much about acting, but Kaoru was just that good in Black Rose of the Mastermind." "Exactly. Without Kaoru, it was boring. Like a dango with no anko, you know." AI, sparkling with starlight in her eyes and thrilled by her husband's praise, chimed in. Dango. Isn't it more like a steamed bun without red bean paste?" "Same difference." Miyako tilted her eyes slightly, sensing something odd, but Ichigo replied in a bored voice while drinking his beer. "It was very much like father and daughter." TAA. Whether they liked it or not, Aqua simply leaned against AI's chest, having never expected much to begin with, and wondering how entertaining a drama with Kaoru in it could possibly be. There was only one thing he was curious about: what kind of acting Kaoru would do. And Oppo's, he didn't even watch Black Rose of the Mastermind. He was shouting down with him, because of that dating rumor with AI and Oppo's. Aqua scratched his chin and grumbled. "And Oppo's, Dad's acting. From what Miyako said before, Dad personally coached Mom's acting. If he taught Mom and was considered the troupe's ace, I am curious how good he actually is." And Oppo's. Ruby, more interested and curious than Aqua, waited in AI's arms for the drama to begin. She was a little unhappy that he was appearing on TV far earlier than her beloved Mama, but she decided that since Mama was happy, she would cheer for Kaoru too. It's starting." At Miyako's shout, both Ichigo and AI sharpened their focus and stared intently at the screen. "Coming closer to you, Love Line School." That title is seriously. Ichigo took a swig of beer and tried desperately to neutralize the cringe. The drama's color was a chaotic blend of its signature awkwardness, over-the-top setup, and all sorts of absurdity, along with the lead actor's stiff performances. Even director Sojiro, notorious for being a total oddball, couldn't do anything about the cringe of episode 1's script, despite his tearful, humiliating efforts. The first 20 minutes, devoted to the backstories of the 6 leads, were truly hellish. And then, when is Kaoru supposed to show up? When, exactly? Calm down, AI. There's no way Kaoru would lie, right? AI, who had nearly turned into a stone statue waiting for her husband, finally ran out of patience and glared at innocent Ichigo with her dark, starry eyes. Aqua had already fallen asleep, and Ruby was on the verge of dozing off. Miyako was tipsy from drinking beer in Ichigo's place. At the brink of losing the historic live viewing celebration to oblivion. Suddenly, the music changed completely. At the abrupt shift in the drama's atmosphere, AI, Ichigo, and Miyako all turned their eyes to the TV at once. The screen, deliberately stripped of color, almost felt like the entire genre had changed. This was the moment when producer Sojiro's true worth began to show. "Oh. What? Wait, what? Who drank all this? Heart suit. Wait. Quiet. I think he's about to appear." After the lead's backstories ended, the scene shifted following the transfer students' arrival. A spacious student council room with a refined, classic atmosphere. The camera cut and Kaoru finally appeared on TV, seated in a chair, and looking over documents with a cold expression. "Kya? He's here. He's here. Kaoru heart suit. Oh. Oh my. As AI clapped with her starry eyes sparkling brilliantly, Aqua, who had been lying in her arms, jolted awake, wiped away the drool he had spilled in surprise, and sat up. Ruby, who had been sleepy a moment ago, also opened her eyes at AI's voice and looked at the TV. And Oppos, what is this, and Oppos? Even while blinking sleepily, Aqua could only stare blankly at his father on the screen. It felt as if a black hole had opened in the middle of the TV, sucking in the viewer's attention without mercy, with nothing more than the emotions in his gaze. When he glanced at Ruby, Ruby's mouth was hanging open, and she was staring at the TV without even blinking. AI seemed the same. Her fingers fidgeted together as she focused with complete concentration on Kaoru on the screen, all traces of her earlier happiness gone. It wasn't just because she was looking at her husband. It was the acting her husband was performing. AI had also been taught acting by Kaoru for more than 3 months at the troupe, so she knew. There was a small disturbance because of the new transfer student, I hear. Is that right? Yes. How amusing. Kaoru turned the pages of the documents and continued speaking in a cold voice with no trace of emotion. Hirano Taisuke. So you're planning to cause trouble again? They could barely remember what they had watched for the past 20 minutes. But with Kaoru's appearance, it felt as if the drama itself was solemnly declaring that it had crossed into its middle act. His cold acting made it impossible for viewers to easily tell whether Kaoru was a villain, a hero, or something else entirely. Like how one naturally feels unease and caution toward an unknown, unpredictable presence. All 5 people watching the drama felt an indescribable, ominous tension over Kaoru's uncertainty. That is the duty of the student council. Swish. Yes. Kaoru's sharp eyes flashed toward the camera as he neatly folded the open fan shut with one clean motion, and the student council members all bowed at once and shouted in unison. Then the scene shifted again to one of the leads, Hirano Taisuke. Ha! At AI's deflated voice, Ichigo, who had been sitting there with his mouth hanging open, flinched and finally recovered the spirit that had wandered off somewhere. That's it. Of course the drama wasn't over, but that wasn't what she was asking. In response to Ichigo's question, Miyako, her face flushed either from the alcohol or from some other hidden motive, covered her cheeks with both hands and murmured in a seductive voice. Oh my, Heartsuit, isn't that a little much? How is he that handsome? That must have been all of Kaoru's screen time. Ugh. It was just getting good. These guys are boring. Show me Kaoru. Ta it. As if echoing AI's words, Ruby waved both arms wildly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ruby thought Daddy was the most amazing too. Right? Teia. Teia. Ruby twisted her whole body with excitement, so intense it felt like her heart might burst out of her throat, letting out a shriek. Better than expected. Better than expected. Throw that phrase in the trash right now. And Oppos, Papa, 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 and Oppos. That man is my biological father. That man is my favorite's husband. While Ruby was losing her mind with excitement, Aqua sat there staring blankly at the TV, absorbed in chewing over the acting he had just seen from Kaoru. And Oppos, he was on another level, and Oppos. Strip away everything else and judge it from the coldest possible perspective. This drama could be summed up in one sentence. This drama would be completely dominated by Kamiki Kaoru. Supporting role. What did that even matter? Even with less than 2 minutes of screen time, Aqua had seriously been forced to wonder if Kaoru was the original protagonist of the drama. The previous 20 minutes of backstory were nothing but useless chatter. That less than 2-minute stretch with the student council president had erased not only the previous 20 minutes, but the next 40 as well from the viewers' minds. And Oppos, incredible. I didn't know because I never watched Black Rose of the Mastermind. That was filmed before he retired, and this is the work he shot right after coming back, and it's still this good. Does that even make sense? And Oppos? Aqua swallowed dryly and let out a hollow laugh. AI, unable to wait any longer, called Kaoru, and when he answered, she shouted in a voice brimming with excitement. "Ah, Kaoru. We watched all the scenes you were in. Kia heartsuit, you were so cool I forgot to even swallow my saliva. It almost dripped onto Aqua. Ha! Ah, did the troupe watch it together too? What did they say? That they could only see Kaoru. That Kaoru was the coolest. Eh. They told you not to act all cool. Who did? Ha, who said that? Oh, it was a joke. What, you're mean too, Kaoru. Aqua rubbed his face with a strange feeling in which jealousy and disappointment seemed to coexist. Chapter 46. A world where supporting roles reverse. 3,126 words. Coming closer to you, Love Line School, Episode 1 cruises along with ratings in the 6% range. Student Council President, just who are you? The savior in the middle of the chaos, was Kamiki. Kaoru's overwhelming presence an inevitable result. As soon as the drama began airing, a flood of articles poured onto the internet, entertainment papers and magazines all at once. Sakurada Mina becomes a hot topic with her fresh, sweet acting. Who the hell do you think you are? Sasaki Ryunosuke's hateable delinquent performance. The media lines of major advertisers and agencies that were sponsoring the show focused on promotional pieces highlighting the lead actors' performances and characters, but coming closer to you, Love Line School, the supporting role that hit a peak 15% minute-by-minute rating. PD Matsushige Sojiro, please trust and watch every actor who appears. Where is Japanese drama headed, with the lead roles thrown into disarray? The overwhelming majority of the buzz erupted over just 1 minute and 47 seconds out of the full 60-minute runtime. Honestly, it was absurd to the point of feeling unreal for a response to a supporting actor who had only 1 minute and 47 seconds in the very first episode. Kaoru shut his mouth bitterly, thinking that the spotlight had simply swung too far toward him as a kind of backlash because the lead actor's performances were below par. By his judgment, all this excessive media frenzy around him still wasn't particularly helpful. Still, Kaoru decided that with PD Matsushige Sojiro's experience, things would gradually settle back to normal as the story progressed, so he calmly focused on his daily life. Toshiro, too, perhaps because he now saw Kaoru's acting every day, or perhaps because he had come to take it for granted, showed no particular reaction and instead fixated on some strange detail. Did you bring that fan yourself, or is it a prop? It's a prop. A trace of disappointment flickered across Toshiro's stubborn face as he clicked his tongue. The fan was nice, what a shame. Even if it was Toshiro, the fact that he was paying more attention to the fan used as a prop than to Kaoru's acting or screen time made Kaoru let out a quiet sigh of relief. That was a good thing. In the end, things would pass without incident. Thinking so, Kaoru drank his coffee and chatted with Toshiro about the stage script they would use for the next performance. But contrary to Kaoru's hopes, that was only the beginning. Hey, AI. HM. What is it? At her husband's call, AI lifted her starbright eyes, full of anticipation and excitement, and looked at Kaoru. Faced with his wife's gaze, so intense it practically looked like lasers might shoot out, Kaoru gave an awkward smile and took her hand. No, nothing. 1 minute before the drama started. AI was glued to Kaoru's side, clinging to his arm. She was humming happily, her starbright eyes sparkling as she stared fixedly at the TV, which was running commercials. And that wasn't all. Ta-taa. Sitting on AI's thigh, Ruby held the ultimate rabbit plush tightly in her hands and hummed to herself, then glanced at Kaoru. Ta. Oh. And then she smiled brightly at him with a cute, fresh grin just like her mother's. At his daughter's affectionate smile, Kaoru made a dopey fatherly grin, and truly felt Ruby's reaction had changed by 180 degrees. When Miyako opened the door, Ruby had been frantically greeting him at the front entrance in a walker. He would probably never forget that sight. But why had Ruby's reaction to her father suddenly changed so much? Ruby, who only knew her mother. Kaoru leaned down slightly toward AI, who was searching Twitter on her phone, and whispered. AI, did the babies watch the drama with you last week too? Of course they did. It's a drama with Kaoru in it. Aqua and Ruby were watching really intently too. Ruby got super excited because her own dad was on TV. Ah. So that was it. Kaoru lowered his head and looked at his son, who sat on his lap and quietly watched the TV with that usual indifferent face that resembled his own. Aqua had always acted maturely, yielding his mother's lap to his younger sister because he was the older brother, and for some reason he had been sticking close to Kaoru lately. Now he understood that behavior a little better. Kaoru smiled as he used his long fingers to gently pinch Aqua's plump cheek. How cute. The children, sharp like their parents, had caught on perfectly that their father and mother were on TV, and were watching with rapt attention. Kaoru had thought it wasn't good for babies to watch too much TV, but then he remembered Miyako saying that they were probably doing it to see the parents who couldn't always be with them. Since they were already showing such cleverness, if he trusted them and raised them well as a parent, there shouldn't be any problems. Filled with proud, loving fatherly joy, he took his son's tiny hands and gently helped him clap. TAA-. Yeah. That's right, Daddy's here. Aqua clap attack clap clap. TAA. With a pacifier in his mouth, Aqua let out a low sigh, but since he didn't seem to hate his father's touch, he reluctantly leaned into it and kept watching the TV. Coming closer to you, love line school. Eek. It's starting. Ta. Papa. When AI put down her phone and threw her hands up in celebration, Ruby also raised her arms and waved them vigorously. Was it really that good? Kaoru scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Bang. It started. Yeah. Just now. The bathroom door flew open, and Miyako rushed out with her hair still not fully dried. As she plopped down on the sofa and shouted, AI raised the TV volume by 3 notches with the remote. Once the drama began, silence settled over the house. AI, who had come out without even drying her hair properly, and beside her, his wife and daughter, who were watching with such intense laser-like focus it was almost oppressive. And then, even his son, who was pretending to sleep while peeking through half-open eyes and watching the drama for some reason. Kaoru himself had already finished filming on set and knew the script inside and out, so he had planned to focus mainly on how director Sojiro had edited things and how the footage had been shot. So why did it feel embarrassing? Kaoru was hit by an indescribably strange feeling, embarrassing, nervous, and all at once, at this first-ever moment of watching his own acting as a third party, together with his family. Was this what it felt like? Director Gotanda's words suddenly came back to him, that when he edited a work he had filmed, he would watch it once, then once more when it aired, and after that he rarely looked at it again. Are they holding the script because they can't memorize their lines? Miyako muttered to herself while opening a beer can, unable to stand the clumsy acting of the lead actors any longer. Kaoru gave an awkward laugh. He had already seen the lead's terrible acting enough times on set to be sick of it, so he didn't feel much interest. But viewers were different. Hey, Kaoru. When are you coming on? You were late like this last week too. Unable to hold back any longer, AI rubbed her head against Kaoru's forearm and purred like a cat. It had already been 30 minutes. It was about time for her concentration to start slipping. Kaoru chuckled, raised his right arm, and wrapped it around his wife's shoulder as she pouted. Just wait a little. I'll probably be on soon. The director's editing everything by scene number right now. Really? Yeah. I think I'll be on soon. Since the regular run was only 8 episodes, the pace was very fast compared to other dramas, which was at least fortunate. It was already episode 2, and it had reached the part where the heroine, Aramura Suzu, was devastated after hearing that the vocal club would definitely be shut down. If Kaoru's guess about director Sojiro's intentions was correct, then around the latter half there would be the scene where the class representative, Murakami Koki, and the student council met. As sleepy Ruby started to grumble, AI hugged her tightly and said, "Just a little longer, Papa's coming soon." Tong, Mama dash. Ruby's getting bored too. Hee, Mama is too. Papa is right next to me, but I still miss him so much. Kaoru gave a bitter smile and stroked his wife's soft hair. The blame from the lead actor's terrible acting was landing on him for no reason. Like AI said, if a lead role offer came in, maybe taking one wouldn't be so bad. He was busy with school and the troupe, but if he appeared in dramas as a supporting actor, then for the sake of his family, who waited for him with their necks stretched out, it might be better to take a lead role. While Kaoru was thinking that over, AI, who had been watching TV with sleepy eyes under her husband's gentle touch, suddenly jolted upright when the screen changed and music started playing. Kaoru. Just like last week, when the screen cut over, the familiar tense low strings began to play before Kaoru appeared. In time with the music, AI's starbright eyes sparkled as she focused on the TV like a meerkat. Tot. TAA. Finally. Ruby and Aqua, who had also been on the verge of falling asleep, and even Miyako, who had been spacing out while looking at her phone, suddenly brightened and focused on the TV. Like a dying ember flaring back to life, Kaoru couldn't help but flinch at their energy. Had they really waited with this same intensity last week until he appeared, then cheered? But Kaoru knew that with the remaining broadcast time, even if he appeared, only the part where he had filmed the meeting scene with Junichi and the council would likely air before it moved on to the next episode. However, Kaoru tilted his head and voiced his confusion for a moment. The drama, which had been moving along neatly by scene number, suddenly showed the set where the student council president and Hirano were supposed to meet in a scene expected to air around the next episode. As the color palette shifted to a dry, faded tone, and the story moved into the scene where the male and female leads discussed what to do about shutting down the club, Kaoru frowned, realizing his own judgment about director Sojiro's intentions had been off. Why? There should still be some time before the confrontation scene. Was the council meeting scene with Junichi completely cut? But whether Kaoru wondered or not, when the student council president appeared eavesdropping on the conversation between the male and female leads from outside the club room. Kaya. It's Kaoru. Kaoru. Look, it's Kaoru. Seeing his husband's face on the screen at last, AI clapped and grabbed Kaoru's hand, pointing at the TV. Her husband right beside her, and her husband inside the TV. In an instant, AI had somehow ended up with two husbands, and watched the drama with a flushed face. So what are you going to do? Why is Hirano-kun interested in someone like that? The drawn-out conflict between the male and female leads, but Kaoru knew. That had been edited too. The original lines had been much longer than what was airing now, but they had been stripped down to the bare minimum for the sake of pacing. The problem was the student council president's shots, as he unintentionally overheard the two of them talking, were edited with far more care than the lead actor's scenes, and were being broadcast that way. His cold blue eyes moved briskly, and as he listened to their conversation, the student council president took his hand out of his pocket and crossed his arms. It was a scene marked by director Sojiro's distinctive cut transitions. AI and Miyako were focused on the drama without knowing the details, but Kaoru, sensing the strange mismatch, began to bite his lip as a bad feeling crept over him. The ratio between the lead and supporting roles felt reversed. As if answering Kaoru's ominous premonition, the heroine immediately left the club room, and the student council president strode into the room where Hirano Taisuke was waiting. AI and Ruby were so focused on the drama they looked like their necks might snap. Miyako had gone completely silent. Even a fool could tell that the conflict between the male lead and the student council president was about to reach its peak. The tense low BGM and Kaoru's cold, detached acting made it clear to viewers that this was a situation on the verge of exploding. The vocal club's abolition has already been approved. We don't have enough required members, we don't have enough club members, and the financial report is missing because there's no one in charge of management. It's reached the point where we can't just let it slide. Couldn't you make an exception just once? Why is this school so impossible about everything? The atmosphere was frigid. AI swallowed dryly, her fingers trembling with tension. Like walking a tightrope, the confrontation between Kaoru and the male lead looked ready to explode at any moment, and her heart began to pound. Ruby was the same. She took out her pacifier and fidgeted with her tiny fingers while staring at the screen. It's the school rules. School rules exist to be followed. You're not a little child anymore, are you? That wasn't how it was supposed to feel, was it? While his family was fully absorbed in the drama, Kaoru touched the corner of his mouth and tried to figure out what director Sojiro was thinking. Of course, he had deliberately played his face even colder to put Ryunosuke in his place, but that was only the actor's own emotional performance. In editing, with BGM and cut transitions, it could be adjusted to match the original script's tone however they wanted. As if mocking Kaoru's worries, the low strings swelled higher and higher. I don't care about that kind of thing. Aren't students supposed to come first? You don't care what happens to a student's dreams. At Hirano's shout, the student council president took a big step forward and snapped back in a cold voice. Under the school rules, all students are equal, and they must be. Even you, who are related by blood to the family that founded this academy, and even I, who hold the position of student council president and am responsible for the honor and history of this academy. Don't you understand that violating the rules and showing kindness to one individual can become an unfair burden to another? Ha! As AI let out a tense sigh, the BGM that had just been building abruptly cut off, and the shot switched to a full view of Hirano Taisuke. Don't spout bullshit. Although the profanity had been edited out for broadcast, Hirano Taisuke's narrowed eyes and hot-tempered face gave the impression that the roles of villain and hero had been reversed. When Hirano grabbed the student council president by the collar, AI and Ruby, watching the TV, gasped and shouted in a burst of fierce outrage. Kaya! What are you doing? Ta! AI and Ruby vented their anger at that bad guy who had grabbed Kaoru by the collar. But soon, those cries faded away in an instant. Clack! Aag! The student council president's fan whipped toward Hirano's wrist, and when it struck, Hirano clutched his wrist and screamed in pain. The position had shifted, as if the righteous one were punishing the villain. The student council president, raising his icy blue eyes to glare at Hirano, used his long white hand to straighten the clothes that had been pulled out of place by the collar grab and said, "Mind your manners. Don't test my patience. GHK. Tum. Kaya Heartsuit Kaoru is so cool. Talk. Ta. With the student council president's cold glare at Hirano as the final image, the drama ended, and AI and Ruby erupted into cheers as if they had been waiting for it. Miyako also finally let out the breath she had been holding and shouted at Kaoru. Amazing. Amazing. I can look forward to next week too, right? Ah. Well. He was already moving into the middle part, and before long he wouldn't even be on screen anymore. Kaoru hesitated to answer Miyako when. Kaya. 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 Ka. Oh. Ru. Seriously. 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 You're way too cool. That's a crime. A first offense crime that shook AI's heart. The rush of excitement, anticipation, and exhilaration hit her all at once. AI, her face flushed bright red, patted her husband's forearm with her small palm over and over as she made a huge fuss. Ta. Ta. Following their mother, Ruby wriggled and waved both hands toward Kaoru. When he saw those sparkling eyes looking at him, Kaoru gave an awkward smile and picked up his daughter, setting her down beside Aqua. This was the first time Ruby, who adored him so wildly, had ever demanded to be held first. Even at that historic moment, Kaoru couldn't fully savor the joy. Instead, he kept turning the situation over in his head, trying to figure out what on earth had happened. Aqua was also staring hard at his father, a glimmer of something unusual shining in his blue eyes. Student Council President. Can you hug AI too? Please? HM. Okay. TAA. Tada. Ta. Ha ha. Kaoru broke into an awkward smile, cold sweat beading on him as he hugged the baby in his arms, and the twins tightly, overwhelmed by the family's enormous enthusiasm after seeing his performance and turning into huge fans. For a moment, Kaoru sighed and looked at the TV, which had moved on to the next episode preview with resentful eyes. Director Sojiro's intentions. Was it for the ratings, or a director's rebellion because he couldn't stand the lead actor's terrible acting anymore? Or was it for something else? He couldn't know for sure unless he called and asked directly. Still, Kaoru let out a low sigh at the creeping bad feeling. Chapter 47. Because it matters. 3,640 words. Death makes people strange. Fuji TV's proud producer-director Matsushige Sojiro, who had already been famous for being a bit of a freak, felt that more keenly than anyone when death's sentence came for him as if by fate. Instead of fear, he felt a hollow sense of regret. Why hadn't he lived a more worthwhile life? Crushed by family, crushed by work, crushed by every task that wasn't even part of his job. After graduating from university, the young man who had once feared nothing had ended up with a gaunt body, stuck in a corner of the Swiss mountains and hooked up to medication. If he recovered, if his illness could somehow be cured like a miracle, what would he want to do first? But it was only a wish built on impossible delusion. He would die alone on foreign soil, far from home. His wife wouldn't come. His children wouldn't even call. He had worked like an ox and earned plenty, but he wouldn't even get to spend it all, and out of the more than 2,500 contacts saved in his phone, not a single person would mourn his death. Then, all of a sudden, he wondered. Kamiki Kaoru. What was that boy, the jewel he had discovered like a miracle, doing now? But what was the point of wondering? He had no desire to meddle in the heart of a boy with such a bright future, just because he was an adult. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to simply tidy up the end of his life like this. And then, once again, a miracle that came like fate. He knelt and gave thanks to the God he had never believed in, burning with a fierce artistic fire in his eyes, and a deep smile on his gaunt lips. Matsushige Sojiro returned to work 6 months later. And the company, which had been desperately longing for a veteran's presence more than anyone, handed him a large-scale project that only he could handle. Looking into it, it was a rookie PR drama project funded by advertisers' money, using newcomers from a major talent agency, and a major model agency everyone knew by name. Apparently, they had even inserted a cap clause into the rookies' appearance contracts to limit their screen time. A clause that even top-tier actors could barely get. After experiencing death once, the middle-aged man understood better than anyone just how empty life could be. True to his reputation as a freak, Matsushige Sojiro had already decided that from here on out, he would live however he wanted, without regrets, without restraint, and however the hell he pleased. He picked up his old flip phone and searched through his contacts. Kamiki Kaoru. And then there were even comments like, I started watching because of the student council president and ended up getting distracted lol. Damn, is this a grade school talent show? Get it together and think about the viewers for once. My eyes are burning. The agency those rookies are under is pretty stacked. Honestly, I can't say I'm disappointed lol. You think we're watching for them? My sister runs out of the bath whenever the student council president appears lolwoo. Anyone who saw Black Rose of the Mastermind knows this. Kaoru Kamiki carried the early episodes by the throat too. Please, can't they replace the actor playing the spoiled Chable third-generation male lead? He's way too ugly, or at least fix that tacky CG somehow. Forget ugly, his whole face is just so off-putting. Looks like a total jerk. A ridiculous drama where 58 minutes are the preview and 2 minutes are the actual show. Cast, Student Council President/Lead, Student Council President/Ending, Student Council President graduates and the school shuts down. Cut the product placement already, damn it. Am I watching a 60-minute commercial or a drama? Netizens, all eager to weigh in on a drama that had already been judged after just 2 episodes, were just as heated. Since the rookie actors were at a stage where the public was only just beginning to recognize their faces, most people were already sour about the very idea of talentless newcomers landing lead roles through connections. What's more, people who remembered Kaoru, who had delivered the most memorable performance in Black Rose of the Mastermind, not just among the child actors but among the adult cast as well, naturally leaned toward trusting him again this time too. Before long, articles began reporting that Kaoru's search volume on Google had overtaken that of the 6 rookie actors combined, and the snowball started turning into an avalanche. Did you watch Coming Closer to You? Oh, of course. I even ordered the fan. Isn't the student council president way too sexy? He's even more manly than he was in Black Rose of the Mastermind. At the pediatric clinic they had visited for the twins' vaccinations, Ruby sat quietly in her stroller, listening closely to the conversation, while glaring sharply at the young married women chattering beside her with hawk-like eyes. Having already run an aggressive public relations campaign for her ultimate favorite, AI, she now needed to carefully monitor the public sentiment around Kaoru, her newly crowned second favorite. Ruby looked every bit the veteran spy, with her pacifier in her mouth, and her tiny hand lifted to her ear, as she used advanced sound amplification techniques. Honestly, it wasn't that fun except for the student council president. Same here. I keep stopping my husband every time he tries to change the channel. How are you supposed to know when he'll show up? I heard they still don't have an official fan club, maybe they don't even plan to make one. As Kaoru's appearance in the drama began to noticeably raise his recognition, Ruby's shoulders naturally puffed up with pride at being born to the child of her ultimate favorite and second favorite. And Oppos, you can't get happiness like this for free and Oppos. Humming to herself, Ruby smiled around her pacifier. Unlike the idol market, where nasty otaku were everywhere, dramas were watched by a much broader audience, so the fanbase was more varied too. Having seen with her own eyes how often her favorite got hit with hateful, personal attacks and sexual harassment online, Ruby was starting to feel reassured by Kaoru's favorable public image. But was I the only one who got a little flustered? Hee hee. Me too. Watching the drama, and then seeing my husband. I mean, wow. He's even taller than he was in Black Rose of the Mastermind. Ruby had been smiling in satisfaction when her expression suddenly hardened, and she shook her head violently, biting down on her pacifier. What did I just hear? Hearing the young mothers whispering to each other in secret about Kaoru, Ruby clenched her tiny fist and trembled with rage. And Oppos, who are these ladies trying to get ideas about? Mama's favorite husband is Papa. He's our one and only favorite couple, and nobody is allowed to covet them. And Oppos. Sparks crackled in her glittering starry eyes. She would never forgive them. She absolutely could not stand by and let those sneaky little cat thieves try to steal Papa away from her beloved mama. Ruby struggled upright in the stroller and pulled the pacifier from her mouth. Take that. Hush thunk. Eek. What was that? While the women were chatting, a pacifier flew out of nowhere and hit one of them in the face, making the young mother scream in shock. Pretending not to know a thing, Ruby lay back in the stroller and whistled with an innocent expression, looking away as if she had no idea what had happened. Even if they checked the CCTV, what were they going to do? She was just a baby who had only been born a year ago. With her hands interlocked behind her head like a vacationing tourist, Ruby finished the job in style and smiled with satisfaction. Phew. That was hard. Huh? Where did the pacifier go? After the vaccinations, Miyako came out with Aqua and noticed Ruby's pacifier was gone, so Ruby gave her a self-assured smile and silently held up a V sign. As expected of mother and daughter. Seeing that bright, lively V sign and smile that were a dead ringer for AIs, Miyako let out a long sigh and muttered that blood really didn't lie. So pretty. So cool. So thrilling. Mama. 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 Heartsuit. Today, too, Aqua got to enjoy the bliss of being a fan right beside Ruby, who was recharging her otaku soul by watching AI's videos on Miyako's laptop. Always fresh, always thrilling, always cool. As expected of AI, the undisputed ace of Bikamachi, she captivated fans with her overwhelming performances in every broadcast and live show she appeared in. Those sparkling starry eyes and the fantastical aura only the ultimate idol could radiate. That fearless, bright smile and singing voice that stole fans' hearts. Ah! Aqua touched his plump, flushed cheeks and smiled happily. Even after charging up this much, when AI came home after work, she would still hold him in her arms and dote on him again. Was this not rebirth in paradise? A life of perfect fan-idol harmony. Aqua blinked his still lingering blue eyes and reached for the mouse to watch the next video. Click. Ha. Of all things, his hand overlapped with Ruby's. The tiny hands engaged in a fierce battle, each refusing to let go of the mouse. I'm watching this. Ruby's already seen that one. I'm watching the Shinjuku live video. I've seen it. So what? Why don't you give in for once? You're older than me, so you should give in. Why should I? Huh? Then you're the younger one, so why should you give in to me? No, wait. No. Phew. Aqua almost got dragged into it. As the older one, he slowly took a breath and calmed his mind. Right. He was the older brother. The one beside him was his sister, even if he didn't like it, and blood-related family he would have to keep seeing for the rest of his life. If they fought, AI would be sad. No, but I always give in to her, even gave up the rabbit plushie last time, and she still doesn't know how to be grateful. Suddenly, Akuma Aqua's voice snickered up from the depths of his mind. Do you really have to give in? But you could just go at it head-on like that guy, couldn't you? Ha, but don't you want to watch AI's fan service compilation? Take this. Ah. Startled by Aqua's sudden attack, Ruby yanked the mouse to shove her brother's hand away. But then... Click. Ha. What came up was not the video of AI the twins wanted, but a compilation of Kaoru's student council president scenes that had been trending in popularity. It was only episode 2, and already there was a student council president collection. Aqua stared blankly at the screen, looking at Kaoru's student council president compilation edited with exaggerated visual effects. Keep your dignity. Don't test my patience. Papa, as expected, he's Mama's darling. Mama's taste is amazing. Before long, Ruby had become completely absorbed in the laptop, and was drooling as she showered Kaoru with praise. She was now fully launching into Kaoru fandom, saying he was her new second favorite and all that. She even burned with even greater fan devotion, claiming that AI choosing Kaoru was proof that AI's eye for the heart was unmatched. Aqua had to admit that part, at least. No matter how he looked at it, Kaoru's acting really was incredible. The cold charisma pouring out through the laptop and those unwavering blue eyes left a shocking impression that no actor his age, or any actor he had seen so far, had ever given him. No wonder he was already setting the internet on fire and crushing the lead cast with his overwhelming presence. Still, Aqua crossed his arms and nodded with a very serious expression, as if reluctantly acknowledging Kaoru's acting. Since Papa's collection video is over, I'm going to watch what Ruby wanted. Sure. Aqua reluctantly handed the mouse over to Ruby. Then he spotted the handheld mirror Miyako used beside the laptop, and looked at his own face in it. His features were a blend of Kaoru and AI, but one thing was clear: the color of his eyes, the shape of his gaze, and the bridge of his nose were all a dead ringer for Kaoru. Seen one way, he resembled AI's cute face shape and overall outline. Seen another, he looked like Kaoru's sharp, straight nose and his steep, blade-like jawline. Faces change as people grow, with different bone structure and muscle placement, but for now he looked more like his father, Kaoru. Staring into the mirror, Aqua narrowed his brows fiercely and muttered under his breath. "Keep your dignity." "Ah no, that wasn't it." Aqua tilted the hand mirror this way and that, lifting and lowering the hand that held it, then muttered again. "Don't test my patience." It's school rules." It's the school rules." "Hiss, keep your dignity." Maybe that was a little close. Aqua kept practicing, trying to imitate Kaoru's gaze, squinting, glaring, and lifting his eyes in the mirror as he redoubled his efforts to become the student council president. "What are you doing?" "Huh?" When Aqua whipped around in shock, he saw Ruby staring at him with a dark expression, her brows furrowed as if she had just seen something she could never unsee. Oh no. Had he accidentally done something weird while looking in the mirror? With his face turning bright red, Aqua snapped his head away and set down the hand mirror as he shouted, I wasn't doing anything. Just keep watching." "Ugh. It's hot. So hot." Aqua hurriedly got off the table and trotted toward the balcony, desperately trying to cool his face after creating a humiliating Black History moment in front of his little sister. Good work today. After another busy schedule, AI quickly finished getting ready to head home. She had been cast as the monthly cover model for one of the popular music magazines favored by teenagers, and had spent the day doing a photo shoot in the studio. True to her title as the ultimate idol, she showed off a range of charms, from a cute outfit and a modest everyday look to her irresistible, lively smile. The photographer kept smiling in clear satisfaction as he captured AI on camera. AI finished the shoot with her signature V sign, a pose that could win over fans with ease. Phew. After returning her shoot outfit in the dressing room and coming out wearing her hat, AI let out a breath of relief, only to hear the staff talking, and her sharp hearing caught every word. "Did you watch Coming Closer to You a few days ago?" "Yeah, I did." "The student council president." "Ooh, ahaha, I was just about to bring that up too, the student council president. Eek, wasn't he so cool? I thought my heart was going to burst when he hit that wrist with the fan. More than that, I was eavesdropping outside and thought his arms crossed pose was so sexy that I recorded that part separately. Yeah, that part was seriously insane too. Ha. I became a total fan after Black Rose of the Mastermind. My cousin works at a bank, and apparently she met Kamiki Kaoru twice. She bragged like crazy that she ran into him in front of the station on the day of her older cousin's wedding. Whoa, seriously? Twice? Did she get a photo too? I'm so jealous. She even got a hug, apparently. She asked him some questions, and after she answered, he thanked her with a hug, a photo, and even an autograph. Hey. A hug too. Flinch. AI's ears twitched. Hug. Hug. She could understand the autograph and the photo, but a hug. AI's sparkling starry eyes sank for a moment into a dark night sky. Hearing that from someone else, something she had never heard from Kaoru himself, felt anything but pleasant. Did that mean that, for fans, he showed the same smile and kindness he showed her without hesitation? Nah. Without realizing it, she bit down on her thumbnail. It was a habit she hadn't done once since being with Kaoru. The negative feelings rising in her heart stirred up her thoughts. Kaoru. It was good that Kaoru was becoming famous, but for fans to grow more numerous, greedy, and eager for physical or emotional contact with him was not something AI could easily accept. After meeting her husband, she had thought she knew every side of Kaoru. He wasn't signed to an agency, didn't even have a fan club, and moved between home, the troupe, and school, while all the attention, affection, and sincere love belonged to her and her alone. AI, too, had poured all of her sincerity and emotion, admiration and longing, affection and desire into Kaoru, and they had shared all of it with each other. And yet he was giving hugs as fan service. Nah. AI's emotionless, starry eyes reflected in the backseat window shifted restlessly, as if thinking hard about something. Would she normally have let it go? The warmth and scent of Kaoru that only she knew in this world. Even if she had thought she should share it with others, when it suddenly came crashing in like this, AI felt confused and suffocated. Was this also something she gained after learning what love was? Is something wrong? You look off. Nope, I'm just a little tired and I kind of miss the twins and Kaoru. As always, with AI's bright smile, Ichigo chuckled and kept driving. I called Miyako earlier. Kaoru's already home, and watching the twins. Really? AI's eyes widened in delight as she pulled out her personal phone, entered the password, and opened her messages. There were several texts from Kaoru. Heartsuit. Because her mind had been unsettled by the things she'd heard in the studio, she hadn't replied to Kaoru right away. Her heart felt restless and impatient. But. Did you eat? I got home first. I miss you. With Ruby, photo attached. I bathed Aqua for Miyako today. He seems even more wary of me than usual. AI gently bit her lip, her starry eyes shining with deep love and desire. Just from the texts alone, she could feel Kaoru's gentle love and affection. She wanted to rush straight into Kaoru's arms right now and hug her husband as tightly as she could, feeling his warmth and scent. The one and only refuge in this world that no one else could ever covet, Hoshino AI's beloved man. Heartsuit. I'm coming soon. Wait for me, Kaoru. Hugs could be shared, but the sincerity and a love wrapped inside Kaoru's hug belonged only to Hoshino AI, and the adorable twins born from the love between her and Kaoru. The affection of her lover and husband would never be allowed to anyone else. Kaoru Heartsuit. GHK. AI. Thump. I missed you Heartsuit. Me too. You worked hard. I love you. I love you. Kaoru, I love you. I really love you. Yeah. I love you too, AI. At Kaoru's whisper, the starry light in AI's eyes shone brilliantly. At last, her love and affection were satisfied. The anger and confusion that had stirred her heart, along with the ridiculous conversation she had heard at the studio earlier, were all neatly erased from her memory. No one, ever, would take this heartfelt hug away. Kaoru's love belonged only to her. Kaoru. You shouldn't just go hugging people without telling me, okay? Got it? Whether it's a fan or anyone else, don't hug them behind AI's back. Ah, okay. I'll be careful. Heartsuit, I love you. Held tightly in her husband's arms, the pink glow hidden in AI's starry eyes shimmered beautifully within her gaze. Chapter 48. I got fooled again. 3,250 words. The day episode 3 aired. For some reason, Kaoru found himself experiencing the bizarre coincidence of AI having no schedule on drama broadcast days 3 separate times. He couldn't help but marvel at Ichigo's godlike scheduling skills. AI was currently devouring the vanilla pint of Häagen-Dazs she had prepared for today, as if she meant to finish the whole thing, and was fully focused on the drama. Ruby was focused too, eating the ice cream AI fed her one spoonful at a time while nestled in her arms, looking ready to clamp down with her adorable toothless gums if anyone so much as touched her while she watched. Kaoru and Aqua couldn't even open their mouths in the face of the two women's blazing intensity. Especially Kaoru, who soon began to feel a faint sense of unease as he realized his own screen time in the drama would be ending soon. I never thought I'd end up worrying about this. Even when he had received the script, started filming, and even suffered through 2 days of outdoor shooting with a rough draft script when the writer's strike caused the special episode to fall through. Kaoru had listed the role's moderate screen time and manageable filming schedule as advantages, and he hadn't cared all that much about the drama's popularity. Besides, he had only acted according to the script. It's the student council president's authority. That's right. That's right. Of course it's the student council president's authority. How dare you try to challenge it? Nam nam dash. Ta. Ta. Even Miyako, who had been drinking beer while the two of them cheered and squealed over the ice cream, joined in with obvious excitement. That kind of guy needs to be taught a proper lesson so he never acts up again. It had been a week since Director Sojiro had been avoiding Kaoru's calls. Even when Kaoru tried to ask about his screen time, the director only sent suspicious replies like saying he was busy with editing or telling him not to worry. Kaoru, breaking out in a light sweat, was finally beginning to understand what it meant to feel truly restless. Now that episode 3 was heading into its midpoint. Once again, the scene that should have come after the lead actor's pointless dialogue had been pulled forward from episode 4 and inserted into the middle of episode 3. What's more, about a quarter of the lead cast's lines that he remembered from the script had been cut or edited out again. No matter how good the ratings were, was director Sojiro really going to be all right? Feeling conflicted, Kaoru pulled out his iPhone and checked Twitter, only to find that the real-time trend had already pushed student council president into the top 3. Only then did Kaoru truly sense that something was going wrong. Had there ever been a drama where so much focus was placed on a supporting character with so little screen time compared to the leads? Kaoru could confidently answer no. So what do you think of the transfer student in Class A, Class Rep Murakami? He's adapting well. Though we're also keeping a close eye on him as a rather suspicious individual. Keep monitoring his movements. And also, the school-wide meeting scene with Junichi, which should have appeared in the previous episode, had been recycled into a flashback. Kaoru's blue eyes trembled. This was impossible unless the director had talked it over with the writer. What was going on? Eek. Kaoru's on so much more today. This drama is seriously so fun. Ta. Unlike Kaoru's cold blue eyes and the icy atmosphere on the TV, AI, now buoyed by the happiness of having finished an entire tub of Häagen-Dazs, rubbed her head against the husband beside her and shouted with delight. Kaoru quietly stroked AI's hair and forced an awkward smile. You like it that much? Yep. Yep. Of course I do, when I get to see the student council president right in front of me. That scary student council president smiles at me so kindly when he's by my side. Hee hee heart suit. Ta. Our Ruby likes it that much too. Ta. Carefully lifting Ruby, who was squirming in AI's arms with sparkling eyes and begging to be held, Kaoru wrapped one arm firmly around Aqua's belly so he wouldn't topple over. The twins, still hugging his arm and half lounging against him, watched the drama intently. Since they had finished an entire tub of vanilla ice cream, the sweet scent of vanilla drifted from AI. Somehow, Kaoru had ended up supporting 3 people, and now he was genuinely worried about how he'd react if next week, all of his remaining screen time suddenly aired at once. The online reaction he'd seen late was already looking bad, and if things kept going like this, there might even be an unprecedented disaster where the drama was sunk by a tidal wave of viewers. Hoo! At Kaoru's quiet sigh, AI turned her head slightly from where she was leaning against him, and looked up at her husband. What's wrong, Kaoru? Ha! Ah, nothing. Ha ha. Lean on me more comfortably, AI. AI's starlit eyes glimmered faintly as she looked at her husband, then turned back to the drama. It was almost time for the drama to end. With Kaoru's screen time held hostage, and viewers exhausted by the lead's clumsy acting, and the advertiser's full-course PPL parade. It's the end already. Wasn't this only episode 3? Likes 0/retweets. When does the student council president show up? Likes 1/retweets 0. Change the title to Coming Closer to You, student council president, already likes 888/retweets 4.1k. If you nodded off and missed the middle, quietly hit like LOL, likes 1.4K/retweets 2K. The complaints were pouring in real time. I'm sleepy, so why are they even there right now? Miyako, after crumpling an empty beer can and setting it on the table, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked. Kaoru, ever helpful, instantly recalled the scene number from the script and explained. It's the scene where they're discussing what to do after the club gets shut down. Why did the club get shut down? At AI's innocent question, asked so naturally, Kaoru lost his words for a moment and fell into thought. Right. AI had definitely watched both episodes 1 and 2, but aside from the scenes where he appeared, she had probably been bored enough to do other things, stare blankly, play with the twins, or grumble about when Kaoru would finally show up. The twins, too, had never exactly looked fully awake in the parts where he didn't appear, half dozing in power-saving mode. Given how hard it was to focus on the drama's content and pacing in the first place, Kaoru was already grateful that AI had kept watching at all. I told them to shut it down. There weren't enough people. I see. The student council president is really, really strong. TAA. At Kaoru's simple explanation, which showed off the force of his overwhelming authority, AI's starlit eyes sparkled like a little girl's as she looked at her husband. Kaoru wordlessly gave a thumbs up, then snuck kisses onto the cheeks of the twin siblings, who were looking up at him with the same glittering eyes, and let out a snort of laughter. At Miyako's incredulous look, Kaoru cleared his throat awkwardly, then once again had to doubt his own eyes at the voice coming from the TV and tilt his head. Not bad. Isn't it almost over now? Seems like it. Kaoru's been showing up a lot today. Didn't last week end with Kaoru's face too? Kaoru couldn't answer AI or Miyako's questions. He didn't know the reason either. What do you mean? When the heroine stammered and asked what the problem was with a confused look on her face. The student council president gave a faint smile, cold yet somehow boyish, like he had just landed a solid hit of his own. In those blue eyes that had held nothing but cold, rule-bound logic, a trace of human warmth finally rose like spring haze. The drama's ending captured that warm smile in a full frontal shot, filling the screen, as if it were a flower slowly blooming in slow motion on a spring day. The faint smile and gaze he had never once shown as the student council president. The charm of that gap, of seeing something previously hidden, brought with it a truly explosive aftereffect. At some point, AI had sat up straight instead of leaning on Kaoru's shoulder, and now she covered her mouth with both hands and let out a small gasp, dazed. Miyako, too, silently hung her mouth open and stared blankly at the TV. Aqua and Ruby. The twin siblings in Kaoru's arms also stopped wriggling and quietly stared at the screen. As a calm piano BGM played and the drama ended. Kaoru. Just how much more can you give us? Kaya heartsuit. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Is this for real? It's 100% right. Right? It is, isn't it? Kaoru-kun. Ta. TAA. TAA. Ta. Ta. All four of them looked at the student council president at once, their eyes sparkling as they let out their excitement. AI slapping Kaoru's arm again and again with her palm while screaming in a delighted frenzy. The twins, excited out of their minds in his arms. And Miyako, who had gone back to the fridge for another beer. But Kaoru himself couldn't laugh, because he had no idea why the early part of the heroine's conversation scene had been edited into such a sticky, sultry smile and made to close out the episode. The die had been cast. Not by him, of course, and not on a board he had laid down either. Resigned, Kaoru hugged his wife and the twins tightly and flung himself onto the sofa in heroic defeat. With the student council president's smile coming closer to you breaks past 13% ratings. Viewers shaken by the smile. Demand surges for the fountain pen used by the student council president. Peak minute-by-minute ratings top 24%, flood of parody videos online after the smile ending. Reversal between the leads and the supporting cast. By no means a desirable phenomenon. The lead story pushed out of the spotlight is all that remains the supporting actor's smile. Sighs over excessive PPL, where on earth are the viewer's rights? After episode 3 aired, Kaoru felt as if his tongue was tying itself in knots from the fame that had begun slowly invading his everyday life. His popularity had already been climbing steadily after Black Rose of the Mastermind, and his first opening performance at Grande Ensemble Tokyo, after his return. But this was on a different level. Before, only 2 or 3 out of 10 people would barely recognize him. Now, it had reached the point where 4 or 5 out of 10 recognized him as a matter of course. So why didn't you just tone it down? I'm being serious. Yeah. I'm sure you are. Slurp dash. Toshiro couldn't hold back his laughter as he sipped his coffee. On the way here, Kaoru had been thoroughly cornered by a group of middle school girl fans on the train, taken photos with all of them, and then escaped as if fleeing for his life. He brushed his bangs back and bit his lip. Why on earth would producer Matsushige do that? Why would he pull something like this without discussing it with me even once? Well. Dragging out his answer, Toshiro looked at Kaoru and clicked his tongue. You really don't know, do you? At Toshiro's question, Kaoru frowned slightly and asked back. Pardon? So he really didn't know. Toshiro took another sip of coffee and thought about how he could possibly open the eyes of this frustrating guy in front of him. But no matter how he thought about it, this was beyond his abilities. If you really don't know, then producer Matsushige isn't an idiot. He's the one who first cast you on the street, isn't he? He's the very man who noticed your value before anyone else. There's no way he'd just leave you alone. That frightening, savage bite you showed him isn't something a director can just cover up. Trying to cover that up would be a complete failure as a director. If you can't make use of an actor who can project the beautiful mise-en scene you've dreamed of right in front of you, the very image that only existed in your imagination, then whether it's art on screen or art on stage, that is absolutely unforgivable. At Toshiro's words, spoken as both a veteran director and the head of a theater troupe, Kaoru frowned slightly and fell into thought. Toshiro set his coffee on the table and glanced at a shelf with a hole in it from long ago before saying, You're a fine actor, but as a salaried worker who still has to sell a product, your mindset isn't there yet. You don't even know the value you yourself possess, so of course you can't understand producer Matsushige. And naturally, you can't understand the interest of all the people drooling over you either. Well, maybe that stubbornness is your greatest strength. Kaoru mulled over Toshiro's words and still let out a short sigh, clearly dissatisfied. He hadn't bothered to mention it to Toshiro, but at school, there was already movement to bring down the current student council leadership and re-elect Kaoru as student council president. Still, there was probably no need to say that. AI, amazing. How could she do this? An idol who could train fans however she pleased and turn anyone into a fan if she wanted. AI's natural aura, shining on stage and still shining just as brightly even after stepping off it. The qualities needed to be an actor and the qualities needed to fan service the fans who love and adore you as an actor were entirely different categories. Rubbing his temple, Kaoru let out a low sigh. There's no rule in the school regulations that says you can't establish a new club with the same nature as one that's been shut down. It was a clever move, exploiting that loophole. Even the student council had no choice but to accept it. Hirano-koen's help was a huge part of it. If it hadn't been for Hirano-koen, I never would have thought of that. So it was him after all. Even a worm has its own tricks, they say. The Academy's biggest troublemaker finally pulled off something worthwhile. I'll work hard. I'll do it in a way that makes everyone take notice. I'll raise the vocal training club into the best club in the Academy. The student council president folded a fan once, then snapped it shut with crisp precision as he walked forward. Episode 4 ended there, and after that the student council president's screen time vanished. Just as expected of a supporting character from the start. The student council president did not appear again until the end of episode 4. Why isn't the student council president showing up? AI complained to Kaoru with tears in her starlit eyes, and Ruby also protested to Kaoru, whining as if throwing a tantrum. But there was nothing to be done. That was all the footage they had originally shot. In the 8-episode regular run, that amount had been Kaoru's share. After episode 3 aired, Kaoru had expected this much, and he sweated bullets trying to calm his wife and daughter down. At times like this, it would almost be better if Aqua would throw a tantrum too, like his wife and daughter. But Aqua simply wore a dejected face, quietly accepting the cruel reality in his father's arms and looking gloomy. The internet and the press were in an uproar too. After the student council president's exit, viewers who had never once seen that face before left protest posts on the viewer boards, in news comments, on community forums, and on social media. Even so, the broadcaster showed no movement at all. There were even voices saying it was normal to expect too much from the student council president's screen time, when he had been a supporting character from the beginning. As predictions flooded in that ratings would nosedive starting from episode 5, viewers declared one after another that they were done with the show in preparation for being subjected once again to the lead actors' wooden performances, the boring progression of the plot, and the endless parade of hopeless PPL. Amid all the noise, Kaoru. It's just a passing shower. Just a passing shower. If they can't see my face anyway, they'll forget soon enough. Calmed his mind once more. Even when Hasegawa Yuno of Lonlo cautiously asked him during an interview after the drama wrapped whether that was really the end of his screen time, Kaoru coolly answered that he would only appear briefly at the very end and in the special episode. After all, once the 2 days of rough draft shooting were edited down, there would obviously be very little left. Kaoru watched the situation unfold with a calm attitude. And time passed and episode 5 aired. Hiing. I wasn't going to watch today because you weren't in it. AI, who had turned on the TV for the sake of the drama's ratings even though her husband wasn't appearing, patted the equally dejected Ruby and looked at the screen. Since Kaoru wasn't appearing anyway, Miyako had gone to her room saying she was sleepy, and Kaoru himself sat on the sofa, staring at the TV with a composed expression. Kaoru. Did you meet lots of fans again today? During the commercial break before the drama started, AI took out her phone, set it down beside her, and asked with a small smile. Kaoru gave an awkward smile, nodded slightly and said, "Ah, little too many. Aha hee hee. Did you get hugs too?" Feigning ignorance, she asked, and Kaoru shook his head while fiddling with Aqua's belly. No. Luckily, nobody asked for that. AI smiled and nodded. She wanted to ask why it had happened last time, but wasn't the important thing that it hadn't happened this time. Kaoru, for his part, was starting to worry that people might begin recognizing him sneaking into the Saito couple's house late at night, and was even considering wearing a wig or doing makeup to disguise himself. With complicated feelings, Kaoru and AI watched the TV as the drama began. And then. Vroom. Kya? Kaoru. Cough. Hack. Cough. AI screamed in shock. Kaoru choked the moment he heard the familiar motorcycle sound coming from the TV. His blue eyes shook violently. Why? Today was definitely episode 5. His own screen time wouldn't come until the graduation ceremony near the end of the regular 8-episode run. So why? Why is the motorcycle scene we filmed for the special episode rough draft airing now? I got fooled again. Cold sweat began running down Kaoru's back. Equals 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 equals. The website for reading paid chapters is available on my Patreon. The number of chapters on Patreon, 83. Link, patreon.com/ultramagnus_T. Chapter 49. An Unforgettable Memory. 2,688 words. That dawn, Kaoru received a phone call. The call was from director Sojiro. When he answered, he heard shocking news. The writer had declared a strike and disappeared without a trace for a week, exhausted by the excessive interference from advertisers, the agency, and everyone else. Wait, then why was he calling at this hour to ask Kaoru for help? Of all people, a mere supporting actor. Kaoru sat up blankly in bed, feeling as if common sense had been shattered, and ran a hand through his hair. With the filming schedule blown to pieces, and no way they would make the editing deadline, director Sojiro's bleak voice made Kaoru throw everything aside, pull on a hoodie and training clothes, and head out. Damn it. It was practically a wartime situation. Even a low-budget indie film, or a university graduation project would be in better shape than this. It was impossible to believe this was supposed to be the biggest drama ever, with a massive budget poured into it. Instead, it was a pitiful filming site, no, not even a site, just an empty lot beside a national road outside Tokyo, with only the bare minimum of staff hastily conscripted. One lighting team leader with 25 years of experience, plus 2 lighting crew members with 8 and 5 years respectively, had rushed out of their lodging and set a record no one had ever seen before. A lighting team of 3. The cinematographer had hurried out with the crew in a van loaded with equipment, but he hadn't even discussed with the director what camera they were using or how they were supposed to shoot. He bit down on a cigarette and spat out curses. There was no makeup team, no wardrobe team, and the directing team consisted only of director Sojiro, the 2 assistant directors who always followed him around, and 2 junior staff members. The sound team still hadn't arrived. With no script in hand and no set to speak of, the grown men sitting around an empty lot beside a national road at 4:30 in the morning, waiting on director Sojiro's call, were on the verge of losing their minds. Let's just do it with a rough script. It wasn't even rough script level. It was a no script itself. But what could they do? That was the conclusion reached in the meeting between the team leaders and director Sojiro. The director had said that since he knew exactly what kind of level the lead actor was at. I called Kamiki for a reason, you know. Don't worry. Don't worry. This is exactly when masterpieces are born. At those words, the cinematographer silently nodded and took another drag on his cigarette. As a veteran with 23 years under his belt, he could tell at a glance what kind of estimate they were looking at. Even if they had done it as a one-man drama from the start, this show would have made it through. Maybe even better than it would now. Since they were already in this much trouble, the staff nodded along to director Sojiro's determination to somehow patch the whole thing together with the student council president's screen time. They had about 40 to 48 hours. Once they cut out time for eating, sleeping, and resting, there wasn't even 30 hours left. No need to overcomplicate it, director. The more complicated it gets, the more we just need to force our way through. When are we supposed to bring in that equipment, and that damn huge thing at that? Forget the heavy stuff like ARRI or RED. We've got DSLRs and camcorders, don't we? Bring out the Canon and Sony gear and just shoot. If we start setting up rails and bringing in cars and all that, we're done for. Let's just set the frame rate to 24. As for sound, even if we have to do post-recording later, let's do what we can now. The sound team, who finally arrived sweating profusely, belatedly followed director Sojiro's instructions. The camera crew, in line with the director's orders, took out Canon DSLRs and camcorders instead of expensive equipment and checked battery levels, condition, and everything else. In the drama world, this kind of shooting was something they had never done before, maybe not even in 20 years. Director Sojiro and Kaoru consumed energy drinks, like they were going into battle while drafting the script and cue sheet. As an actor with genius-level talent, Kaoru calmly explained his own analysis of the student council president's character even in this chaos, destruction, and oblivion, and discussed with director Sojiro how to shape the narrative and story cleanly and appropriately. He's a strict rule follower, but this isn't 100% the real Ryota, you know. Wouldn't that clash with the main story? It's more like additional context than a contradiction. Ryota, like other teenagers his age, has a wide range of emotions. Without realizing that the youngest member of the directing team, beside them, was filming the whole exchange on a tiny digital camera to use in the making of footage, Kaoru and director Sojiro continued their heated discussion. In that case, we'd need to rent a house, wouldn't we? No need to rent one. My father's house is a traditional Japanese home. We'll just use that. Put one staff member on set, and have the cast read their lines. We have no choice. Not right now. What about costumes? There aren't any school scenes anyway. Cut all the school scenes. Don't overthink it, just focus on the student council president. Kaoru, you brought a motorcycle earlier, right? You have a license? Yes. We'll load it into the back of the camera van and roll it out, so let's add a scene where you ride just a little. And so the magnificent disaster show of no-script filming began. With no makeup team, Kaoru only lightly colored his lips with borrowed lipstick from one of the female staff members, the youngest assistant director, the only woman on the team, and then got on the motorcycle after receiving Kaoru's cue. At 6 a.m., Kaoru rode the motorcycle on the national road and twisted his body as dynamically as possible. The lighting director crammed into the back of the van, squeezed himself in beside the cinematographer, and after the cinematographer's skilled one-take shot, he jumped into the brand-new car of the lighting team leader to capture another angle from the side. They nearly broke the sound team's boom mic while filming, but fortunately the shoot continued without any major trouble. Anything they could shoot in real time was filmed immediately, with the script being revised on the spot. Since there was a sea beside the empty lot and a walking path they could use, the production team decided to shoot a sunrise scene without any storyboard, under the concept of showing the student council president's human side. As Kaoru ran toward the sunrise, the youngest member of the camera crew also grabbed the camera and ran toward the rising sun. Cut. Even in this extreme situation, Kaoru's incredible acting instantly immersed him in the student council president's role, and he radiated a distinctive aura. Thanks to the lighting team's subtle control, the blue eyes in Kaoru's face, gently lit by the light, shone with an even stronger brilliance and were captured by the camera. After filming all 15 scenes in just 2 hours, director Sojiro threatened everyone into eating breakfast quickly before heading to his father's house. The youngest member of the directing team, who had been filming the director, staff, and actors eating cup ramen on the roadside, captured Kaoru's rare sight of choking on broth while sitting on the ground and smiled with satisfaction. After they arrived at director Sojiro's father's house, Kaoru changed into the most youthful-looking clothes he could find there. As the saying goes, a face is worth wings. Even in slightly rumpled clothes, the student council president's strict, principled nature seemed to come through more strongly, making him even more appealing. Okay. Scene 22. Ready, action. Are you trying to stain this house with your filth right now? Father. You know that isn't what I truly mean. The person playing Kaoru's father was not an actor but the second lighting crew member. Since his face wasn't shown, director Sojiro and the cinematographer's stylish camera placement created an even more mysterious atmosphere, but that didn't matter right now. Even if they had to bring in an actor or voice actor later for post-recording, this was the only way they could keep filming by improvising on location. At sunset, Kaoru stood in the glow of dusk, his expression blank, his eyes darting around in confusion as if lost in thought, one hand resting quietly at his waist. The youngest assistant director noticed him, and drifted over, filming with the digital camera. Ha. What is it? It's for the making of footage. The director told me to film it. Making of footage. Wow. He even had them film making of footage in this situation. Letting out an exclamation, Kaoru wore a face full of emotion, and looked at director Sojiro with a gaze so awestruck it was almost grotesque. As that expression was captured without filter by the camera, the youngest assistant director snorted with laughter and asked, "Is it hard?" "It's less that it's hard and more that I'm wondering if this is really okay." I guess I'm worried, yeah. Ha ha. A documentary-like atmosphere. At Kaoru's laugh, full of many meanings, the youngest assistant director said casually, while clearly filming with personal interest, "Still, you're amazing. You've done every scene without a single NG so far." "Aw, thank you. My theater experience has really helped. I think this will stay with me as an unforgettable memory." "Is this your first time filming like this?" Yes. It's my first time. Wouldn't it obviously be my first time? Ha ha. How do you think it'll turn out on broadcast later? In terms of screen time and all that? As you know, yes. I trust the director will do a good job. As for the special episode's length, yes. I'm sure the director will judge that well. In any case, please take good care of me. Will this air on TV? I don't know. Oh. If it does air. Please enjoy it, viewers. I was Kamiki Kaoru playing the student council president, Kiriyama Ryota. Thank you. Terrible at talking but with a beautiful boy's smile, the youngest member of the directing team grinned broadly and zoomed the camera out to include Kaoru's upper body. Kaoru bowed politely and waved both hands toward the camera as if greeting it. And now. Kya. The student council president looks so cool riding a motorcycle. Ta. Seeing the motorcycle scene in episode 5, Kaoru could only stand there speechless while AI and Ruby, beside him, cheered wildly over their husband's appearance. With brilliant editing, the motorcycle scene had all the dynamism of someone racing at incredible speed. Even though it had been filmed on the shoulder of a road at no more than 30 km per hour for less than 50 meters, the student council president looked like a track racer tearing down the road at full speed. Kaoru's sharp blue eyes, visible through the helmet, gleamed. Because it had been shot on a DSLR rather than the huge, expensive professional camera they had originally planned to use, the image was rougher but the colors felt more real, and since the frame rate was broadcast at 24 frames like a film, the visuals were excellent as well. The atmosphere was so alien that it felt like not only the genre had changed, but maybe even it was a different drama entirely. The motorcycle came to a stop in the middle of the rising sunrise, and the student council president took off his helmet and ran toward the empty lot. Even the running scene felt alive, with its realistic color and shaking camera. The student council president stopped running, grabbed the railing, and panted hard. As he looked up at the sunrise, his blue eyes, his sharply carved nose bridge, and his jawline gradually burned red in the sunlight. Ha ha. The student council president's back and the rising sun overlapped as one. And then a new OST began to play, a clear, gentle acoustic guitar arrangement of the drama's theme song, Coming Closer to You, Love Line School. EP 5. The screen changed. Ha, this is, really, too much. Heartsuit. Seeing the opening of episode 5, which had turned into a perfect youth drama, AI, moved by her husband's sexy appearance, trembled slightly as she covered her mouth with both hands. It was the kind of video that, in vulgar terms, really got you hooked. Student council president, you said you weren't going to appear anymore. You liar. MMPH. AAI. MMPH. AI rushed at Kaoru, who was wiping cold sweat from his bangs, wrapped her starry eyes around his neck and kissed him. Ta. Ta ta. Somehow, Aqua and Ruby ended up witnessing the affection between their favorite and second favorite right in front of them, and both of them reacted with wide, shocked eyes. After the opening, the student council president never appeared again. The boring development, the lead actor's terrible acting, and the excessive product placement were all still the same. But the student council president's motorcycle scene and sunrise scene, which evoked an 80s youth drama. And the opening, with its dynamic, vivid visuals and minimal editing that made the footage feel almost raw and alive. The viewers praised it without restraint. In fact, the sensation created by that short opening became a decisive catalyst that drove the ratings upward. Even without the student council president, the average viewership broke past 16%, and word of mouth began to spread in earnest. What's more, companies that hadn't been able to buy ad slots heard that a special episode was still coming, and they all rushed to make advertising offers. Hello. Kaoru answered a call from director Sojiro. This was the first time in 2 weeks that he had contacted Kaoru first after avoiding him all that time. Kaoru had so much he wanted to say. But he forced it all down rationally and listened to director Sojiro's voice from the other end. We'll need additional filming, right? At the director's voice, which sounded as if flowers were blooming all over his face, Kaoru crushed the plastic bottle of water he had been drinking. What exactly are you plotting? I've seen supporting roles get cut before, but this is the first time in my life I've seen the back half of the story dragged forward. Kaoru, did you forget? We're the kind of people who live and die by ratings. Every time you appear, the ratings jump. What am I supposed to do? Ha! But isn't it true that from episode 2 onward, you cut the lead actor's lines and used my screen time on your own authority? In the beginning, the story was progressing according to the scene numbers, wasn't it? Heh! You remembered the script in full again this time, didn't you? At director remember here. The bench where I cast you back then. The hamburger shop in front of it is gone now, and a cafe has moved in. I remember. How could he not? That bench. The bench near the school. Wasn't that where everything had begun? Kaoru recalled the memory of first meeting director Sojiro there, and looked up at the blue sky, where the sun had begun to sink little by little. Come out for a bit. We need to discuss the additional filming too. Let's meet at the cafe. Understood. I'll be there soon. Kaoru ended the call and quickly got ready to leave. Chapter 50. Without regret. To my heart's content. 3,619 words. Familiar street. Familiar buildings. Familiar bench. Kaoru let his blue eyes sweep over the road he was visiting for the first time in a long while, now that he was out of school. The bench in front of the cafe. It had originally been a hamburger shop, but it had changed into a cafe. The bench, however, was still the same, and the outdoor billboard on the rooftop in the distance was still there too. Some things changed as time passed, and some things did not. Kaoru, who remembered his past life and was living his present life anew, let out a soft breath at the strangely nostalgic feeling tugging at his heart, and stepped into the cafe. Welcome. After returning the part-timer's greeting, he looked around inside and spotted director Sojiro waving at him. Kaoru started toward the window seat, but director Sojiro, who had been sitting there, stood up with 2 wrapped iced Americanos in hand and walked over to him. What is this? The boy, now taller than Sojiro, looked at him quietly and asked. Director Sojiro adjusted his glasses and nodded toward the bench outside. I felt like sitting on that bench again after so long. I'll carry them. Thanks. Kaoru let out a small sigh and took the wrapped drinks from director Sojiro. After lightly patting Kaoru's shoulder, Sojiro opened the door, went outside, and walked over to the bench to sit down. Kaoru followed soon after with his long strides and sat beside him. As the bench's hard surface pressed against him, Kaoru was once again seized by that odd feeling. Had the perspective always been this high? From the time he had been a first-year middle schooler to now, a second-year high schooler. After 5 whole years had passed, sitting on this bench again felt. How is it? How is what? At director Sojiro's question, which lacked a subject, Kaoru took a sip of his iced Americano and asked back. Smiling faintly, director Sojiro leaned against the bench backrest and let out a quiet breath. You ask without knowing? That hurts my feelings. Why did you do it? At Kaoru's question, loaded with more meaning than one, director Sojiro smiled again, and turned his head to look at the handsome boy, now still youthful but steadily becoming a young man. Well. Why did I do it? It wasn't impulsive, but it wasn't because I'd drawn up some grand master plan either. I heard that if it hadn't been for the ratings, they would have dragged it down. You could have ended up taking all the blame and getting kicked out, couldn't you? In the end, I showed them, didn't I? What was really real? With the numbers, the popularity, the impact. I proved it all. They tucked their tails. They even came back asking if I wouldn't add more PPL to the remaining episodes. I told them to stop talking nonsense and sent them all packing. Was that reverse power harassment? Kaoru smiled faintly and said, I see. Yeah. I wasn't wrong. I've always trusted my gaze. People called me a freak, a stubborn old fool, but I kept walking while trusting my eye. This time, too, the board played out exactly right. I took all the winnings, and the ones who bet against me got wiped out. But Director Sojiro only let out a soft sigh and showed no more intense reaction than that. Instead, in a quieter voice than before, he went on. Kaoru. Have you ever stood face to face with death? He had. But he couldn't say that. Still, he had stood before death countless times. Shot, strangled, driven into a pillar in a car. Every single moment had been death. In the end, he had lost his life to nothing more than a truck, but death had always been by his side. He had lived that way all his life. He could at least guess what Sojiro was trying to say. Thinking Kaoru's silence was a denial, Director Sojiro looked toward the people sitting inside the cafe and said, when I first got my terminal diagnosis, regret came before fear. I thought I'd lived a successful life, one with plenty to show for it. But when death actually came for me, all that was left in my head was regret. My wife, my children. Every contact saved on my phone. They were all just things I couldn't hold on to. Like gold dust slipping through my fingers. And then, like a miracle, I recovered, and the doctor who had given me the terminal diagnosis said, "Congratulations." Only then could I finally laugh. For other people, tomorrow is just tomorrow. But for me, today had always been the last day. So I wanted to live without regret. Director Sojiro turned his now bright eyes toward Kaoru. A boy. The dazzling, beautiful jewel he had found while walking the street 5 years ago had, as if by fate, grown so firmly at his side, and was shining so brightly it hurt to look at him. The one and only masterpiece and proof that his eye had not been wrong. With his left hand gripping Kaoru's shoulder tightly, Director Sojiro smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, "You're my pride." So I wanted to show off my pride to the world to my heart's content. You succeeded. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I did. I really rubbed their noses in it. Even with everyone against me, I pushed through. And I succeeded beautifully. After laughing in satisfaction, Director Sojiro's expression soon turned serious as his eyes flashed behind his glasses and he looked at Kaoru. You don't ever live like me and regret things. Don't waste your youth. Do whatever you want without regret to your heart's content. Live as much as you can. His business card. Kaoru remembered the card Director Sojiro had once handed him. It was still carefully tucked into his wallet. If he had taken that card and never called, he would definitely have regretted it. He would never have found something he loved, never have joined the troupe, never have met AI, and never have held the twins, who were his entire life, in his arms. The beginning of everything had come from receiving Director Sojiro's business card, and making one phone call with the resolve to try living without regret. Looking back on those memories and feeling Director Sojiro's sincerity deep in his heart, Kaoru smiled and nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Kaoru's additional filming moved very quickly. That was because the amount originally meant for the special episode had been pulled into the main broadcast, leaving a hole where the special episode footage had been. Director Sojiro, who had already worked out the details in advance with the writer and the network, managed to film all of the new special episode material in just 5 days. It was the result of the three of them, Kaoru, the writer, and Director Sojiro, huddling together and thinking everything through in painstaking detail from the production stage onward. They filmed an episode set after Kiriyama Ryota entered university, and one of the prestigious national universities they had secured as a filming location came out to greet them in person and express its thanks. The student council president is filming at our school. Students at Heido University came out in droves to watch the shoot and take pictures. At Heido University, known for its old-fashioned, beautiful campus, Kaoru awkwardly waved at the older students and did his best to provide fan service. As photos taken with Kaoru spread across social media, and photos from the shoot itself spread as well, the internet once again burst into flames. Told you so. I said he'd be pushed as the student council president, LOL. No matter what the netizens said as they rushed to act like sages who had seen it all coming, the prevailing opinion was that the drama had delivered a brilliant counterexample, smashing the trend in the industry of big agencies and advertisers propping up unqualified lead actors for PR dramas. And viewers who now got to see more of the student council president, that refreshing sip of soda in an otherwise heavy, frustrating drama, had no choice but to be delighted. As proof of that, Father, the honor of the family comes first. I have nothing more to say. B. The worst. Idiot. Old fossil. Why are you going that far? Are all political families like this? Papa. 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 Watching AI and Ruby vent their genuine anger and frustration at the TV, Kaoru broke out in a cold sweat. As the hidden story of Kiriyama Ryota, the student council president who had lived a suffocating life in a family that had produced generations of politicians and legal elites, was revealed, viewers instantly understood why the student council president had ended up with such a rigid, rule-bound personality. It was practically a separate storyline inserted into the regular broadcast here and there, but viewers didn't mind at all. On the contrary, they begged for even more screen time. The 6 lead actors had long since been completely forgotten. As the gap between the average ratings and the per-minute peak ratings widened to more than 3 times, the network began reading the room, and even asked director Sojiro, who had been given full authority, to increase Kaoru's screen time instead. But director Sojiro coolly told them to get lost and kept the amount of footage frustratingly limited to the end. Kaoru. When is the special episode airing? Huh? The child, nestled in his arms and sitting on his thigh with starbright eyes sparkling. It was the day episode 8 of the regular run aired, the 8th week already. Kaoru, who had come to respect President Ichigo's incredible skill at never scheduling AI on drama broadcast days, smiled as he kneaded his wife's soft cheeks like mochi. Why? Are you going to beg the president not to schedule you again? AB-. Did she think he wouldn't know? When AI looked away in embarrassment, Kaoru gently stretched her cheek and let it go, then kissed her. MM-. After their lips met, Kaoru smoothed back AI's long hair and whispered, "It airs the week after next. Keep that in mind. You have to watch the finale." MM. Got it. AI nodded with a flushed face from Kaoru's gentle touch and rubbed her face against her husband's chest like a cat. Bathed in the power of that always warm, always comforting, always reassuring magical space, AI looked at the TV with a happy face. Of course, the twins, who were watching from beside their father, looked at their parents' lovey-dovey display with icy eyes. Mama. Papa. TAA. Ah. It's starting. As the drama began, AI immediately slipped out of Kaoru's arms, hugged the twins, set them on her thighs, and watched the show. It started. Miyako came rushing out of the bathroom too, her hair still not fully dried as it swayed while she sat down in front of the table. For some reason, this felt like déjà vu. Kaoru tilted his head and looked at Miyako. Congratulations on your graduation. As expected, after the uninteresting setup came the latter half. Kiriyama Ryota attended his graduation ceremony. Hirano Taisuke, who had reformed after dating the heroine and been elected the next student council president, gave Ryota a short smile. Even the smile looked awkward. Their relationship in real life had not been good, so it was only natural that even a warm scene would look stiff. Whether that was the case or not, Kaoru, playing Ryota, smiled with dazzling skill, as if to spite Sasaki Ryunosuke, then took a fan from inside his arms and handed it to Sasaki. This is. Think of it as the symbol of the student council president. Now it's your turn. With a relieved expression and a gentle smile at the corners of his mouth, Kiriyama Ryota, now dressed in a comfortable school uniform with neither the stiflingly buttoned-up collar nor even a tie, patted Hirano's shoulder and said, "I'm counting on you, Hirano Taisuke." Yes. Across the whole of episode 8, the unexpected charm of Kiriyama Ryota showing his most boyish side. AI looked at the former student council president on the screen with starry eyes and a trace of wistfulness. She couldn't let him go. She couldn't let the student council president go like this. That radiant smile. Those beautiful blue eyes. To think this was the end. TAA. HNG. Ruby feels sad too. TAA. Student council president. Please keep going to school. It's not like repeating a year would matter anyway. AI. Even though her husband, who had played the student council president, was sitting right beside her, AI held Ruby tightly in her arms and sadly saw off the departing student council president. Kaoru and Aqua were left speechless by the mother and daughter's affection, but... Sniff, sniff, sniff. Are you really just going to leave like that? Sniff. So cold, really. At least she wasn't wiping away tears like Miyako, so that was something. After the regular episode 8 finished airing, Kaoru received a call from director Sojiro saying he had finished editing all the way through episode 2 of the special. "I'm leaving Japan tomorrow. I already handed in my resignation to the company." "What? But I did get a promise that my position would be guaranteed if I came back later, so it's not like I'm taking a loss. I can just return whenever I feel like it." Smiling cheerfully, director Sojiro said he planned to leave Japan for the time being, maybe even for several years, travel the world, do the trips he had always wanted to do, and write a travelogue. Kaoru nodded with a smile at the courage it took to ignore the company's attempts to stop him, as well as the objections of his wife and children, and they exchanged a brief farewell, wishing him a safe trip. "I'll still keep in touch now and then. Like I said before, I'm the type who likes to show off my pride to my heart's content. I'll be waiting. If you open a Twitter or Facebook account, let me know. I'll add you as a friend." "Okay. Then, good luck. I believe you'll do well. And one more thing, Kaoru. Remember that you're no longer just a simple actor. Just like other top actors, your daily life is going to change, and you'll never get this kind of life back again. Don't be afraid of change. Take it in smoothly. Don't hesitate, accept the change, grab it by the throat, throw it over your shoulder, seize control, and drag it forward. You understand what I mean, right?" "Yes. I'll keep it in mind." "Good. Fighting. I'm hanging up." After ending the call with director Sojiro, Kaoru soon found himself flooded with calls from countless entertainment agencies. Even representatives dispatched from the troupe came one after another, shoving contracts at him or explaining their PR pitches with spittle flying. Even Toshiro was left speechless by the quick, sharp movements of the agencies that had grasped the potential of the huge new star, Kamiki Kaoru. "Amazing. Didn't you get a call from Kaburaji PD2 president?" "Ahem. You did." Kaburaji Mesaya PD, who had contacted him through Toshiro, had also asked on behalf of an acquaintance at an agency whether this one might be a good fit. But most agencies had rather unfavorable contract terms, such as long contract periods and clauses that intruded on the actor's private life. The way they split appearance fees was also somewhat unreasonable. Even the contracts from the big-name agencies everyone would recognize by name had a basic term of 10 years, and even that was nearly super-tier in how harsh the non-renewal conditions were. The other clauses were also one step beyond the toxic terms the existing agencies had offered. In short, they were full of garbage clauses. Ha! Kaoru let out a dry laugh and rejected them all. Money wasn't important anyway. He had no shortage of assets thanks to stock investments and the like, and the moment he became an adult, the astronomical sums sitting in nominee accounts and paper companies overseas, along with the dollars recorded as investment funds, would flow into Japan through every possible route. What Kaoru needed was nothing more and nothing less than an intelligent, quick-witted agent to handle his entertainment industry affairs in his place. Someone who wouldn't act foolishly without reading the room, and who wouldn't ask for more than necessary without reading the room. Kaoru decided he would first talk things over with trustworthy adults like President Ichigo, President Toshiro, Director Sejiro, who would now be off traveling, and Director Gotanda, who would be waiting for his call. He still had plenty of time, and since he was the one with the leverage, he decided to think it through slowly. For Kaoru, the number one priority was the safety of his wife, Hoshino AI, and the twins. Since the secret he had hidden would one day have to be revealed to the world, he needed to find an agency that, if nothing else, would not get in the way, even if it couldn't help him move forward, just as a matter of risk management. Thinking that the annoying vetting process would continue for a while, Kaoru let out a bitter smile and a sigh. 2 weeks later, Kaoru's special episode aired. AI appears. After somehow finishing her schedule and arriving at the Saito family home, AI didn't even change clothes. She just washed her hands, kissed the twins on the cheek, and immediately focused on the drama. Hey, AI. Sorry, Kaoru. Sorry. I got so distracted thinking I had to watch the drama. Sorry. When Kaoru called out to her casually, AI jumped up in surprise and showered his cheek with apologetic, affectionate kisses. He had almost felt left out, but after receiving his wife's kiss assault, his mood improved again. The twins' eyes were icy. Kaoru sat beside his wife and watched the TV. Hello. I'm Kiriyama Ryota, a first-year student in the Business Administration Department. Despite his family's opposition, Kiriyama Ryota chose the Business Administration Department instead of law to pursue the dream he wanted. Unlike the cold, stern face he had as student council president, Kaoru's seamless, almost one-with-the-role performance captured the fresh youth of a young man moving toward his dream. So cute. It's like I can see exactly what Kaoru is thinking while acting. What do you think I'm thinking? That you want to see AI. How did she know? Kaoru, who had expected her to say she was thinking about the script or the character, swallowed dryly at AI's uncanny intuition. But AI must have meant it as a joke, because she stuck out her tongue playfully and then focused on the drama again. As the story progressed, Kiriyama Ryota realized that the world he had lived in was nothing more than a well, and he gradually began shedding his old self and resolving to face a life that would transform him boldly. He worked part-time to pay his living expenses, studied hard without asking his wealthy family for money, and tried to earn a scholarship. He was no longer a boy trapped in a stuffy school uniform and obligations, but a university student and an adult proactively designing his own life and future. Watching him quietly, AI's starry eyes sparkled as she murmured in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, "He looks happy." There was no way Kaoru hadn't heard that. AI's words, full of many meanings, flew straight into Kaoru's chest and lodged there. Did she mean the way he looked while attending school? Or the way he was shaping his own life on his own terms? Or the way he stood firm against his family's opposition, willing to be cursed at if it meant protecting a happy present and future? Only AI knew the truth. In fact, when Kaoru played Kiriyama Ryota, he had interpreted the character and immersed himself in the role based on those very feelings. But that did not mean those were the emotions AI herself felt. So Kaoru didn't ask any further. He simply took AI's hand in silence. He looks happy. Kiriyama Ryota is happy. No matter what future lay ahead, Kiriyama Ryota would keep pouring his youth into the world, moving forward toward his dream, and his future without hesitation. Despite his family's opposition, he would stand firm in his beliefs and keep moving forward against the waves. Let's be happy too. We have to. Without regret to our heart's content. Let's be happy. The warmth in her husband's hand. His body heat. Courage. Faith. Trust. Love. Sincerity. Every one of those feelings reached AI's heart intact, without a single one missing, as Kaoru's entire heart pressed into her. AI smiled brightly at Kaoru, who wore the same smile as a Kiriyama Ryota no, an even brighter, more dependable one, and nodded. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.